Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, Fight to the Death. Sita Po's killing intent was so strong. Qin Wentian's Yuanfu 6th layer power was crushed by his Yuanfu 8th layer. In terms of martial arts skill, the opponent's sword and rock martial arts skill were all perfect, and they still crushed Qin Wentian. Similarly, Sita Po was a genius of the Jiutian sword school. How could his cultivation skills be weak? They were definitely top-notch. His star soul was also very powerful. The third star soul was connected to the stars in the fifth heaven, and the star power in his body was terrifying. Qin Wentian's advantage was that he had 3 Yuanfu in his body, condensing the terrifying divine power of 1 Yuanfu, the demon god transformation. This alternative auxiliary practice could make him have the body of a demon beast, a strong body, and a demon body, the power of the double bloodline. But what made Qin Wentian quite depressed was that since the last time he encountered danger in the divine pattern trial land, the second bloodline attribute, the first bloodline was a little stronger, but it still had not reached the level of full bloodline. That mysterious bloodline seemed like an ancient treasure box, and he could only tap into its power step by step. As for the divine runes, they were also his great advantage, but the divine runes he could cast instantly were not enough to threaten the opponent, unless he could burst out all the divine essence in his body. Buzz! The brilliant star soul burst out in an instant. Qin Wentian did not hide his third star soul, which came from the star soul of the fifth heaven. The brilliant golden light and the extremely ferocious and terrifying ancient star soul monster all revealed a tyrannical aura. The demonic aura on Qin Wentian's body became even stronger under the amplification of the star soul. The star soul of the fifth heaven, yes, in Qin Wentian's previous battles, he had never been seen releasing his star soul. This is the first time it comes from the fifth heaven. This is not only a star soul from the fifth heaven, but also, it is the Emperor Demon Star Soul, ranked first in the Battle Beast list. The people in the air were trembling in their hearts. Sita Po and Qin Wentian, the 2 evil characters who had obtained the 36th and 3rd cultivation rights, were all crazy. Sita Po wanted to kill Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian finally stopped hiding any of his power and burst out, exposing the Emperor Demon Star Soul. The 3rd Star Soul can condense the Emperor Demon Star Soul, ranked first in the Battle Beast list, so his 4th Star Soul will undoubtedly come from the distant 6th heaven, and the strength of the star elemental force will be extremely terrifying. His body. At this moment, the crowd seemed to see an incredible scene. Qin Wentian was full of demonic energy, and the demonic energy enveloped Qin Wentian's body at a very fast speed. In just a very short moment, Qin Wentian's body transformed and turned into a terrifying demon body. Everyone's heart was beating. Is Qin Wentian really a half-orc? At this moment, the demon body has kunpeng wings, black tortoise scales, unicorn arms, and golden dragon claws, but the body is still in human form, and the head is still the same. At this moment, Qin Wentian is shocking and gives people a strong visual impact. The second level of the demon god transformation, the demon is in the realm, supported by the powerful demon beast elemental force, condensing the terrifying demon body, and the demon beast covers the body. This is definitely not the body of a half-orc. How can there be such a terrifying combination? Kunpeng feathers represent speed, black tortoise scales represent defense, and unicorn arms and golden dragon claws represent attack. This body that imitates the Emperor Demon is definitely a perverted combination. This is a skill. No wonder Qin Wentian's demonic energy is so overwhelming. He has practiced a very terrifying demonic skill that can gather the power of ancient demons in a human body. Someone exclaimed in shock. If they could practice such a skill, their strength would undoubtedly be raised to a higher level. This can be seen from the fact that Qin Wentian ignored the sword attacks of the strong men of the Jiutian sword sect. Many people's eyes were filled with brilliance. Even Sita Po paused for a moment and stared at the changes in Qin Wentian's body. A terrifying blood flow rolled in Qin Wentian's body, and the blood-colored stream of light attached to the terrifying demon body, adding a bit of terrifying feeling, as if he was a real demon king from the ancient times, overlooking this world. He was the demon master. Even if you are the real demon king, you must die. Sita Po finished speaking, and clenched his palm to harden Qin Wentian's body. However, Qin Wentian still stood there, his expression extremely cold, and his demon martial arts will also burst out. He clenched his golden dragon claws, which were filled with infinite and terrible power. Sitopo was not afraid, and still walked around. He stretched out his palm, and there was a dazzling small sword on the tip of his finger. Endless vortexes of sword energy condensed on the small sword. The seemingly inconspicuous small sword seemed to have turned into a black hole, swallowing up this Jiutian sword power. The buzzing sound it made people feel that it was about to be torn apart by the sword intent. No matter how strong the flesh is, he will break it. Qin Wentian wanted to fight him, so he was not afraid at all. No matter how Qin Wentian fought, he would definitely die. The two bodies intersected, and Situpo pointed a finger at Qin Wentian's head. However, Qin Wentian grabbed with his left hand, and a huge amount of divine energy burst out, and his body shifted at the same time. But Situpo was not a man. His finger passed by, and a flash of blood flashed in an instant. His finger still pointed forward and stabbed at the heart of Qin Wentian's chest. At the same time, Situpo himself was covered with a layer of dazzling streamer armor, the Star Rock Guardian armor, which was condensed with the will of the great perfection of rock martial arts. Qin Wentian pointed a finger with the golden dragon claws, and the finger broke the sky. The terrifying finger technique fell on the guardian armor. The endless sword divine energy burst out with the strongest power, turning into a terrifying vortex, and pierced the guardian armor. Bang! The two bodies separated as soon as they touched each other. Qin Wentian's demonic body seemed to be torn apart, and his internal organs seemed to be torn apart. Blood gushed out crazily, and there was blood at the corners of his mouth. The explosive power contained in the opponent's small sword was too terrifying, almost destroying Qin Wentian's body and extinguishing his life. Ahem. Blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. With just this one blow, Qin Wentian was seriously injured. However, what was shocking was that Situpo was also injured. He looked down at his chest. The Star Rock Guardian armor was broken, and blood seeped out from there. His body was also filled with a destructive force, making him pale and blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. How similar, what a tragic collision. Qin Wentian was not dead, and he also injured Situpo. Situpo's Star Rock Guardian armor was formed based on the will of the great perfection martial arts. It was equivalent to defense that could only be broken by a blow from a person at the 9th level of the Yuan Mansion. It was broken by Qin Wentian, which meant that Qin Wentian's attack power had reached the 9th level of the Yuan Mansion. Bang! Situpo strolled out again, as if ignoring his injuries. He was actually injured. This was a shame for him, and he could only wash it away with Qin Wentian's life. Qin Wentian's figure flickered, and his kunpeng feathers were as fast as lightning. He retreated backwards. Lineage and others came to intercept him, but they did not dare to get close. They just killed him with their terrifying swords. Qin Wentian glanced at them, as if a third eye appeared, flashing away. In an instant, the three people trembled all over. Qin Wentian waved his palms continuously, and two people at the 6th level of the Yuan Mansion died. At the same time, his body rushed towards Lineage. Lineage's body exploded backwards, but at this time Qin Wentian's speed was so fast, the demon's martial arts will was transformed into a demon, not only enhancing his strength, but also enhancing his speed and explosive power. With the help of Kunpeng's feather, he rushed to Lineage in an instant, grabbed his palm, and directly grabbed the opponent's sword that was chopped down. The golden dragon claws grabbed the opponent, and a crackling sound was heard. Lineage's head was shattered, and his body was thrown away by Qin Wentian. Lineage, he was also a genius of the Jiutian sword school, but he was killed by Qin Wentian in one blow. Such a scene was enough to scare people. Yu Bingying was trembling slightly when she saw it. How could he be so terrible, and so decisive and ruthless? Once the battle started, he would never hold back and kill directly. Bang! Situpo's murderous intent was overwhelming, and the sword's power rose up, as if to pierce the sky. He wanted to kill Qin Wentian, but 3 of his fellow disciples died at Qin Wentian's hands. Situpo's body was like a sword, like a stream of light, catching up with Qin Wentian's body. The cold light cut through the void, and the sword cut through the sky. Qin Wentian suddenly turned around, and the dragon seal blasted out. The world made a rumbling sound, as if a demon dragon roared, and turned into an ancient seal. Die! Situpo's figure descended, and a palm fell, like a mountain falling from the sky, violently attacking Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's expression was full of terrifying cold light, his arms blasted out angrily, and the divine essence in his body burst out crazily, directly breaking through the mountain and rushing towards the opponent. The stone of the mountain was like a sword, and it kept rolling towards Qin Wentian. His body was constantly hit, and Qin Wentian's demon body seemed to be broken. When Situpo saw Qin Wentian rushing to him, his killing intent was enough to kill anyone. The Nine Heavens sword was shocked and split the sky and earth. The divine essence in Qin Wentian's body burst out crazily. In front of him, there seemed to be many powerful third-level divine patterns of light, which turned into a terrifying ancient shield and kept breaking under the sword. At the same time, he stretched out his palm, and the divine essence in the Yuan Palace seemed to be taking time out, and slapped the opponent. Situpo's armor was still on his body, and his palms were also pushed out, crushing the space. A loud rumbling sound was heard, and Qin Wentian's body was shaken away again, spitting blood in the void. The demon body kept cracking and breaking, and the whole body was stained with blood, but his eyes were still cold. "I want you to die, how can you live?" Situpo was aroused by Qin Wentian's murderous aura, and continued to move forward. There were many bloodstains on his body. No one would have thought that this battle would be so tragic. They thought that Situpo would kill Qin Wentian instantly. Obviously, they underestimated that crazy guy. Enough. A roar of anger resounded through the heaven and earth, but Situpo still moved forward, unwilling to let go. A terrible cold wind blew between heaven and earth. With a loud bang, Situpo's body was blown away and could no longer move forward. He knew that although the time he fought with Qin Wentian was short, it had already attracted the strong men of the Wushuang realm. "Do you want to fight so much?" A cold snort came out, falling on the hearts of Situpo and Qin Wentian, as if it appeared out of thin air. "I will kill him, even if he is outside the Wushuang realm," Situpo said coldly. Qin Wentian did not speak, but his eyes undoubtedly answered everything. From today on, Situpo is a mortal enemy, and it is a life and death battle. "Okay, you want to fight, I'll give you a chance." The cold voice came again, saying, 3 days later, at Xianbi Temple, I will borrow the Xianbi. You two will go to break through the Xianbi steps. The loser will be expelled from Wushuang realm and will never be allowed to step into it again. In addition, all disciples of Wushuang realm can go on that day. I will pave the way for you to go to the ancient capital of Daxia. This voice shook the heaven and earth, and everyone's heart was shaken, and they were all extremely shocked. The old man Wushuang actually wanted to borrow the Xianbi. What a big face, and it was to pave the way for them. However, they also knew that breaking through the Xianbi steps was extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, your life will be in danger. This matter may shake Kangzhou City. P.S. On Monday, brothers who have recommendation tickets can throw them out. Thank you everyone. Chapter 327 Xianbi Temple. Xianbi Temple is located in the central area of Kangzhou City. Although it is so, Xianbi Temple is deserted all day long. There is only an old man who sweeps the stairs of Xianbi Temple, sweeping the stairs day after day. Such a wonderful place has never been occupied by anyone, and no one has dared to wipe it out of Kangzhou City, because it is rumored that the owner of Xianbi Temple is a strange man with surprisingly strong strength. Moreover, the Xianbi Temple is a treasure that can glimpse the talent and destiny of martial artists, and has a powerful effect on martial artists. Every time a star falls on the Xianbi Temple will attract countless people to go there and break through the Xianbi stairs to prove their talent and seek transformation. Moreover, there is no regularity for the stars to fall on the Xianbi Temple. It is rumored that it depends on the mood of the owner of Xianbi Temple. However, now, an elder in Wushuang realm said that after 3 days, he would borrow the Xianbi and let them go and pave the way for them. Wushuang elder naturally knew that among the many geniuses in Wushuang realm, many would definitely go to Kangzhou City, the ancient capital of Daxia, at the end of the year. The mysterious Wushuang old man actually had a relationship with a mysterious and powerful Xianbi temple master. He was able to borrow the Xianbi for the people who practiced in the Wushuang realm. At the same time, it was also for the battle between Qin Wentian and Situpo, two great geniuses. The loser would be expelled from the Wushuang realm. In this battle, neither of them could afford to lose. If Situpo lost, how could he save his face? He was 2 realms higher than Qin Wentian, but today he was unable to kill Qin Wentian. Instead, Lin Haoshan and others who participated in the siege of Qin Wentian died, which made him lose face. Qin Wentian, if he lost, he would die, and Situpo would not let him go. Senior, he killed someone in the Wushuang realm. Yu Bingying said, and wanted to investigate Qin Wentian's fault. Do you think I'm blind? The ethereal voice rolled again, revealing a trace of coldness. Yu Bingying's expression froze. What was her identity as a young lady of the King Palace? In the Wushuang realm, why should the Wushuang old man give her face? Many of the people who practice cultivation in the Wushuang realm were born in famous families, and they all wanted to ask the Wushuang elder. The Wushuang elder was obviously aware of their fight. Sitopo wanted to kill Qin Wentian, but Lin Haoshan and others helped to stop him, and died at the hands of Qin Wentian. Who was right and wrong, and how to divide them? If they were to be convicted, they were all guilty. Today's matter ends here. If you want to fight, go to Xianbi Temple and let Kangzhou City see if you have the face to lose. The voice of the Wushuang elder fell, and then the momentum disappeared into thin air. Sitopo's expression was cold, and he swept over Qin Wentian, with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. 3 days later, Xianbi Temple, I'll wait for you. Sitopo said indifferently, and then his figure flashed, and he strolled in front of Yu Bingying. The two went hand in hand and left the Wushuang realm. 3 days later, they would kill Qin Wentian again. Qin Wentian's demonic aura was restrained, his star soul was put away, and his violent aura gradually dissipated into thin air. His aura was floating, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. In terms of talent, he is stronger than Sitopo, but in terms of combat power, he is weaker than Sitopo. After all, there is a gap between the two in terms of realm and martial arts will. For a martial artist, a slight gap is a chasm. If he did not have many trump cards and strong talent, he would have died in the hands of Sitopo long ago. Landing on the ground, Qin Wentian looked at Li Xiaoyu and others in Zhuanval again. Li Xiaoyu snorted coldly, glanced at Fanel, and then said to Zhuangxin, 3 days later, Sitopo will definitely win, and Qin Wentian will definitely die then. Fanel is Qin Wentian's friend. Qin Wentian killed Lin Haoshan and others. Although Sitopo didn't say anything today, he will never let them go. Sister Xiaoyu, Qin Wentian is only in the 6th level of Yuanfu, and Sitopo is in the 8th level of Yuanfu. To be able to fight to this extent, it is obvious who has stronger talent. The heavenly monument ladder does not depend on who is stronger, but on talent, determination, and belief. Who said he will lose to Sitopo? Zhuangxin said somewhat indignantly. Li Xiaoyu snorted coldly. Sitopo was careless today, and time was short, so he was not killed. Otherwise, do you think he could survive? Zhuangxin, don't be lucky. Besides, even if he is talented, Fan Li is not him. How can Fan Li be worthy of you? Fan Li was extremely depressed when she heard this, and said, Beauty, do you want us to compete? The senior said that the Xianbi Temple is open to people like us in the Wushuang realm. How about we try it? You. Li Xiaoyu said disdainfully, if you lose, will you take the initiative to leave Zhuangxin? She also wanted to go to the Xianbi Temple. How could she miss such a good opportunity? This seems unfair to me. If I win, you can't control Zhuangxin. Fan Li's eyes flickered, and then she said weakly, how about this, if I win, you can be my concubine. You. Zhuangxin glared at Fan Li, staring at her like a beautiful tigress. I'm kidding. Fan Li said with a trembling smile, how can such a woman be worthy of a handsome genius like me? You wait. Li Xiaoyu glanced at Fan Li coldly, then waved her sleeves and left with the people from Zhuanv Temple. It was obvious that the matter of Xianbi Temple had to be notified to Zhuanv Temple, and Zhuangxin's matter also needed to be reported. Watching Li Xiaoyu and others leave, Zhuangxin's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of worry, but she saw Fan Li holding her little hand and said, don't worry, this genius will definitely surprise the people of Zhuanv Temple in 3 days, and then they will recognize me as their son-in-law. Seeing that Fan Li still didn't forget to brag, Zhuangxin was amused by him. Although this fat guy was a little wretched, it was really fun to be with him, happier than before in Zhuanv Temple. He always tried every way to please herself. This feeling was beautiful and sweet. Boss, are you okay? Fan Li and the others looked at Qin Wentian. It's okay. My body can handle it. Qin Wentian said with a smile. His blood was still churning and recovering the damaged parts. He had a faint smile on his face. He didn't know that the violent demon-like person just now was him. It's true that you can handle it. You are too abnormal. If I were to fight Sitopo, I would probably be killed in seconds. Yang Kuangsheng had to admire him. The 6th level of Yuanfu could fight Sitopo to such a tragic degree. The star soul ranked first in the battle beast list, and the method of transforming into a demon body, this guy was too strong. But you have to be careful. Your method is probably stronger than some overlord level forces in Yaozhou City. It's hard not to be coveted. You have to understand that the method you practice may be what they have been looking for. Yang Kuangsheng reminded him. Qin Wentian nodded gently. When he practiced a demon god transformation in the past, Kang Wang left a message to remind him. However, facing the powerful Situpo today, he had to burst out all his strength. As for the future, he could only be careful and try to improve his strength quickly. After the battle of the destiny ranking, if you step into the top of the Yuan Mansion, it is best to retreat to the Xiangang realm. Although the Yuan Mansion geniuses are competing for the top, it seems impressive, but in fact they have not yet come into contact with the truly powerful people. They are only Yuan Mansion. Many Xiangang people disdain to cast their eyes on the level of Yuan Mansion. Only by stepping into the Xiangang realm can they truly step onto the ladder of the strong. What is this Xianbi temple? Qin Wentian asked. Holding the ancient thoughts of the Xianbi, turning into illusions, proving talents, and getting transformation. In short, the starry heavenly monument can take people's lives and also sublimate people's strength. It is a rare treasure and is rarely open to the public. Now that the Wushuang old man can borrow the Xianbi, it is undoubtedly an opportunity. It is really a great honor. This opportunity must be seized well, so that before the end of the year, there will be another opportunity to improve strength. Yang Kuangsheng's voice was filled with expectation. This time, the battle between Situpo and Qin Wentian might not be a bad thing. It gave everyone a chance. In the next 3 days, the geniuses in the Wushuang realm walked out of the Wushuang realm one after another, notified their families or sects, and went to Xianbi Temple at the same time. This news also spread towards Kangzhou City at a terrifying speed. Some major forces in Kangzhou City heard a new name, Qin Wentian. In the Wushuang realm, the geniuses competed. There was a young man who was less than 20 years old and was at the 6th level of Yuan Fu. He fought against Sitapo of Jusheng Sword Sect and killed Lin Haoshan and others. Such news made many younger people in Jusheng Sword Sect feel ashamed. As for the elders in the sect, they didn't pay much attention to it. Every top evildoer had to go through many screenings. Lin Haoshan died at the hands of someone whose realm was lower than his. It was impossible for the elders of the sect to retaliate. It was left to Situpo to kill Qin Wentian. As for Xianbi Temple, it attracted the attention of countless people in Kangzhou City. For the sake of safety, Yang Kuangsheng first went to the Yang family to mobilize some strong men to prevent some hidden storms. Who knows if someone will suddenly attack and kill Qin Wentian before the confrontation. He must be cautious. On this day, Xianbi Temple was crowded with strong men. Many strong men from major forces in Kangzhou City came. Among the various forces, there were disciples who practiced in the Wushuang realm. Today, they all had the opportunity to break through the Xianbi ladder. In the vast area, strong men from all sides gathered. They looked forward and raised their heads slightly. There was a staircase that slanted upwards. At the end of the staircase, there were 3 huge stone tablets. They were simple and unpretentious, revealing the meaning of oldness and antiquity, but they were extremely clean. On the stairs under the stone tablet, there was an old man in ragged clothes, holding a broom, quietly sweeping the dust on each step. He seemed to be repeating this action forever, without getting tired. Boom! In the distance, a distant bell sounded from the Xianbi Temple on the stairs, and then a ray of starlight fell on the Xianbi. In an instant, the sky changed color, and the light of the bright stars fell from the sky and landed on the ancient stone tablet. In an instant, a wonderful artistic conception enveloped the world. The stars fell from the sky, and the Xianbi held on to the ancient thoughts. The 3 sides of the Xianbi covered the stairs below, and each step was shining brightly. Buzz! A strong wind flashed, and a figure descended under the Xianti, looking up at the void. The wind kept floating, and figures descended one after another, making many people show their edge. The geniuses in the Wushuang world gathered here. At this moment, a figure walked in the void, and it was Situpo. He saw his eyes sweeping around and then fell on a certain position, where Yang Kuangsheng, Qin Wentian, Fenli and others were all together. In the past 10 years, the 27th level of the Heavenly Monument staircase has been opened 3 times. The highest level reached is the 18th level. Today, I will break it, Situpo spoke slowly, his sharp eyes shooting towards Qin Wentian, Today will also be the day you die. Chapter 328, Not a Demon, Not Looking at the Monument. Qin Wentian glanced at Sitapo, then looked away and looked at the staircase of the heavenly monument in front of him. A strange power enveloped the 27 heavenly ladders, and the brilliance flowing on the ladders seemed to have a wonderful artistic conception. This time, of course, not only those people he had seen in the Wushuang realm came here. In the void in front of him, there were several figures with extraordinary temperaments, and the faint power emanating from them was no weaker than Sitapo. Sitapo would definitely become a genius of the Jiutian sword sect, but he was still one step away and had not really challenged the destiny list. However, in Kangzhou City, those strong men on the destiny list had also gone to the Wushuang realm to practice. They had been practicing in seclusion recently, or preparing to impact the Xiangang realm and transform into the great Xia ancient imperial city. They rarely showed up these days. But today, how could such an opportunity be missed? In addition to Yang Kuangsheng's side, the Ouyang family also has two other camps. In one of the camps, a young man in a purple robe stood in the void. He attracted many eyes. Not far from him, Duan Qingshan and Ouyang Ting were there. The young man was the proud figure of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Zhen, who ranked 10th on the latest destiny list. However, it was rumored that a few people, such as Hua Taixu, had already entered the Xiangang realm. At the end of this year, after the trip to the great Xia ancient imperial city, the destiny list might undergo major changes. This was the practice of the great Xia dynasty. On weekdays, there were only minor changes. Only once every 3 years, the Qinshan Pavilion would remove those who had entered the Xiangang realm and re-rank the others according to their battle records. Therefore, many people looked at the destiny list once every 3 years. In this case, if it was ruled out that there would be strong figures appearing later, Ouyang Zhen might have the chance to enter the top 8. The Ouyang family has two geniuses at the Yuanfu level, Ouyang Zhen and Duan Qingshan, who is not from the same family. In addition, Ouyang Kuangsheng will also reserve a place. It can be said that the family is very prosperous. There, Zhang Lengfang from the 8 Directions Wind and Thunder sect has also arrived. The crowd looked at a young man with a fluttering robe and a cold face. He was a genius from the 8 Directions Wind and Thunder sect, ranked 12th on the destiny list, and was very strong. In addition, on the side of the Zhuan Palace, Li Xiaoyu was seen standing next to a beautiful young woman. The woman looked at Qin Wentian, glanced at Qin Wentian and Fan Li and others, and then looked at Zhuanzin and said, "Zhuanzin, come here." Zhuan Yan, ranked 17th on the destiny list, a genius of the Zhuan Palace. Oh. Zhuanzin glanced at Fan Li, then stepped slightly and walked towards Zhuan Yan. "You and Xiaoyu and others come with me to try this heavenly monument staircase," Zhuan Yan said, but did not mention Fan Li. "Bingying, is that him?" In the direction of the Kang Palace, there was a man next to Yu Bingying. He pointed his finger in the direction of Qin Wentian and asked Yu Bingying. "Yes." Yu Bingying nodded, with a cold look in her eyes. "If Situpo wins, he will definitely kill this boy. If Situpo can't do it, there's still me," the man said lightly. He was the Kang Palace's genius, Yu Bufan. Yu Bufan's voice was not concealed at all. Many eyes around him fell on Qin Wentian. Is this boy the young Qin Wentian who is rumored to have turned the Wushuang realm upside down? It is rumored that he has obtained the privilege of practicing in the 36 mountains, just like Sitapo, and he has forcefully killed Lin Haoshan and other strong men of the Jiutian sword sect. Sitapo's Jiutian sword was not able to take his life. His third star soul is said to be the Emperor Demon Star Soul, ranked first in the Battle Beast list. Such a third star soul is superior to the geniuses in Kangzhou City. The fat man next to him is named Fan Li. He is good at archery and was accepted as a disciple by the Arrow King, who has superb archery skills in the Wushuang realm. The Arrow King is one of the most skilled archers in the entire Great Xia dynasty and can kill enemies thousands of miles away. This fat man is really not good looking. It's quite interesting that the little Princess Xuanxin of the Zhuan Palace has fallen in love with him. Xuanxin is still young. In a few years, there will be no shortage of geniuses pursuing her. I don't know why she fell in love with a fat man. Under the Xianbi temple, the vast land was filled with sunshine and powerful people were everywhere. However, the focus of everyone's attention was on several young people who were very unfamiliar to Kangzhou City. This was because the old man from Wushuang realm borrowed a Xianbi to resolve the dispute between Qin Wentian and Sitapo, and also because Qin Wentian's friend Fan Li was in love with the little princess of Zhuan Temple. Moreover, Yan Kuongshen, who was always arrogant and had the reputation of being a madman, was walking with him. Everyone wanted to see how they could perform on the Xianbei stairs. On the stairs, on the Xianbei, the old man on the broom slowly walked to the side and said quietly, "If you want to go up the Xianbei road, you will bear the consequences at your own risk." Many people were startled, and many rumors about the Xianbei road appeared in their minds in an instant. The 27-story Xianbei stairs could prove talent, but it was also a road of no return. According to ancient rumors, many geniuses went up the Xianbei road and never recovered. Therefore, there has always been a saying in Kangzhou City that only those with talent can enter the Xianbei stairs. It is better not to enter than to enter. However, at this moment, all the people who came were able to practice in the Wushuang realm. Regardless of the attention of the crowd, they also wanted to make a breakthrough to prove their talent. They were all eager to try. They stepped out and walked step by step to the bottom of the heavenly steel stairs. Sitapo, Qin Wentian, Yang Zhen, Zhang Lingfeng, Zhuan Yan, Yu Bufan, Duan Qingshan, Yan Kuongshen, Fan Li, Zhuan Zin and others were naturally the most eye-catching people. In addition to them, there were also some people on the destiny list who came to attract people's attention. In the past 10 years, the heavenly steel stairs were opened 3 times, and the highest one was only 18 floors. Today, can anyone break it? Sitapo did not look at Qin Wentian again. He took a step forward and was the first to step onto the heavenly steel road. He stopped at the first step and carefully felt the ancient thoughts of the heavenly steel. If he did not enter the heavenly steel stairs, no one would know what Sitapo encountered. Fan Li. At this time, a voice came. Fan Li turned his head and saw Zhuan Yan. Beside her were Liu Zai, who had been abused by Qin Wentian, Wang Zhao's girlfriend Qiao Zhuan, Li Xiaoyu and Zhuan Zin. These people were all talents who could enter the Wushuang realm. The women of Zhuan Palace stood together, pleasing to the eye. "If you can't step as high as I can today, leave Zhuan Zin by yourself," Zhuan Yan said coldly, then stepped forward and also walked up the stairs of the heavenly monument. Yang Zhen and Zhang Lingfeng looked at each other, with a hint of tit for tat, and stepped out together. Yu Bufan and Yu Bingying were together. They glanced at Qin Wentian coldly and then stepped forward. Duan Qingshan and Yu Yangting stood together. Duan Qingshan encouraged Yangting, "Tinger, you can enter the Wushuang realm, so you can also climb the heavenly steel steps." "Yes." Yangting nodded heavily. She was the unruly young lady of the Yu Yang family. Now she was here, stepping on the heavenly steel steps with many talented people in the Yuanfu realm of Kangzhou City. She felt a strong pressure. "I'm afraid that these young people here and the forces behind them were secretly observing the performance. Yangting, given your character, I advise you not to go up. I'm afraid you can't stand the blow." Yang Kuongshen looked at Yangting and said, causing Yangting's beautiful eyes to change slightly, and she looked at Yang Kuongshen coldly. "I'm doing this for your own good, but since you don't listen, I won't say anything." Yang Kuongshen said indifferently, and then whispered to Qin Wentian and others beside him, "Be careful." Qin Wentian and the others nodded slightly, and then their aura filled their bodies. Looking up, they saw that Sitapo had already walked up to the 3rd step, step by step. With some distance between them, Qin Wentian and the others finally stepped out, and their footsteps landed heavily on the 1st step, officially stepping onto the heavenly monument road. Buzz! A wonderful light enveloped their bodies, as if they were the only ones left in this world. That feeling was like facing the heavenly monument alone. Above the void, the 3 heavenly monuments enveloped Qin Wentian with great power, as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him and examining him. "Can your flesh and blood body withstand your power?" A voice resounded in Qin Wentian's mind, and kept echoing. In an instant, a terrifying force of oppression enveloped his body, making him feel tied all over and oppressed. If he relaxed a little, he would be blasted off the heavenly monument stairs. "Can your flesh and blood body withstand your power?" Of course. Qin Wentian opened his eyes were full of demonic light, his body was filled with demonic energy, his blood was surging. He stepped forward and walked onto the 2nd step. Boom! A terrifying force suddenly hit Qin Wentian's body, like an invisible lightning. This attack made his blood surging, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Qin Wentian's footsteps became firmly nailed on the stairs, his eyes were extremely tenacious, and the power in his body was roaring. This was only the 2nd step, How could it shake his determination? Looking up, Qin Wentian's eyes were extremely sharp. Looking at the dazzling sky monument, his footsteps stepped out steadily. With a loud bang, a strong wind, Qin Wentian's footsteps landed on the third step. Boom! An even more terrifying force hit his body, hitting him hard, causing him to bend slightly. His footsteps could not be stopped and slid down. His face was slightly pale. No wonder Yang Kuangsheng was so cautious. What a terrible staircase! Ah! Not far away, a scream came out. Tinger! Duan Qingshan exclaimed, and when he looked back, he saw Yang Ting being shaken down the heavenly monument stairs. Yang Ting was lying on the ground. Her beautiful cheeks looked very pale, blood was spitting from the corners of her mouth, and her body was shaking constantly. The second step, she only took the second step, and was blasted down. How could this happen? Is this her talent? Looking at the crowd around her with pale eyes, those pairs of eyes were looking at her. Yang Ting only felt that those eyes were mocking. She, the proud daughter of the Yang family, was so humble at this moment. No. Yang Ting let out a painful howl. Many people looked at her and sighed in their hearts. This is the cruelty of the heavenly monument stairs. It's only 2 steps. I'm afraid that from now on, Yang Ting will have a demon in her heart and doubt herself. How can she move forward? Her belief was shattered. Only a demon can look at the heavenly monument. Chapter 329 Ancient Thoughts Struggle. Yang Ting was knocked down. Except for Duan Qingshan, everyone else kept their original intentions and didn't care about Yang Ting's failure at all. Today, they are stepping on the heavenly monument road to compete with Jiutian. If they lose too badly, how will the clan feel? This is an opportunity, but also a road to destruction. They can't afford to lose. Everyone is extremely cautious step by step. Every step they take will stop for a moment to stabilize their minds. Qin Wentian has stepped onto the 4th step. The blow just now made his internal organs tumble. He was horrified in his heart. How difficult is this heavenly monument road? Can your flesh and blood body withstand your power? The voice echoed in his mind, trying to shake people's hearts. Qin Wentian looked at the bright stars on the heavenly monument, and the light in his eyes was still not shaken. This force seems to be my force. The stronger my force is, the more terrible the force that attacks me will be. The stronger I am, the stronger my attack will be. Qin Wentian thought to himself. On this ancient road of the heavenly monument, no one can hide their strength. They will be pushed to their limits by the heavenly monument, and this limit will be used to attack themselves. His body transformed and turned into a demon body. Qin Wentian's blood roared in his body. He closed his eyes and ignored the road ahead. In his heart, the candlelight was lit, and he saw his true nature. He was unwavering. There was infinite power in his body. It was the power of the flesh and blood body, and also the power of faith. Boom! Qin Wentian stepped firmly onto the 5th step. With a loud bang, his blood rolled wildly, but his heart did not move at all. This kind of injury could not stop him from moving forward. Another step, Qin Wentian stepped onto the 6th and 7th steps. A violent force that seemed to come from the ancient times madly hit his body. A sound of poo was heard, and Qin Wentian spat out a mouthful of blood, but his footsteps still did not move at all, and he was as steady as before. Qin Wentian took the 8th step. With a step, it seemed that a terrible hurricane blew between heaven and earth. The terrifying force rushed over, and Qin Wentian's footsteps moved slightly, as if rooted here. Boom, boom. Twice in a row, the terrifying attack made Qin Wentian's footsteps retreat a step, almost reaching the edge of the land. He was pale, and after standing firm, he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood in succession. His heart was surging, and a huge wave of shocking waves rolled up in his body. On the 8th step of the ancient heavenly monument road, Qin Wentian is the 5th person to stand firmly. He is indeed worthy of the title of the genius of the Wushuang realm. Everyone's eyes were focused on everything on the heavenly monument stairs. On the 6th step, Qiao Zhuan from the Zhuan Hall was blasted down. Wang Xiao was about to attack the 7th step. Seeing this scene, his expression froze. He looked back and saw Qiao Zhuan falling down the stairs. His breath was floating and he was spitting blood. Fortunately, his life was not in danger. The 8th step is a hurdle. Let's see how many people can hold on. Everyone's eyes were sharp. Sitapo, Yang Zhen, Zhang Lengfeng, Qin Wentian and others all stopped on the 8th step to calm their breath. Obviously, they felt the difference of the 8th step. 9 is the extreme number and also a variable. The 8th step has changed. Then, I don't know what will happen to the 9th step. They must be cautious. The people who reached the 8th step first stopped, and the people who followed caught up one after another. However, many figures were blasted down on the 8th step. Liu Zai, a disciple of Zhuan Temple, was also arrogant. When she stepped into the 8th floor, she was hit hard and fell down. When she fell down, she didn't even catch her breath and fainted. Those who usually pursued her were busy at the moment and naturally had no time to pay attention to her. Only the female disciples of Zhuan Temple stepped forward and took Liu Zai away. Wang Xiao roared. His whole body was as sharp as a soldier, indestructible. His footsteps stabilized on the 8th step, which made many people shine. This Wang Xiao from Bingzhou City is a character. It is very good to be able to enter the 8th step. Fatty Fanel's face was flushed, his blood was rolling in his body, and it seemed that golden flames were burning on his body. He let out a low roar and stood firmly on the 8th step, standing shoulder to shoulder with Qin Wentian. Yang Kuangsheng also stabilized. His breath was as steady as a mountain. Although it was a little slow, it gave people a very stable feeling, which was inconsistent with his usual name of a madman. Chu Mang stared at the sky, his eyes were full of incomparable determination, and he also stepped onto the 8th step. 9 is the maximum number, the 9th step, be careful. Yang Kuangsheng whispered, and as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Wentian had already stepped out. The moment he stepped down, he seemed to be in the midst of a storm. Boom. A huge wave came, and his lone boat floated. Boom. A more violent storm came, and the lone boat seemed to be broken. Qin Wentian held back his blood, but did not spit it out. Boom. The third force was even more violent and stronger, hitting Qin Wentian to bend over, and his body seemed to be flying out, but he saw his bent body stand up steadily again. This was only the 9th step. How could he lose? He stretched out his hand and touched the blood at the corner of his mouth. In an instant, his sleeves were red, stained with the blood. His closed eyes finally opened, and he stood firmly on the 9th step. Triple attack, getting stronger and stronger, be careful. Qin Wentian whispered, improving Fanel and the others. Fanel looked towards Zhuangxin, and saw Zhuangxin looking at him, and the two smiled at each other. Zhuangxin's eyes showed a strange color. Fanel actually reached the 8th step, but the 9th step might not be so easy to hold. I will go higher than you. Fanel grinned at Zhuangxin, and turned his eyes away. He stepped towards the 9th step. The light of the heavenly monument shone down, and fell on the slightly fat body. In an instant, Zhuangxin saw Fanel's slightly fat body trembled several times in a row, like duckweed in the wind, which could be destroyed at any time. His body was bent, and he kept spitting blood, but he finally stood firm, turned his head, and glanced at Zhuangxin, with a smile on the corner of his mouth with blood, but it was sunny. Zhuangxin, I won't let you down. Family said with a smile. Zhuangxin nodded heavily, and then challenged the 9th step with Zhuangyan. Yang Kuangsheng also stepped up, and Chu Mang's eyes were also determined. This monument can't stop me. Chu Mang whispered, step onto the 9th step, and let the storm attack him. His back was straight, his eyes were full of determination. He stood there like a mountain. In the past, his elder brother Chu Wuwei was his mountain. Now, he wants to be his elder brother's mountain, so first of all, he must make sure that Chu Wuwei will not die of old age, and he must become stronger. Brother Chu Mang, you are awesome. Qin Wentian looked at Chu Mang beside him, and a smile appeared on his face. This somewhat honest and clumsy first show in the capital gradually showed his most tenacious side. Although he didn't say much, his heart was tougher than most people. We will go through the 18th floor together. Chu Mang grinned and said, this monument can't block our vision. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded. The people below were shocked to see this scene. When they stepped onto the heavenly monument stairs, all the forces stood together. Qin Wentian, Yan Kuangshen, Chu Mang, and Fanli were together. However, at this moment, only the four of them stood firmly on the 9th step without falling behind. The people who were still unknown in Kangzhou City a few days ago seemed to be showing their brilliance. Ah! With a scream, Yu Bingying of the Kangwang Palace was shaken off the heavenly monument stairs when she was high on the 9th step. The moment she landed, she also fainted. Sitapo's expression froze. He looked back at Yu Bingying, and took a deep breath. I will finish the road you haven't finished for you. Sitapo spoke slowly, then looked forward, his eyes still so firm, and took another step. He was the first to step towards the 10th step. When Sitapo stepped onto the 10th step, he was more stable than when he stepped onto the 9th step. His body did not waver at all. This made everyone clearly know that after the number 9, the steps of the heavenly steel would change again. I'll explore the way. Qin Wentian took the lead and stepped onto the 10th step. As soon as he stepped onto the step, he immediately felt that there was no terrifying power here. However, it seemed that there was a wonderful state of mind that enveloped him. Can your humble intention withstand the ancient thought? Another voice resounded in his mind. Qin Wentian looked at the heavenly steel and saw that his shadow seemed to appear on a heavenly steel. It was like an ancient thought, imprinted on the heavenly steel, rushing into his mind. Qin Wentian felt that a terrifying ancient thought was sweeping away his will and destroying his will. Get out! Qin Wentian roared in his heart, and his martial arts will burst out. The perfect martial arts will turn into a strong thought, sweeping away the ancient thought and rushing towards the heavenly steel in the void. Boom! His head trembled violently, as if his martial arts will of power was backfiring, impacting his mind, and trying to destroy his martial arts will of power. Qin Wentian's martial arts will collided with the ancient thoughts of the heavenly steel. Although he stood there calmly, he knew that he was in more danger than before. If he was not careful, his will would be shattered and his martial arts would collapse. The martial arts will of sleep and the martial arts will of demonization burst out crazily. However, 3 figures of him, Qin Wentian, seemed to appear on the 3 heavenly steles, standing there, overlooking him, with cold eyes, holding his martial arts will, incarnating ancient thoughts, and suppressing him. Use my thoughts to suppress me? How can I let you do what you want? Qin Wentian murmured, causing Fan Li and others below to tremble in their hearts. Then, they saw Qin Wentian continue to move forward, walked past the 10th step, and stepped onto the 11th step of the heavenly steel ancient road. This time, Qin Wentian did not stop, and his footsteps stepped forward, holding the strongest thoughts, and competing with the ancient thoughts of the heavenly steel. Dong, dong, dong. Every step he took seemed calm, but it gave people a sense of fear. Looking at Qin Wentian's back, he was so persistent and tenacious. 12, 13, 14, 15. In a blink of an eye, Qin Wentian had already stepped onto the 15 steps of the ancient heavenly monument road. There were still 3 steps left, which was the record of the past 10 years. However, everyone also understood that the next 3 steps would be the most terrifying. Each step could not only hurt people, but could even cut off people's martial arts path and kill their lives. Chapter 339 People. Qin Wentian stopped at the 15th step of the heavenly monument stairs. Everyone looked at his back and couldn't help but tremble slightly in their hearts. Could Qin Wentian's talents surpass those who had walked on the ancient heavenly monument road in the past 10 years and step onto the 18th step of the heavenly monument to tie the record? Sitapo had 3 kinds of martial arts wills that were extremely terrifying. How could he retreat? Similarly, he was born with continuous walking, and his faith was incomparably firm. He, Sitapo, couldn't afford to lose, and couldn't lose. In a blink of an eye, Sitapo and Qin Wentian were parallel, both on the 15th step. Yang Zhen, Zhang Lengfang and other people on the heavenly destiny list, how could they be weaker than the younger generation? They stepped into the heavenly destiny list first, and now on this heavenly monument stairs, although it was open because of the dispute between Sitapo and Qin Wentian, but now that they are here, how can they lose? They are people on the heavenly destiny list, and under the watchful eyes of the public, they can't afford to lose. This battle is a battle of talent and a battle of faith. They all wanted to break the ancient record, and even surpass the 18th step. This would be of great benefit to their future martial arts. In the direction of Zhuan Palace, Li Shihai was also shaken off the ancient road of Xianbei. Only the 2 princesses, Zuanayan and Zhu Yingxin, were still holding on. Duan Qingshan was also holding on. Yan Kuangshen, Chu Meng, and Fanel were still there. There was another person who was surprising, Wang Zhao, who also came to the 13th step, with a strong will, competing with the ancient will. These people are all powerful. In addition to the people on the destiny list, there are actually many people. However, Qin Wentian and Sitapo both stopped. I guess the 15th level is extremely difficult. Qin Wentian closed his eyes. At this time, the ancient will was strong on the Xianbei, and the terrifying force swept wildly. In his mind, it seemed that a terrifying evil demon appeared, wanting to tear him apart. It seemed that it was not an illusion, but a real existence. At the same time, there was a terrible dream force that wanted to make him fall asleep. For the first time, Qin Wentian felt the attack of his martial arts will. His martial arts will turned into a terrifying ancient thought, trying to wipe out his thoughts. At this moment, Qin Wentian seemed to be in an independent space. That space was transformed by his martial arts thoughts. He sat cross-legged, and in the sky, there were 3 of his evil thoughts, his figures. At this moment, his thoughts were fighting against 3 of himself. Ancient thoughts are like power, ancient thoughts are like dreams, and ancient thoughts are like demons. In that thought space, Qin Wentian looked at the 3 figures blocking him, as if it was insurmountable. If you take another step forward, I will break your martial arts will, cut off your thoughts, and kill you. The demon-like ancient thoughts said heavily, with a terrifying demonic aura, as if threatening Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian himself also felt that every step he took, the ancient thought became stronger. If he took another step forward, I'm afraid that this ancient thought would reach its peak. Qin Wentian's obsession closed his eyes. He had 3 kinds of martial arts wills in his body. He ignored the other party's words and continued to sit cross-legged. After a long time, his eyes suddenly opened. His obsession was extremely terrifying and wanted to break through the clouds. There was a sound of dong. A strong wind blew, but Qin Wentian's body did not waver at all. In that space, the ancient thought of Ru Li became stronger again and suppressed it, as if it turned into an ancient mountain and a piece of sky, crushing Qin Wentian's thoughts. Boom! Qin Wentian's thoughts shook wildly, and the ancient thought of Ru Meng invaded. At this time, Qin Wentian actually had the urge to fall asleep. The demon thought attacked again, and Qin Wentian's martial arts will was trembling, but he still opened his eyes and opened his mouth, as if roaring, breaking the world with force, and stepped forward steadily. With a sound of dong, his will was unyielding. The 16th floor, stepped on, steady as a mountain, and his body did not move. Hold on. Everyone was shocked. Qin Wentian had actually reached the 16th floor. Before him, Yang Zhen, Zhang Lengfeng, and Situ Po had reached the 16th floor. Next, your journey has come to an end. Situ Po spoke lightly, and he could even speak. Everyone knew that he was talking to Qin Wentian. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped onto the 17th floor. Everyone was shocked. Situ Po had reached the 17th floor. There was only one floor left to catch up with the ancient record. At this floor, Situ Po's figure stopped, as if he was frozen there, but it was still the highest. I'm afraid that Situ Po will intervene strongly in the battle for the destiny ranking at the end of the year. With his strength, if he can break through to the 9th level of the Yuanfu realm, he will have a chance to challenge the top 10. Situ Po is worthy of being the most amazing genius of the Jiutian sword sect in recent years. He sees the right to practice in the 36 mountains of the Wushuang realm. The Yuanfu realm of the Jiutian sword sect had a short break. Without the Yuanfu genius, Situ Po will step in strongly. Then, Yang Zhen also stepped onto the 17th floor. Zhang Lengfeng was not to be outdone, and released his martial arts will to the extreme. Those who could become Xianjiao figures, their talents and strong wills were beyond doubt. Qin Wentian's body also moved, and he stepped onto the 17th floor. The moment he took this step and stepped onto the 17th floor, his body seemed to be frozen there, and he never moved again. He maintained a movement, as if even his breathing was about to stop. What's going on? Everyone's expression froze. The previous few people were not like Qin Wentian, as if they were dead. 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed, and Qin Wentian still maintained that movement. Until a day later, Wang Xiao was also blasted off the Xianbi ladder, and Duan Qingshan was also shocked when he was attacking the 18th floor, and was swept down and suffered serious injuries. Qin Wentian was still there, not moving. There were fewer and fewer people on the ancient Heavenly Monument Road. Those dazzling geniuses were all knocked down. Only the most dazzling few people in the destiny list were still holding on. Moreover, it tied the record of the past 10 years. In the past 10 years, the ancient Heavenly Monument Road was opened 3 times, and the 18th step was the most. However, more than one person stepped on the 18th step. They were all on the 18th step and could not move forward. 18, doubled, is the number of double nines, the second extreme number of nines. I'm going down. Zhuanzin said with a bitter face. She felt that she could not hold on any longer. The 17th step was her limit. If she continued to move forward, there were 2 possibilities, breaking through her own limit, or being seriously injured. And she felt that the latter was more likely. For Zhuanzin, her obsession was not as strong as others. After all, she was a woman and young. After speaking, Xuanzin pushed forward with both palms, and a strong recoil force shook her back. When her footsteps landed on the ground, her body kept retreating, but she was not injured. This was her own initiative to come down, not being knocked down. Xuanzin, the little princess of Xuan Palace, has reached the 17th floor, which is already very good. Family, he is still insisting on the 17th floor, and Qin Wentian, Chu Meng, and Yuyan Kuongshen, they are all on the 17th floor, and seem to be trapped there, unable to move forward. Zhuan Yan has reached the 18th floor. Her martial arts will is perfect, and extremely powerful. Everyone looked at Zhuan Yan's figure, and then looked at Fan Li. They were afraid that Qin Wentian's fat friend had reached his limit and would lose to Zhuan Yan. After all, Zhuan Yan was a genius in Kangzhou City and ranked 17th on the destiny list. Break. A thunderous roar came out, and the crowd was suddenly startled. Looking up, they saw the sturdy Chu Meng next to Fan Li with his long hair flying. He opened his eyes, and in his eyes, there were arrows piercing the sky monument and a big axe splitting the sky and the earth. He stepped up, and a terrifying martial arts will burst out of his body. A strong heart is indestructible. Chu Meng's pursuit has always been simple. Only by becoming strong can he allow his elder brother to practice and keep him from getting old. The terrifying ancient thought trembled in Chu Meng's mind. His eyes were extremely red. He stood there, roaring to the sky. He was determined. What about the heavenly monument? Who could destroy him? Buzz! It was as if the will of a terrifying arrow burst out from him and turned into a series of brilliant lights. It was the breath of great perfection. He wanted to use a series of great perfection to break the suppression of the ancient thought. This ancient thought became stronger when it met a strong one. Only by sticking to the strongest obsession can it not be swayed, or break through itself. If it loses, it will be extremely miserable. With Chu Meng's madness, if he does not break through, he will probably be killed by the ancient thought. Hold on, Chu Meng, tie the record. I won't lose. At this moment, Fan Li also uttered a voice. He opened his eyes, and his eyes were particularly clear at this moment. On the heavenly monument, there seemed to be the pure face of Xuanzin. Although Fan Li was usually cheerful, he knew that Xuanzin still chose him despite his plain appearance. For this, he was criticized and ridiculed, and even Xuanzin was ridiculed. He always smiled, as if he didn't care, but his heart cared. In order to fight for his pride, he couldn't let Xuanzin suffer those cold stares and be criticized. He didn't want Xuanzin to be pointed at in Xuan Hall. He wanted to prove to everyone that Xuanzin didn't misjudge him. He was a genius, Fan Li. As he took a step, Fan Li seemed to be glowing with golden flames, and a terrifying temperature filled the air. He stepped towards the 18th floor. Buzz! The flames were filled with a terrifying aura, burning his body. The golden arrows burst out crazily from his eyes. The powerful spiritual will penetrated the heavenly monument. The three martial arts wills were sublimated in the flames. He was Fan Li, the fat man Fan Li, and the genius Fan Li. He was bathed in flames and stood on the 18th floor. Haha, it feels so good. Yang Kuangsheng roared, his long hair flying. Fan Li and Chu Meng had done it, how could he be behind? He took a step forward and rushed forward. If he failed, it would be fine if he was seriously injured. Even if he didn't break through, he would use his mind to fight against the ancient mind. If he lost again, how could he be worthy of being Yuyan Kuangsheng? It was not a pity to die. Yuyan Kuangsheng walked up to the 18th floor and tied the record. Awesome! Everyone was amazed. Now, there were not many people on the steps of the heavenly monument. Only Yu Yangzhen, Zhang Lingfeng, Zhuan Yan, and Yu Bufan, the four Xianjias ranked in the top 36 seats of the destiny list, were left, as well as Sitapo, Fan Li, Chu Meng, Yan Kuongshen, and Qin Wentian. There were 9 people, 8 of whom were on the 18th floor, and only Qin Wentian was still on the 17th floor, still not moving. Awesome! Yang Zhen and his 4 are great, of course. Sitapo and Qin Wentian are here to compete, but Chu Meng, Fan Li, Yang Kuongshen and the others, who came with Qin Wentian, are so terrifying. I'm afraid many big forces will be willing to recruit them for today's battle. However, the winner is still undecided. The winner between Sitapo and Qin Wentian, the winner between Zhuan Yan and Fan Li, the winner between Yu Yangzhen and Zhang Lingfeng, they still have an extremely strong belief. Can they continue to move forward? Next, except for Qin Wentian, everyone else only needs one step to surpass the record of the past 10 years. Who can break it? Qin Wentian, who is still at the 17th level, does he still have the chance to beat Sitopo? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 The Final Showdown. The scene on the staircase of the Heavenly Monument gave people a strong sense of shock. 8 people stood on the 18th staircase, and 1 stood on the 17th staircase. Such a grand scene had not been seen in the past 10 years. It is rumored that the 9 steps in the middle test the will of martial arts. If the will of martial arts is not strong and there is no determination to break through, it is impossible to step on it. The will of martial arts of this group of people is not only strong and stable, but also extremely tenacious. Everyone thought in their hearts, but at this moment, they all stopped, and no one continued to move forward. 18, the number of double nines, is a hurdle. It is too difficult to take another step up. Otherwise, in the past 10 years, the Heavenly Monument appeared 3 times, and the geniuses would not have stopped here. Here, the record of the past 10 years was tied. Time passed slowly, and the 9 people kept the same action, as if they had forgotten the time. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed, and they were still there. The will of martial arts in them became stronger and stronger. The 18th staircase is not stable once you go up. If you want to stand there firmly, the will of martial arts must either stick to it or break through it. Otherwise, you will still be knocked down, not to mention the impact of the 19th staircase. On the 18 steps, they were defeating themselves, and their martial arts will was becoming more tenacious. As long as they were not defeated, they would become stronger. Sitopo, all 3 martial arts wills have reached the great perfection. He is only at the 8th level of Yuanfu and has not yet entered the 9th level. All martial arts wills have reached the great perfection. As long as his realm enters the 9th level of Yuanfu, he will definitely have a place in the top 36 seats of the destiny list. Everyone sighed in their hearts. Sitopo was a person who was bound to become a genius. Now he has encountered this opportunity of the Heavenly Monument. How could he not seize this opportunity firmly? The appearance of the Heavenly Monument this time is a great opportunity for powerful evil geniuses, but a nightmare for mediocre people, just like Wu Yangting. The Heavenly Monument rode louder to see what level she was. Wu Yangzhen and Zhang Lengfang are going to attack. At this time, the crowd saw Wu Yangzhen and Zhang Lengfang both starting to charge towards the last 9 steps, and they took their own steps. The 2 of them were ranked 10th and 12th on the destiny list, 2 places apart. Therefore, from the beginning, they had the intention to compete. What awaits them at the last 9th level of the Heavenly Monument? Can Wu Yangzhen and Zhang Lengfang break through themselves and break the record of the past 10 years? Everyone is watching. Puff. Blood flew in the air. Almost at the same moment, Wu Yangzhen and Zhang Lengfang were blown away and flew back from the 18th step. Someone flew in the air and caught their bodies. It was the strong men from the Wu Yang family and the 8 Directions Wind and Thunder sect who took action. They sighed in their hearts. After all, they failed to break the record. However, tying the record was also a testament to their talent. After all, those who could reach the 18th level in the past 10 years were all extremely outstanding people. Zhuan Yan and Yu Bufan saw this scene and knew that they would face the strongest test next. Shumangu Nian, you can't stop me. At this moment, a sigh came out, and then everyone saw Qin Wentian on the 17th level move. His footsteps fell and he walked up the 18th level. Suddenly, his martial arts will was shaken. Ancient thoughts were like power, dreams, and demons. They attacked frantically, but Qin Wentian's will to fight was indestructible. He allowed the storm to come, and allowed the ancient thoughts to be stronger than his will. However, he was unwilling, unyielding, and indestructible. His footsteps were as steady as a mountain, standing on the 18th step, becoming the 9th person to stand on the 18th step. Today, 9 people entered the 18th step, but at this moment, the 2 strongest people, Wu Yangzhen and Zhang Lengfeng, failed to attack the 19th step, leaving only 7 people on the Xianbi step, and all of them were on the 18th step. Zhuan Yan finally made up her mind to continue to attack upwards. With an extremely strong obsession, she stepped onto the 19th step. However, in an instant, she let out a terrified scream, and was thrown out like a kite with a short line. It was miserable. Zhuan Yan failed to attack the 19th step. Now, there are only 6 people left. After that, Yu Bufan also launched an attack, but also failed, leaving 5 people. The 4 great prodigies who ranked in the top 36 on the Destiny ranking all failed to reach the 19th step. This scene was tragic. Sitapo, Qin Wentian, Yan Kuongshen, Chu Meng, and Fan Li. Do these 5 people still have hope? One step away is a chasm. If I take this step, I can look down on the heroes. Sitapo, will not lose, and cannot lose. Sitapo looked up at the heavenly monument, where his figure seemed to be. How could he, Sitapo, lose to Qin Wentian? He could leave the Wushuang realm, but he could not be expelled from the Wushuang realm. He could not afford to lose face. Among the 4 great prodigies in Kangzhou City, none of them were from the Jiutian sword sect. They all failed in their attempts. He, Sitapo, could not lose, for himself and for the Jiutian sword sect. His heart had never been so strong as it was at this moment. He took a step forward. At that moment, Sitapo was covered in cold sweat. It seemed as if he had experienced life and death. He roared, and endless power burst out. The strongest obsession kept himself from extinction. He was Sitapo, and he wanted to win. Boom. Another step, firmly rooted, Sitapo stood on the 19th floor. A terrifying wave swept across the ancient road stairs. His back deeply shocked everyone's heart. That was Sitapo of the Jiutian sword school. He stood on the 19th step and did what Yang Zhen and Zhang Lingfeng and others had not done. He broke the record of the past 10 years. He will become the most dazzling person today. This Xianbei ancient road seemed to be open for him. I won. Yu Bingying had a smile on her face. This was her man Sitapo. Even though she was injured and her body was still shaking, she didn't care. Sitapo became the most dazzling person. She looked at the people in Kangwang Palace and the people in Jiutian sword sect. They would all be proud of Sitapo. She looked at Qin Wentian again. His death was approaching. It seems that a strong person will appear on the destiny list. Yang Zhen looked up at Sitapo and whispered. Zhuan Yan also nodded gently. Sitapo did what she didn't do. If I win, don't interfere with me and Zhuanzin anymore. At this moment, Fan Li's voice suddenly came, causing Zhuan Yan's pupils to shrink slightly. Then she saw Fan Li's footsteps, stepping towards the 19th step, his somewhat fat body trembling slightly. Zhuan Yan, I will definitely beat you. With a roar, Fan Li's feet landed at the same time. With a loud bang, he stood on the 19th step. At this moment, he seemed to be fearless of life and death. His fat body became taller in the eyes of everyone. No one would have thought that Fan Li would walk up to the 19th step. Fan Li. Zhuanzin looked at the back, with a hint of hot water in his beautiful eyes. With a puffing sound, blood splashed on Fan Li's body, but he still stood there, refusing to waver. Zhuan Yan, did I win? Fan Li's voice floated over. Zhuan Yan looked at the body that was bleeding continuously. Her heart was deeply shocked. She opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. Swish. Blood continued to splash out, and Fan Li's arm seemed to be broken. Senior sister. Zhuangxin looked at Zhuan. Tears kept flowing. Zhuan nodded gently and said to the sky, I lost. Bang. As soon as she finished speaking, Fan Li's body flew down and lay horizontally in the void. Zhuangxin rushed out and helped Fan Li land on the ground. Fan Li smiled at her and said, Zhuangxin, you didn't see this genius wrongly, did you? Yes, no, I didn't see it wrongly. 2 lines of clear tears fell and dripped on Fan Li's face. Fan Li closed his eyes and fainted with a smile. Fan Li became the second person to break the record. Although he only paused for a very short moment, after all, he stood on the 19th step and broke the record of the past 10 years. Chu Meng also launched an attack, roaring and roaring, but he failed. Although defeated, he had no regrets. He did his best. Yang Kuangsheng also charged forward. The moment he stepped onto the 19th step, he cursed, "Fuck, I'm done playing." After he finished speaking, he was also shaken down, but he had prepared his defense first and was not seriously injured. He cursed, "Is this heavenly monument for people to play with?" It was too cruel. He felt like he was about to die, and it was a real death. The miserable appearance on Fan Li's body was definitely not an illusion. There were only the last 2 people left on the heavenly monument stairs, Sitapo on the 19th step and Qin Wentian on the 18th step. The heavenly monument was originally open for them. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but in the end, There were only the two of them left. But, can Qin Wentian really fight Situpo? That one step away is a chasm. How many people have fallen on that step? Yang Zhen, Zhang Lingfeng, Zhuan Yan, Yu Bufan, none of them rushed forward, only Situpo did it. Family, he was halfway there. He fought for love, fought to not bring shame to Zhuanzin. He told Zhuan Yan, told Zhuanyu Temple, told the people of Kangzhou City that he, Fan Li, was no worse than any genius. After Situpo stood firm, he turned his head, looked at Qin Wentian, looked down at him, and said calmly, "One step away, there is a chasm, and the chasm between you and me is definitely more than one step." After the voice fell, Situpo walked up again and stepped onto the 20th step. Huh? The crowd took a deep breath, their hearts were shaken. Situpo, still moving forward. But Qin Wentian closed his eyes, as if he was still struggling on the 18th floor. Is this duel really necessary? 3 days passed, Qin Wentian was still the same. 10 days passed, Qin Wentian was still the same. A month passed, Qin Wentian was still the same. Situpo stepped onto the 21st floor, leaving Qin Wentian 3 floors behind, 3 insurmountable gaps. However, they discovered that the demonic energy on Qin Wentian, who was standing there with his eyes closed, seemed to be gradually getting stronger. Only when his will was perfect could he fight against the ancient thoughts of the heavenly monument. At that time, he would charge forward in his strongest state. Chapter 332, Reaching the Summit. Time passed, and many people left. Yang Zhen, Zhang Lingfeng and others went to practice in seclusion, and did not stay here any longer. Many people from powerful forces also left. There were only 2 people left on the Xianbui ancient road, Situpo and Qin Wentian. No matter how far Situpo could reach, they would know that they did not need to guard here every day, unless they were those who were closely related to Situpo. For example, people from the Jiutian sword sect and the Kangwang Palace. In addition, Yan Kuangshen, Chu Meng, Fan Li and others were also there. After 2 months, the injuries of those injured had long been healed, but Qin Wentian was still there indifferent, which made Fan Li and others quite helpless. Now, there were constant doubts about Qin Wentian. Was he going to stay there and not attack? Until Situpo left? Now, Situpo had reached the 23rd step, and seemed to be practicing with his eyes closed on the step. Not many people believed that Qin Wentian could win. The outcome of this game was already determined. It was so difficult to reach the 23rd level from the 18th level. How long will Qin Wentian practice? Zhuanzin whispered beside Fan Li. She was also with Fan Li. The people from Zhuanyu Temple did not deliberately make things difficult for him and Zhuanzin because of Fan Li's outstanding performance. Although this did not mean that they agreed to his and Zhuanzin's relationship, it at least proved that Fan Li had taken a step forward and prevented Zhuanyu Temple from breaking them up immediately. Could it be that he deliberately waited until the end of the year? By then, Situpo would definitely go to Kangzhou City. In this way, even if Qin Wentian lost, he could still survive and save his life. Not far away, Yu Bingying spoke coldly. She had been paying attention to Situpo, her pride. Similarly, she wanted to see the end and see Qin Wentian lose. Boom. At this moment, on the steps of the heavenly monument, Situpo exuded a strong aura. He stood straight and looked up at the heavenly monument. Cultivation, the 9th level of Yuanfu, martial arts will, the 3 types of martial arts will, all reached perfection. From today on, he will be truly qualified to challenge the top seed of the destiny list. Now, he is no less than many people. Breakthrough. Yu Bingying's beautiful eyes were full of light and she smiled. From today on, Situpo will no longer be a quasi-prodigy, but a real prodigy. He may even be the most talented prodigy in the current generation of the Jiutian sword school. Zhuan Yan and Li Shibai were also there. When they saw Situpo's breakthrough, they sighed in their hearts. Situpo was amazing. Speaking of which, I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, there would be no ancient road of the heavenly monument. I wouldn't have reached the perfection of martial arts will so quickly, and at the same time, my realm reached the 9th level of Yuanfu. I thought that this should be achieved before going to Kangzhou City. Now, I will have more time to prepare. Situpo spoke calmly, making everyone sigh. The fight between Qin Wentian and Situpo allowed the old man Washuang to borrow the heavenly monument. Unexpectedly, it made Situpo successful. Situpo, I really have to thank Qin Wentian. Li Shibai said calmly. Zhuan Yan nodded gently, afraid that Situpo now could directly threaten her. When this person was in the 8th level of Yuanfu, his fighting power was already extremely terrifying. At this time, Sitopo spoke again. However, although I want to thank you, I will still kill you when the ancient road of Xianbi ends. After that, Sitopo stepped forward again, with an extremely terrible obsession in his heart. Sitopo walked up the 24 steps and reached a terrifying height. The ancient road of Xianbi is too difficult. This step can overlook so many heroes. Sitopo sighed deeply, and then he was seen sitting cross-legged and actually sitting on the ladder. 24 steps of the ancient road of Xianbi. Yu Bingying had a strong smile on her face, except Sitopo, who can do it. As her voice fell, she saw a figure in white walking in the distance. This figure in white was like a person from the outside world, out of the world and floating, with a bit of cold breath on his body. She was seen walking slowly towards the stairs of the heavenly monument. 1 step, 1 stair, 9 steps, and when she spat out blood, her white clothes were not stained. It's her. Yu Bingying's beautiful eyes condensed, and Li Xiaoyu and others all stared at her. Yun Mengai, dressed in white as snow, was as cold as ice. She was elegant, like an iceberg snow lotus, not involved in the world, but tonight, she also appeared here, walking towards the ancient road of the heavenly monument. In a blink of an eye, she had reached the 18th step, shoulder to shoulder with Qin Wentian. So strong. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were blank. Yun Mengai also had the right to practice in the 36 mountains. She walked up the 18th step in a very short time. How tough her heart must be, and how strong her martial arts will must be. Moreover, she did not stop, but continued to move forward, walking up the 19th step, the 20th step. Soon, she had reached the 24th step, on par with Sitopo. Sitopo's pupils contracted, his heart was shaken, and he looked at Yun Mengai in shock. How could it be? Not long ago, he boasted that the ancient road to the heavenly monument was so difficult. With a step, he could overlook so many heroes. Yun Mengai's footsteps did not stop. She continued to walk up, 25 steps, 26 steps, and finally, she stopped and stood there, like a fairy in the dust, arrogant. Sitopo had wasted so much energy to reach that step, and defeated so many heroes. Finally, he reached the 24th step under the heavenly monument. However, Yun Mengai, who was as cold as ice, surpassed him in less than half an hour. Such a scene made everyone who stayed behind sluggish. Sitopo was not convinced, and he wanted to fight. With an extremely strong obsession, he continued to go up. He stepped onto the 25th step, only 1 step away from Yun Mengai, but he hesitated at this step. At this time, Qin Wentian, his figure, finally moved. Qin Wentian, he's moving. He's ready to attack the 19th floor. Everyone's eyes instantly fell on Qin Wentian. They saw that the demonic aura on him was stronger than before. It felt as if his life was like a demon. He took a step forward and landed on the 19th step. 9 rays of light fell from the heavenly monument and descended on Qin Wentian. These 9 rays of light could not be avoided. Puff. A light sound came out, and 9 rays of light fell. Qin Wentian's body twitched slightly. He finally understood why so many geniuses were defeated at this level and could not jump over. Flesh and blood, mundane thoughts, and fragile lives, how can they not fear life and death? Just ask, who can have such courage and persistence? A sharp pain spread through his body, and Qin Wentian's heart went cold. In an instant, blood fell from a certain part of his chest, and a bloodstain appeared there. He finally knew what Fan Li had experienced and endured. Is this true or false? If it is true, why is he not dead? If it is false, where does the blood come from? Why does the severe pain occur? True and false, it is just a thought. Qin Wentian, he moved forward again, took the 2nd step, and walked towards the 20th step. There is no doubt that Qin Wentian did it, becoming the 3rd person after Sitopo, Yun Mengai, and Fan Li, who can stand firmly on the 19th step. On the 20th step, a ray of light pierced through Qin Wentian's chest and pierced his heart. If you have not experienced this feeling, you will not understand it. At this moment, his thoughts determine his life and death. 1 step back means death. Qin Wentian smiled and continued to move forward. He already understood what kind of terrifying ancient thought he was facing at this moment. If the heart is not strong enough, you will die. If the mind is shaken, you will die. Every step was a contact with death. If his faith had wavered just now, the sharp blade that pierced his heart would have become a reality. And he would have really died, just like those people who were injured when they broke through the 19th floor. No wonder the geniuses retreated, no wonder Ouyang Kuangsheng cursed, no wonder Fan Li fought hard for that ray of obsession and was deeply hurt. How could he actually do it? The people below were shocked. They saw Qin Wentian going up step by step without stopping. He went to the 21st floor, the 22nd floor, the 23rd floor, the 24th floor, the 25th floor. He went up in one breath just like Yun Mengai. At this moment, he and Situpo were parallel. Who said he lost? Being surpassed by Yun Mengai and caught up by Qin Wentian, Situpo's smile disappeared. He no longer had the confident look he had not long ago. He was stunned and shocked. How could their faith be so strong? Why was their will so tenacious? You lost. Qin Wentian said calmly. Situpo's expression changed and he said coldly, even if you come here, what qualifications do you have to say that I lost? Your faith has been shaken. Qin Wentian's voice fell, and he walked forward. He walked up to the 26th floor. At this moment, he was on par with Yun Mengai and surpassed Situpo. Awesome! Fan Li exclaimed in a low voice. Such a counterattack was really refreshing. On the Xianbei ancient road, it is not only Situpo. Now, he is just the last one. Fan Li looked at Yu Bingying, as if to refute the other party's words just now. There are 24 steps on the Xianbei ancient road. Who else can do it except Situpo? If you can do it, how can I fail? Situpo said, and then he also walked up. The pain of the 26th floor was unspeakable. The thoughts were cut off bit by bit, and the obsession was peeled off bit by bit, but he still stood. Ah! A painful scream was heard, and blood flowed from Situpo's eyes. He was unwilling to give up, and there was an extremely strong determination in his eyes. Finally, the blood stopped and he stood firm. Taking a deep breath, Situpo's body trembled slightly. He stood on the 26th floor of the Xianbei ancient road. He did it. 3 people, level, the 26th floor of the Xianbei ancient road. The last floor. The people below were trembling violently. They witnessed such a historic scene. Fortunately, they did not leave. The 3 people were only one step away from the highest point of the Xianbei ancient road. However, who dared to take this step? Yun Mengai took the lead and walked out. In an instant, 3 pieces of Xianbei, endless ancient thoughts, poured down and landed on her delicate body. In an instant, the crowd saw a horrified scene. Yun Mengai's body seemed to be peeled off bit by bit. Countless rays of light fell on her body, wanting to destroy her body and turn her into ashes. Puff! Blood burst out. Yun Mengai fell down, blood finally dyed her white clothes red. She rolled down the steps of the heavenly monument, rolling down layer by layer. The whole person turned into a bloody person. Yun Mengai can be said to be the most dazzling person since the opening of the heavenly monument ancient road. She used the shortest time to be only one step away from the last floor, but she was also the most miserable person. She kept rolling down the steps, her white clothes stained with blood, making people unable to bear to look at her. Is she alive or dead? Situpo's heart was trembling. Yun Mengai's miserable condition made his faith waver again. He almost collapsed on the 26th floor, but Yun Mengai was in a much better condition than him when she stepped on this floor. However, it was still like this at this moment. What would happen if he took another step? No matter how firm the faith is, it will waver in the face of life and death. You are scared. Qin Wentian spoke calmly. Situpo's expression froze. He stared at Qin Wentian beside him and said, no one can do this last step. At least, I want to try. Qin Wentian had never been so calm before. He wanted to be in the top 3 of the destiny ranking and go to the Dangwon Palace. There would be so many thorns in his future. At least today, he couldn't afford to fail. How could he fail? Do you know who you are? A voice resounded in Qin Wentian's mind. A smile appeared on his face. Who is he? He is Qin Wentian. He walked up the last step. He encountered everything that Yun Mengai encountered. He let the endless ancient thoughts peel off his body. He stood with a smile and looked up at the heavenly monument. Your thoughts can't destroy my body, your thoughts can't destroy my will, your thoughts can't move my heart. Qin Wentian looked at the heavenly monument and slowly said, I am Qin Wentian, and my life is like a demon. P.S. Happy Chinese Valentine's Day, brothers. Chapter 333 Reenacting History. I am Qin Wentian, my life is like a demon. Qin Wentian stood under the heavenly monument and whispered softly, but his voice was so firm. The life of a demon is so tenacious. The powerful ancient demon can survive as long as it has a breath. Qin Wentian has only gone through a short journey in his life, but he has experienced life and death several times, and he has been surrounded by dangers. His life is as tenacious as a demon and he can always escape death. Today, let alone the battle with Sitopo, how can he lose to the ancient thoughts of the heavenly monument? This ancient thought can't kill him. The stairs of the heavenly monument, the 27th floor, reached the top. The people below looked into the void, and huge waves arose in their hearts. Sitopo, who was the first to go up forcefully, was still hesitating. Yun Mengai, who was extremely talented, was crushed and blasted down, suffering terrible injuries. However, Qin Wentian, the last person to step up, climbed to the end of the ancient road of the heavenly monument with unparalleled obsession. He stood there, as if he could reach out and touch the heavenly monument. How could this happen? Yu Bingying couldn't believe it. Qin Wentian actually stood firm. He was right under the heavenly monument. His back was bathed in the starlight of the heavenly monument. He let the power penetrate his body, but he remained motionless. Zhuan Yan, Zhuan Zin, Li Xiaoyu and others all looked up at this incredible scene. Did Qin Wentian accomplish this feat that no one had ever accomplished today? Zhuan Yan had personally felt the power of the 19th step. She knew how terrible it was there. Qin Wentian was on the 27th step. She seemed unable to imagine how terrifying it would be there. However, Qin Wentian did it. Is human will born with nature or tempered by the world? Zhuan Yan murmured, as if asking herself. She didn't know. She was born into a big family, with outstanding talent and was the apple of her eye. Later, she went to the Zhuan Palace to practice and experienced a lot. She was gifted and had no shortage of practice resources. However, the Zhuan Palace would still let her execute dangerous people and let her compete with other outstanding people. She was able to stand out all the way and become the princess of the Zhuan Palace. In addition to her talent, she also had a tenacious heart. But why is there still such a gap between her and Qin Wentian? This makes her wonder, is it really better to practice in a powerful family or sect than to wander around and practice hard? Qin Wentian, I don't seem to have heard which sect he belongs to. It should be acquired. Zhuangxin muttered. A person's innateness may determine his talent, but a person's achievements are definitely not determined by the word talent. Whether one's will is strong or not has nothing to do with innate talent. Yun Mengai sat on the ground, her body was seriously injured. She had closed her eyes to regulate her breath, but now she opened her eyes. In her beautiful eyes, a faint smile appeared at this moment. However, I am afraid that no one understands the meaning of this smile. Yan Kuongshen, Fanel, Chu Meng and others were shocked, but naturally they were also very happy. Qin Wentian has reached the end of the ancient road of the Xianbei. Does Situpo dare to take that step? Situpo watched Qin Wentian reach the top, and he was shaken. He is the third person of this generation to have the right to practice in the 36 mountains of the Wushuang realm. Yun Mengai and Qin Wentian have both taken that last step. Does Situpo not dare? Qin Wentian stood there, calm as he was. However, from Yun Mengai's performance, it can be predicted that Qin Wentian is not as simple as he looks. At this moment, he doesn't know what he is going through. If he takes this step, he may stand there like Qin Wentian, endure thousands of severe pains, and be able to endure it as long as his original intention remains unchanged. He may also be like Yun Mengai, being blasted and rolling down, being seriously injured. Of course, there is another possibility. If the heart is fragile, perhaps he will die on the spot. If I don't take this step, I will feel uneasy. Situpo is also a rare genius. He asked himself if he wanted to overcome his fear and the thought of retreat. He wanted to make his will tough again and his obsession strong again. In fact, he and Qin Wentian have both gained great benefits from today's battle. He entered the 9th level of Yuanfu, and all three martial arts wills entered perfection. Qin Wentian was able to break through the 18th step. His martial arts will must have undergone a transformation, and his state of mind had also experienced a sublimation. A strong opponent may sometimes destroy the other party, and it is also possible to achieve mutual success. In this battle, he and Qin Wentian achieved each other. Without Qin Wentian and Yun Mengai, he probably would not have made his heart so tough and walked all the way here. Similarly, without him, whether Qin Wentian could reach the top was also a variable. If he stopped at the 18th floor, perhaps Qin Wentian would lose faith when he reached the 19th floor. Just like Fan Li, he was determined to fight Zhuan Yan and fight for Zhuan Zin. Jiutian stopped at the 18th floor, and he tried his best to step onto the 19th floor and was seriously injured. However, was that really his limit? Can he break through that limit? Since he was already there, why couldn't he stand firm? Because Jiutian admitted defeat, and then Fan Li was blasted down from the 19th floor. Finally, Situpo took the last step, but when he really took this step, he knew what Yun Mengai had experienced. In just a moment, Situpo was blasted down, and his body was instantly covered in blood. His heart was beating wildly, and he almost exploded and died. Let me ask you, when your heart is about to break and your will is cut off, can you really keep your heart still? Situpo was blasted down and lay on the ground. Yu Bingying rushed to him and supported Situpo's body. However, Situpo grabbed Yu Bingying's arm and sat up. Although he was covered in blood, his eyes were still looking at Qin Wentian above. How did he do it? In the past 10 years, the Xianbui Ancient Road has been opened 3 times, which has facilitated the people of Kangzhou City. However, even if those outstanding figures in the past 10 years have had the opportunity to step on this Xianbui Ancient Road, they may not be able to do what I did. How many people can do this last step? Situpo looked at Qin Wentian's back. At this time, a complicated look appeared in his eyes. I lost. Situpo said in a low voice. You didn't, it was just a thought, it's nothing. Yu Bingying comforted. If you lose, you lose. It's not a thought. Give me another chance, I still can't do it. Situpo whispered. This was the first time he lost in his life. Yu Bingying's heart trembled fiercely. She looked up and looked at Qin Wentian. He was still standing under the heavenly monument. Situpo lost to him. Before, she heard that he was talented and had the right to practice in the 36 mountains. Yu Bingying wanted to meet him. At that time, she didn't care too much about him. However, today, he defeated her pride, Situpo. This was the first time Yu Bingying heard the word defeat from Situpo. Situpo, it's just a defeat. With your talent, don't let it affect your state of mind. Yu Bingying saw Situpo's expression and was worried that his will would be hit. Don't worry, my heart is strong. Situpo stared at Qin Wentian in the void, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This man's will is more formidable than mine. It doesn't matter whether he is expelled from the Wushuang realm, but this boy must die. Situpo said in a low voice, his expression firm, with a hint of strong murderous intent. After this battle, he admired Qin Wentian, but this did not affect his determination to kill Qin Wentian at all. In fact, it made his obsession even stronger. Qin Wentian must die. But, Wushuang old man. Yu Bingying said in a low voice. Qin Wentian stood at the highest point. This competition was decided by Wushuang old man. If he wanted to kill Qin Wentian at this time, Wushuang old man might participate. I know, I will heal my wounds first. Situpo said, and then he closed his eyes and recovered from his injuries at ease. Although the defeat was a bit of a blow to him, it did not affect his heart. He reached the 26th floor, only one step away from reaching the top. He had nothing to regret, and he would not have any demons in his heart. Moreover, if he thought about it in a positive way, his strength had been improved during the process of reaching the top, which was not a good thing. As long as Qin Wentian dies, then everything will come to a perfect end. As for his damaged reputation, he still has a chance to redeem it. The trip to Kangzhou City, the ancient capital of Daxia, and the battle for the destiny list. He will be on the destiny list with great strength. At that time, who will question him, Situpo? As for Qin Wentian at this moment, what he is experiencing at this moment is far more complicated than everyone imagines. At this moment, his thoughts have actually entered the heavenly monument. The ancient thoughts of the heavenly monument, this heavenly monument has its own thoughts. Qin Wentian was shocked. At this moment, in front of him, there was a vast ancient imperial city, majestic and magnificent. What shocked Qin Wentian even more was that this ancient dynasty seemed familiar. In the past, among the little people in the stars, I saw the dead ghost father taking a woman away from an imperial city. It seems that it was here. Qin Wentian remembered a scene a few years ago. He seemed to be responding to that scene. Suddenly, his body trembled violently. That beautiful woman, it seems to be her. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian's heart was in great turmoil. How could it be? What is going on? Looking forward, this ancient dynasty is more gorgeous than in his memory. On the steps paved with green jade, there is a figure holding a long sword. The figure stands there, with long hair flying, full of indomitable power. It is a woman, a woman whose beauty makes people feel dazzling. She stands there, as if she has amazed the world. On the steps, the army is approaching, among which there are 9 people leading. These 9 people have an incredibly powerful aura, but when they look at the woman in front of them, there is still a touch of admiration in their eyes. Princess Xianyu, the dynasty has been destroyed, Daxia is divided into 9 parts, don't resist anymore. One of the 9 people slowly spoke, looking at Princess Xianyu with a look of undisguised greed. If Qin Wentian had read the ancient files about the disappearance of the Great Xia dynasty, he would know that Princess Xianyu is the last princess of the Great Xia dynasty and the most talented person in the history of the ancient Great Xia dynasty. There are many rumors about Princess Xianyu's ending in the current Great Xia dynasty, but most of them tend to be extremely miserable. Princess Xianyu has a peerless appearance and amazing talent. She is unparalleled in the Great Xia dynasty. How can she not be insulted when she falls into the hands of those people? Whenever people who have read the history of the ancient Great Xia dynasty read the story of Princess Xianyu, they can't help but feel heartbroken. However, today, Qin Wentian actually witnessed a historical scene in the Xianbai with his own eyes. Chapter 334, The Heavenly Monument. Although Qin Wentian didn't know much about the demise of the Great Xia dynasty thousands of years ago, he had heard that the Great Xia dynasty didn't have the Jiutian city, nor did it have so many overlord-level forces. The Great Xia dynasty unified the world, with vast territories and countless powerful people, all under the rule of the Great Xia dynasty. The Great Xia dynasty was once so powerful that no one could compete. Later, when the Great Xia dynasty was divided into 9 parts, Jiutian city was established. After that, the major overlord-level forces began to rise and divide the Great Xia dynasty. As for the ancient dynasty today, it is no longer the ancient dynasty of the past. Many years ago, when the Great Xia dynasty was divided into 9 parts, it marked the demise of the ancient dynasty. Now there is only one lineage left in the rumor. As for the truth of the rumor, it remains to be verified. Therefore, when Qin Wentian saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but tremble slightly in his heart. What kind of treasure is this Xianbai? It actually records the scene of the demise of the ancient dynasty. So, doesn't this mean that this Xianbai is a relic of the ancient dynasty? Qin Wentian thought to himself. It turns out that the Xianbai temple, which has been in Kangzhou city for many years, actually has a secret. When did this Xianbai temple appear in Kangzhou city? Many doubts emerged in his mind, but at this time Qin Wentian was still looking at the scene in front of him. Princess Xianyu had a terrifying aura that rushed straight to the sky, and there seemed to be a real dragon entwined on her sword. Princess Xianyu, do you want the Great Xia dynasty to be wiped out from now on? The cold voice came out of the man's mouth, making Princess Xianyu look desperate. The man walked in front of Princess Xianyu, looked at her stunning figure, and said greedily, Princess, you know, I have admired you for a long time. Princess Xianyu's face was pale, biting her lips tightly, and her expression was extremely cold. Are you willing to leave offspring for us? They will inherit our position. They will be the only remaining bloodline of the emperor in the Great Xia dynasty. The middle-aged man looked at Princess Xianyu and said loudly. Princess Xianyu's face became even paler, and the hand holding the sword was shaking. Does she want to leave bloodline for the Great Xia dynasty? Is the Great Xia dynasty really going to end with her? If you agree, put down the sword in your hand. The man spoke calmly. Princess Xianyu's body trembled, and she was in great pain. Her heart seemed to be in purgatory. She was unwilling to accept it. She could not die until the thieves died. With a slight sound, the sword fell to the ground. A smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Princess Xianyu is the most amazing genius of the Great Xia dynasty. Now, she also surrendered to them. From now on, the Great Xia dynasty would change, and the dynasty would no longer exist. With a wave of his hand, in an instant, except for 9 people, everyone else left. The middle-aged man walked forward slowly, stepped forward, and stepped into the hall. He was full of vigor and vitality. From now on, he would be the master of this vast ancient dynasty, and his 9 major forces would share this vast dynasty together. Princess Xianyu's tears slowly flowed down her cheeks. Great Xia, after all, is it impossible to save? Will it perish in her generation? Although she hated it in her heart was extremely tenacious. She swore that even if it took 1,000 or 10,000 years, she would still avenge this. Destroy the Jiutian divine steel and divide it into 9. The 9 of us will each get 1. The middle-aged man whispered, and the 8 people behind him turned and faced the divine steel standing outside the ancient palace of the Great Xia dynasty. The 9 unique skills of the Great Xia dynasty will be the only ones of the 9 sects from now on. Although the Jiutian divine steel is destroyed, it will not be destroyed. Then the 9 of us will never meet again, and the divine steel will no longer exist. The man waved his hand and then took Xia Xianayu to the hall. Then, a rumbling sound was heard, and the other 8 people were attacking the Jiutian divine steel. This was the last scene, which had a great impact on Qin Wentian. He seemed to have guessed several pieces of information. First, the scene in front of him was recorded in the last moments of the Jiutian divine steel, which meant that the 3 divine steel above his head was the Jiutian divine steel that was divided into 9, but 3 of them were collected here. Secondly, the 9 provinces of the Great Xia dynasty probably came from this. Poor Princess Xianayu, who was insulted like this. As for what happened to her later, it seems to be a mystery. As for what the middle-aged man said, the destruction of the Jiutian divine monument, the 9 unique skills of the Great Xia dynasty, the 9 of them, could it mean that the 9 of them practiced the 9 unique skills of the Great Xia dynasty, and these 9 unique skills were on the Jiutian divine monument? They made the 9 divine monuments never meet again and never reunite. Who? The thought withdrew. Qin Wentian took a deep breath, and another wonderful state of mind pressed on him. Qin Wentian suddenly moved, the light shone, the Huangquan stone monument appeared, and then it was suspended in the air, and a heart-pounding breath of blood permeated from it. Can your flesh and blood body withstand your force? Qin Wentian remembered the ancient thought of the Xianbai, force, that is the attack of force, and then, it is the attack of martial arts will. And the Huangquan stone monument is the attack of blood power. However, he was in control of the yellow spring steel, so the power it exerted was not strong enough. The yellow spring steel was obtained by Emperor Kang, and then controlled by Fairy Queen Mei, who placed it on the road of the immortal trial, setting up the yellow spring ancient road, which was also a test of people's talents and will. This. Qin Wentian was shocked. The yellow spring steel that Emperor Kang obtained was also a piece of the Jiutian divine steel. However, there were still some unsolved doubts. Did the 9 veins no longer exist? There were 3 pieces of the Jiutian divine steel here. Why did no one come here to rob them? Could it be that the owner of the Xianbai temple was so powerful? In addition, after the Jiutian divine steel was separated, it was clearly controlled by people, just like he could control the yellow spring steel to exert powerful power. Then, were the ancient thoughts in these 3 pieces of the Xianmen really the ancient thoughts of the Xianmen itself? Or was it controlled by humans? Of course, the most important mystery was, what did all this have to do with him? He was less than 20 years old, and his dead father must have died after he was born, and it was impossible for him to be a person thousands of years ago. Why did he come here in the end, in front of the heavenly steel? Was everything just a coincidence? This is impossible. Because the woman that the dead ghost father took away from the Great Xia dynasty looked very much like someone, Yun Mengai. Forget it, such an opportunity, it would be a waste if I don't practice well. Qin Wentian couldn't solve the doubts in his heart, so he had to abandon all distractions and practice with his eyes closed. Fortunately, the ancient thoughts of the heavenly steel weakened, otherwise his state of mind would be shaken just now and he would definitely die. However, this also made him more certain of his guess that the heavenly steel seemed to be controlled and someone was borrowing the power of the heavenly steel. After some time, Qin Wentian put aside all distractions and practiced at ease. After experiencing a baptism of transformation of his state of mind, it was absolutely the most appropriate time to impact the realm. Sitapo broke through under such conditions, and he could do it too. The ancient thoughts of the heavenly steel weakened. Below, Fan Li and others were shocked. Well, what's going on? Yang Kuangsheng showed a puzzled look. He was puzzled. Sitapo was also puzzled, but he was still recovering from his injuries and didn't think too much. However, at this moment, Yun Mengai's beautiful eyes flickered, and she sighed in her heart as she looked at the figure on the ancient road of Xianbai. You lost. A voice suddenly floated into Yun Mengai's ears. No one noticed it, only Yun Mengai heard it. Yun Mengai nodded gently, she knew that she lost. Of course, she didn't come here to help Qin Wentian today. Like Sitapo, she came to compete with Qin Wentian. However, she lost. She didn't reach the top level and get the Jiutian divine steel that belonged to her. Since you lost, from now on, you will assist him and be loyal to him. I won't humiliate you. You will accompany him on this trip to the Great Xia Dynasty. You are more familiar with that place than he is. This voice came again. Yun Mengai looked up and looked at Qin Wentian. Perhaps, this is her destiny. This time, the practice was surprisingly smooth. It took Qin Wentian less than a month to break through the shackles of the 6th level of Yuanfu and enter the 7th level of Yuanfu. Not only him, but those who stepped onto the ladder of the heavenly steel have made progress, especially those who stepped onto the 18th ladder. They have experienced a sublimation of martial arts will and a transformation of spirit. Their strength has been significantly improved. Now, Chu Meng has entered the 8th level of Yuanfu, Yang Kuangsheng and Fan Li have both reached the 7th level of Yuanfu, and even Yang Kuangsheng is already trying to reach the 8th level of Yuanfu. Moreover, their martial arts wills have all undergone transformations. Yun Mengai is definitely not to be ignored. When she came to attack this time, she had already reached the great perfection of all martial arts wills. Now her strength is the 9th level of Yuanfu, and all 3 martial arts wills are great perfection. Of course, the ones who have made the greatest progress are still Situpo and Qin Wentian. Situpo, the 9th level of Yuanfu, has reached the great perfection of 3 martial arts wills, and his state of mind is even stronger. Qin Wentian, the 7th level of Yuanfu, has reached the great perfection of 3 martial arts wills, his mind is unparalleled, and his state of mind is even more unshakable. After hearing about the battle later, those who left were a little depressed. Unexpectedly, they did not see the scene of the 3 people competing. However, Qin Wentian is really amazing. He became the first person and defeated Situpo. However, it was a pity that Qin Wentian's realm was a little low. Now there was almost not much time left until the end of the year. It was impossible for him to impact the destiny ranking at the end of the year. He missed this great event. Of course, Qin Wentian didn't think so. At this time, he stopped practicing, stood up, and had a confident smile on his face. If it weren't for this experience, it would be difficult to improve so much in these short months. Indeed, it gave him a good opportunity. Thank you, senior. Qin Wentian bowed to the old man sweeping the floor next to him and said politely. You did it yourself, why thank me? The old man said casually. Qin Wentian smiled, guessing that this old man might also be an extraordinary person. Junior, take your leave. Qin Wentian bowed and prepared to leave. This heavenly steel is yours, take it away. The old man said casually, which made Qin Wentian's eyes flash. This heavenly steel is the Jiutian divine steel. This old man gave it to him? My master once told me that whoever can walk under the heavenly steel will own it. You have done it, so take it away. The old man seemed a little impatient and said. Qin Wentian was no longer polite and collected all the yellow spring steel and the heavenly steel. However, he wanted to uncover the mystery in his heart, but unfortunately, he could not see through it. Qin Wentian raised his foot and walked down the stairs. The old man was holding a broom and looking at the sky. There was a touch of gentleness in his eyes, as if he missed. The ancient capital, Qinzhou City, Qinshan Pavilion. I don't know how many years ago, Qinshan Pavilion, once known as Qinshan, was a department under the jurisdiction of the ancient Daxia dynasty, observing the celestial phenomena and the fortune of Daxia. At this moment, in Qinshan Pavilion, an old man looked up at the sky. His pupils seemed to have a brilliant look, penetrating the void and looking at the 9 heavens, where there were the stars of Daxia. The demon star is getting brighter and brighter. The stars in Daxia are changing rapidly. The stars are shining brightly, competing for their own strength. However, there is a unified trend in the stars. The old man was shocked. This star phenomenon is rare in 1,000 years. P.S. I recommend Lao Yi's urban novel, The Genius Young Master. If you like urban novels, you can read it. Chapter 335 Kyushu comes to pay homage. Everyone watched Qin Wentian walk down step by step, and their hearts were extremely uneasy. Without the Xianbai Temple, could it still be called Xianbai Temple? The Xianbai was actually given to Qin Wentian. Of course, the people here still didn't know what the 3 Xianbai tablets were, otherwise, it would surely cause another terrifying storm. The Jiutian Divine Monument, named Jiutian, witnessed the rise and fall of the Great Xia Dynasty. In the past, countless heroes of the Great Xia Dynasty had been baptized by it. The Jiutian Divine Monument was like an ancient mirror in a history book. On the Jiutian Divine Monument, the 9 unique skills of the Great Xia dynasty were engraved, but now, one has become 9 and they will never meet again. If Qin Wentian knew more about the history of the Great Xia dynasty, he would know that there are certain forces in the Jiuzhou city of the Great Xia dynasty today, and their unique skills are recorded in the 9 unique skills engraved on the Jiutian Divine Monument in the past. However, although they are still powerful, they no longer have the charm of the past. The ancient Great Xia dynasty was much more powerful than the Jiuzhou city today. It can be said that even if the overlord-level forces in Jiuzhou city united, they would not be as powerful as the ancient Great Xia dynasty. Otherwise, how could the ancient Great Xia dynasty unify the world and control this endless territory? Behind Qin Wentian, the old man sweeping the stairs with a broom, perhaps this will be the last time. Boss, can you lend me the heavenly steel for 2 days? Family saw Qin Wentian coming, squinting and flashing. The powerful heavenly steel actually became Qin Wentian's thing. This is really interesting. Qin Wentian glared at the fat man, walked to Chu Meng and the others, and glanced at them. Their strength has improved. This trip to the ancient heavenly steel road has gained a lot. His eyes slowly turned away, and Qin Wentian looked at Sitapo, Yu Bingying and others. Sitapo also looked at him and said calmly, "See you in Qinzhou city." After he finished speaking, he left with Yu Bingying. Seeing his eyes, Qin Wentian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Sitapo, the killing intent is still there. Then, let's meet in Qinzhou city. I believe that everyone here will go to Qinzhou city one after another. It's not far from the end of the year. Zhuangxin, let's go back. The people from Zhuan Temple were also preparing to leave. Zhuangxin looked at Fanel with her beautiful eyes, and then smiled and said, "You will go to Qinzhou city, right?" "Yes." Fanel nodded. "Then let's meet in Qinzhou city." Zhuangxin smiled sweetly, and then left with Zuanayan and other people from Zhuan Temple. Fanel smiled foolishly and scratched his head. Qin Wentian felt ashamed when he saw this scene. Fatty, spring has come, and people have become stupid. Not far away, the figure in white was also about to leave, but Qin Wentian shouted, "Yun Mengai!" Yun Mengai stopped, and Qin Wentian flashed and came to his side, saying, "I have something to ask you." After that, he directly pulled Yun Mengai's arm forward. Yun Mengai might know something about the doubts in her heart. Yun Mengai frowned slightly, but then she remembered that person, and she was relieved and let Qin Wentian pull her forward. This scene surprised Yang Kuangsheng and family. Too fierce. Yes, very fierce. Yang Kuangsheng nodded. Yun Mengai was as cold as ice, and Qin Wentian actually pulled her to be alone? Qin Wentian and Yun Mengai walked together and asked her, "Who are you?" Yun Mengai looked at him and then said coldly, "Yun Mengai. When I entered the Wuxiang realm, you knew who I was." Qin Wentian stared at Yun Mengai's eyes. Yun Mengai shook off his hand and said, "I am Xia Xianayu." Qin Wentian's eyes suddenly froze, staring at her intently, and said, "Impossible. You don't believe it." Yun Mengai looked at Qin Wentian, a strange smile flashed in her eyes, and said, "I am your sister, do you believe it?" Qin Wentian did not speak. Yun Mengai gave him a very strange feeling at this time. That smile was extremely strange. Her words were not credible at all. I'm afraid only she knew whether it was true or false. "I don't believe it," Qin Wentian said. "In that case, why do you still ask me? I will find you after you arrive in Qinzhou city." After Yun Mengai said this, she walked out and left here. Her temperament was still cold, and no one could guess what she was thinking. Huh? Qin Wentian exhaled a foul breath, still unable to see clearly. Was the person that the dead ghost father brought out from the Great Xia dynasty Yun Mengai? What is the relationship between Yun Mengai and Xia Xianayu? Why did the Jiutian divine tablet eventually fall into his hands? Was it really just because he walked in front of the Tian tablet and got the recognition of the old man? The old man himself was a terrible person, otherwise he would not be able to withstand the Jiutian divine tablet. He said that he was obeying the orders of his master. What kind of person is his master? What's wrong? Yang Kuangsheng and others saw Qin Wentian standing here in a daze, and they all came over. The little guy also jumped into Qin Wentian's arms and arched his head towards him. "It's okay." Qin Wentian shook his head. He himself didn't know his own life experience, and it was useless to tell it. "I don't know if this trip to the Great Xia ancient dynasty can solve the mystery. We should almost leave for Qinzhou city." I'm afraid that the people in Kangzhou City will also leave. Now Kangzhou City is bustling. Yang Kuangsheng said with a smile, with a hint of expectation in his heart. He didn't know how many geniuses would gather for the trip to the ancient capital once every 3 years. People from all the forces in Jiuzhou City of the Great Xia Dynasty would all go there. It's time to leave. There are only a few months left. Qin Wentian felt a little urgent in his heart. Although his strength has transformed this year, it is still unlikely for him to get the top 3 in the destiny list with his current strength. The top 3 are the 3 most powerful people among the peak of countless Yuanfu. There is no doubt that they have achieved the great perfection of martial arts will. Their skills and magical powers are definitely top-notch. There may even be people who have comprehended the second level of martial arts will. Let's go back to the Yang family first. I'm afraid that many people from the Yang family will go there. Yang Kuangsheng said. Qin Wentian naturally had no objection and followed Yang Kuangsheng back to the Yang family again. Yang Kuangsheng reported the situation to his superiors, and the Yang family issued an order that 7 days later, all the people in the Yang family who were qualified to participate in the battle for the destiny ranking would set out for Kangzhou City. At this moment, in the place where Yang Kuangsheng lived, 3 heavenly tablets were seen floating in the void. Qin Wentian, Fan Li, Chu Meng, Yang Kuangsheng and others were all under the heavenly tablets, feeling the ancient thoughts. Force. Use my force to attack my body. Qin Wentian's body hit the empty heavenly tablets. Now he can prove that these 3 heavenly tablets have ancient thoughts and can control the strength of the attack. More powerful, I can withstand stronger forces. Qin Wentian walked in the void, and a loud rumbling sound came out. The terrifying force shook his body, and he spit out blood, but there was a persistence in his eyes. With these 3 heavenly tablets, how can we waste time? They can always feel this oppressive force and challenge their own limits. The Jiutian divine steel, which was used to baptize the royal family members of the ancient Great Xia dynasty, is now used by Qin Wentian to challenge the limit. Yan Kuangshen, Fanil and others are all happy to be abused by the Jiutian divine steel. Although it feels painful, they can feel their own strength and will changing little by little. 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, the people of the Yang family gathered in the vast cultivation field. Here, there are powerful ancient monster mounts, escorting everyone to Kangzhou City. Qin Wentian swept his eyes across the crowd. In the vast cultivation field, there were hundreds of people in the 9th level of Yuanfu. A family has so many people that there will be no shortage of people in any level. Of course, most of these hundreds of people are probably cannon fodder, but it is also conceivable how many people will descend on Kangzhou City this time. Let's go. The head of the Yang family came to see them off in person, watching the monster mount soar into the sky. Although the Yuanfu realm is only the power of the younger generation of a family, anyone who has experienced this baptism and performed outstandingly will become the core of the family in the future. Above the Yang family, demonic energy soared into the sky, and ancient demons flew into the sky, rolling towards the central area of the Great Xia dynasty. The 3 vast ancient cities of Jiuzhou City, Kangzhou City, Wangzhou City, and Bingzhou City of the Great Xia dynasty formed a triangle and were located in the core area of the Great Xia dynasty. Among them, Kangzhou City is the most prosperous. It is the real central region of the entire Great Xia dynasty. Even some countries in the surrounding areas of Kangzhou City are powerful and have many strong people. Although the ancient dynasty was destroyed, the ancient capital is still the most prosperous city in Jiuzhou City. This city has witnessed a rise and fall of the history of Great Xia. In Kangzhou City, monsters keep roaring in from all the major gates, and strong people walk in the void, as if there is no end. Those strong people either walk alone or in groups of 3 or 5, talking freely in the void, looking at this ancient city, their hearts are surging with blood. And the people below, when they look into the void, their hearts are also surging. At this time, above the void, the sword energy is soaring, and a group of sword cultivators are flying on swords. They are dressed in white, like peerless sword immortals, so majestic. This should be the swordsmen from Yanzhou. Sword cultivators come from Yanzhou City. Their attire is clean and simple, and they fly their swords in the air. There are so many monsters over there. Is it the power of Monster City? The Heavenly Demon Sect or the Beast King Palace? Who are those people? Such a strong formation. They are definitely a dominant force. Someone looked at a space where there were many people. Among them, there was a figure standing proudly. Standing there, it seemed that he could be found in the crowd at a glance. He is Hua Takesu. I have seen him. Hua Takesu is the first on the destiny list. But now he has entered the Xiangang realm. He should not participate in the competition for the destiny list this time. However, he is still a legend. Yes, it is the Hua family who has arrived. The force next to it should also be the power of Wangzhou City. I am afraid that there is no other such style except the Danyuan Palace. Many people were amazed. They searched in the Danyuan Palace and saw several outstanding figures. The young man with the golden eyes seems to be Zhang Chen. It is said that he has practiced the Xianzhen technique and his strength has become extremely terrifying. There are also rumors that he deliberately suppressed his realm and did not break through, just for this time, to be number 1 on the destiny list and become famous in Daxia. Who is that woman? She is so beautiful, stunningly beautiful. This woman is Mo Qingcheng, a disciple of Luohi, the daughter of the Dan King. She is a low-key person and few people know her, but she is famous in Wangzhou City. Countless voices were flying in the sky in Qinzhou City, the ancient capital of the Daxia dynasty, where all the 9 states came to pay tribute and the heroes of the world gathered. Naturally, there were endless topics. Chapter 336 Old Friend. In Qinzhou City, all the inns and restaurants are busy. There are too many customers these days. Not only those powerful people have come here, but also people from all sides of the great Xia dynasty. Who doesn't want to see this grand event? At this moment, on the avenue of Qinzhou City, several figures are walking. Among them, there are 2 young women, both of whom are very beautiful and particularly attractive. However, the people behind them exude a faint cold breath, which makes people dare not approach easily. But what is strange is that the person between the 2 beautiful women is actually an extremely ordinary old man with a weak breath, like an ordinary person. Qinzhou City is really prosperous. The old man looked at the towering buildings around him, and his heart was filled with infinite emotion. Thinking of some things he was obsessed with in the past, he couldn't help but laugh. Chu State and Xianyang City were as small as ants in front of the vast Jiuzhou City. The people here who walked casually on the avenue were all people who were high and mighty in his eyes before. The vision has changed, and the heart has also changed a long time ago. Kiksu, you have to work hard and learn from your sister. This world is really too big. Bai Qingsong sighed, and Bai Kiksu nodded. Well, Dad, I will work hard, but I'm afraid it's impossible to catch up with my sister. Sister, you have to have confidence in yourself. The beautiful woman next to her smiled lightly. This woman is tall, slightly taller than Bai Kiksu, and very well proportioned. Her skin is as white as snow. She is a very beautiful woman, but her eyes give people a depth that does not match her age, as if she has experienced many things. This young woman is Bai Kiksu's sister, Bai Qing. She now has an extraordinary status in Zuan'an Palace and has brought her family to Zuan'an Palace. Confidence. Bai Kiksu shook her head gently. I wonder if you will come to the great Xia dynasty. Thinking of him, Bai Kiksu's sister showed a faint smile. She had experienced too many things and she had let go of everything long ago. She also had regrets about the past. Not only her, but also her father Bai Qingsong, had let go of everything and did not blame Qin Wentian for destroying him. It was because of this that Bai Qing reunited with his parents and the family was reunited. Bai Qingsong was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. Sometimes, I really want to go back to the past. If I hadn't done those things for selfish reasons, maybe you and him would have been an enviable couple. Okay, it's all in the past, don't mention it all the time. Bai Qing interrupted, causing Bai Qingsong to smile and shake his head. Don't mention it, it's all in the past. Bai Qing looked into the distance, thinking in her heart that when she was in the Xianqi trial, Brother Wentian broke through to the Yuanfu realm. Now, after so long, her cultivation has reached the 8th level of the Yuanfu. Although it was because of her own hard work and she had experienced a lot of trials, Brother Wentian was better than her, so he shouldn't be worse than her. Thinking of this, a faint smile flashed in Bai Qing's deep eyes. At this moment, she revealed an innocent beauty. Qin Wentian sneezed on the avenue he was walking on, and whispered, "Who is thinking about me? Don't be so conceited, boss." Fan Li curled his lips and said, "You think it's me, someone misses me every day." Qin Wentian rolled his eyes, and the little bastard in his arms also turned over, showing an unbearable movement, which made Fan Li hit it on the head. They arrived in Qinzhou City yesterday, and the fat man suggested going out for a walk early in the morning. There are many restaurants and inns in this area, and the avenue they are on is very spacious, which can accommodate hundreds of people in parallel. There are monsters constantly passing by, and there are shops on both sides, which is very lively. Occasionally on the avenue, you will encounter some arrogant and extraordinary teams, most of which are from big forces and seem very confident. Who are these people? They all have a sharp aura, just like a sword out of a sheath. Qin Wentian saw a group of young people passing by and asked Yan Kuangsheng beside him. The people of Bingzhou City, many forces in Bingzhou City are good at refining weapons, and the skills and magical powers they practice are also complementary to the magic weapons, so they are very aggressive. Yang Kuangsheng responded, in addition, Bingzhou City is not far from Qinzhou City. It is the central city of the Great Xiao dynasty with Qinzhou City and Wangzhou City. The forces are considered to be the strongest, so there is some inexplicable sense of superiority. The 36 overlord level forces in Jiuzhou City should all come, right? Qin Wentian whispered, and Yang Kuangsheng nodded. Of course, the most remote Qingzhou City, Jiutian Palace, and Qingyuan Pavilion. I'm afraid there will be people coming. You should be familiar with it, after all, Chu is the closest to Qingzhou City. Jiutian Palace, it can't be said to be familiar, but he has indeed dealt with Jiutian Palace a lot. Now, if he meets someone from Jiutian Palace, there is something he must clarify. As for Qingyuan Pavilion, the only intersection is Senior Gongyanghong and Jin Mangayu. Now, I don't know how Gongyanghong is now. Not long after Gongyanghong left Chu, he went to Wangzhou City. He was afraid that even if Gongyanghong returned to Chu, he would not be able to find him. Chu. Qin Wentian was worried. Chu, a weak country, had many people he missed and cared about. Danwang Palace, Qingcheng, she will come this time. Qin Wentian said secretly. Mo Qingcheng was highly valued in Danwang Palace and was trained as the most core disciple. Luo he liked her very much. Her strength improvement would definitely not be slower than his. What a good smell. At this moment, a fragrance came, the aroma of wine was mellow. Fan Li took a deep breath, then narrowed his eyes, looking for the source of the fragrance. There. Chu Mang pointed to a luxurious restaurant in front of him. A flag was fluttering there with a few big words written on it, Zuxianju. What a nice name. Yang Kuangsheng said with a smile, let's go over there and have a few drinks. Yes, I want to have a few drinks too. Next to Yang Kuangsheng, Yang Xiaolu blinked her eyes, causing Yang Kuangsheng to glare at her. It has nothing to do with you. We drink and women eat meat. Humph. Yang Xiaolu glared at Yang Kuangsheng and said, when I see Sister Ting, I'll ask her to help me deal with you. The Sister Ting that Yang Xiaolu was referring to was naturally not Yang Ting, but Yang Kuangsheng's fiancée Jiang Ting. As a descendant of the overlord level power in Fengzhou City, Jiang Ting would obviously come too. Tisk, we don't know who will deal with whom. Yang Kuangsheng curled his lips and said. Really? Do you dare to say it again? Yang Xiaolu said disdainfully. If that girl Jiang Ting comes, I will definitely give her a good beating, how about it? Yang Kuangsheng said loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Xiaolu showed a snicker, which made Yang Kuangsheng feel a little bad. He turned around suddenly, and then he saw a beautiful figure standing behind him. Qin Wentian and Fan Li knew who was there without turning back, and looked at Yang Kuangsheng with sympathy. You guys. Yang Kuangsheng knew that he was fooled. These guys seemed to know everything. It was too disloyal. Qin Wentian hadn't seen Jiang Ting since they parted at Xianqi Palace. Now she has matured a bit, standing tall and graceful, and more feminine. Her beautiful eyes moved, looking at Yang Kuangsheng, which made Yang Kuangsheng laugh heartily. Tinger, you are here, why didn't you tell me? This stinky girl didn't tell me either. Humph. Jiang Ting let Yang Kuangsheng hug her empty-handed and walked past him. Yang Kuangsheng followed her tremblingly and said with a smile, I was just joking, just joking. Seeing this scene, Qin Wentian and others laughed, and then walked into Zuxianju together, found a good seat by the window on the second floor, sat down, drank and chatted. The restaurant was full of guests, talking about everything, but at this moment, no one would know what kind of storm that inconspicuous table of people would set off in the Great Xiao dynasty in the future. Outside Zuxianlao, people kept stepping in. At this time, a group of people walked in. There were men and women among these people, all young people, 3 men and 3 women. Among the 3 women, one of them was slightly short and plain-looking, and seemed to have a slight sense of inferiority. She followed behind and didn't say anything. The woman who talked the most was a bit charming, looking around, as if she was particularly shrewd. She was also plump, especially the plump part, with a half-exposed peak, and a piece of snow white, faintly about to come out, making people salivate. However, the most dazzling one was the last woman, who was born sexy, with a pair of beautiful eyes, and red lips slightly closed. She didn't say much, but she was absolutely stunning, as if she had a natural charm, making women jealous. Yang Xia, don't worry, someone will come later, he is a brother from my clan, we will treat him to a meal, let him say a few good words, and it will definitely not be a problem to go to Danwang Palace to practice. One of the young men looked at the woman with half-exposed peaks, and his eyes couldn't help looking at the snow-white ravine, as if he wanted to peek at the scenery inside. How strong is this Danwang Palace? Yang Xia was a little excited, the overlord-level Danwang Palace. In Wangzhou City, the dominant power is Danwang Palace. Everyone in Jiuzhou City is afraid of it. Therefore, all forces need Danwang Palace. Among the many dominant powers, Danwang Palace can be among the top 3. The young man boasted, which was somewhat true. When they talked, they also walked into the second floor and found a seat to sit down. My brother is called Jinggayu. He is talented and became a disciple of Luohi, the daughter of Danwang. When he comes, you should talk to him well. He is a genius of Danwang Palace and a real big shot. The young man said seriously, which made Yang Xia's beautiful eyes shine. She pulled down her clothes, revealing a little more of the snow-white area. This time, it was an opportunity. She inadvertently glanced at the beautiful woman next to her. A hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. This woman was born with a charming body and was more seductive than her. She was a threat. How can you talk? Yang Xia looked at the beautiful woman and asked. Danwang Palace is so powerful, so the assessment is naturally very strict. How can it be done by such means? The beautiful woman said with a smile. When they were talking about Danwang Palace, Qin Wentian looked over there by the window, and his eyes instantly fell on a figure. When he heard her words, a brilliant and simple smile flashed across Qin Wentian's eyes. Very happy and warm. As if she felt something, the beautiful woman turned around, and then her body trembled violently, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be fixed there. Little guy, after a few years of separation, we finally meet again. Chapter 337, Qinzhou City Chen Family. When Qin Wentian left Chu, the situation in Chu had been settled. Chu Wuwei governed Chu, resolved the grievances of all parties, and assisted in the reconstruction of the Emperor Star Academy. Chu ushered in a recovery period after the war. Although the power structure of the major families has changed, it is nothing more than the rise and fall of history. Ru Huan knew that it was no longer necessary to stay in Chu, so she traveled alone on the continent, all the way west. She has been to many countries, including Qingzhou City and Jiuzhou City, and knew that Chu was too small and too weak. In addition, she was born with a charming bone and an innate charm, which made it easy for people to covet her beauty. She faced danger many times. Fortunately, she was a very smart person and was able to protect herself by dealing with various people. But she also knew the importance of strong strength and background. She wanted to join a large sect because she had experienced a lot in the past few years. Although her talent was not weak, she was not strong enough to be dazzling. Only by joining a large force could she better protect herself. After arriving in Qinzhou City, she met some people and traveled with them. Although these people's tone was obviously full of boasting, she still stayed with them and pretended to be nice to them. This was also a way to take care of herself. It was at least much safer than traveling alone. She just listened to what they said about knowing someone in Danwang Palace. Although she wanted to join a big force, she had never thought of joining Danwang Palace. However, Ruahun might not have thought that the other party's words were really half true and half false. The Jinggayu she knew was indeed a disciple of Luo of Danwang Palace. He had accompanied Luo to Chu State and picked up Mo Qingchen. Of course, what surprised Ruahun the most was that she actually met Qin Wentian in the restaurant. The temperament of this little guy is now very different. Ruahun vaguely remembered the situation when she first met Qin Wentian when she went to Xianyang City with her teacher Mo Xiang. At this moment, their eyes met, and both of them showed warm smiles. It was beautiful to meet an old friend in a foreign land, not to mention that the relationship between the two had long been as close as that of siblings. After a long separation, they felt warm and touched in their hearts. It was really wonderful to meet again. Fan Li also noticed Qin Wentian's abnormality. He looked over, and then his eyes lit up instantly. Surprisingly, he saw senior sister Ruohuan here. Jingyu, you're here. At this time, the young man at Ruohuan's table stood up and looked at the stairs. He saw a young man walking up and waking up the smiling Ruohuan. Ruohuan's beautiful eyes flickered, revealing a cunning look. Could these guys really find someone to pretend to be from the Danwang Palace? Thinking of this, she made a gesture of silence to Qin Wentian and Fan Li, and then blinked. Her smile was pleasing to the eye. Qin Wentian glanced at the stairs, and he also saw Jingyu, and couldn't help showing a strange look. Since Jingyu has arrived, then the people from Danwang Palace must not be too far away from here. King Cheng is likely nearby. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian cooperated with Ruohuan's actions, remained silent, turned back to drink, as if he had not seen anything. Jingyu came with a young man. The young man was dressed in gorgeous clothes, handsome and heroic. The moment Ruohuan saw the two people, he couldn't help but reveal a strange color. The two people had extraordinary temperaments, not like liars. It seemed that they really had a foundation. The temperament that was revealed naturally could not be disguised. Jingyu was wearing white clothes, and his temperament was slightly inferior. There was a sad look between his eyebrows, as if he was worried, while the young man next to him was full of energy and vigor. This young man was from the Chen family. Qin's house city, the Chen family, is the oldest family in the Great Xia dynasty, and it existed with the former Great Xia dynasty. There are even rumors that one of the 9 noble families that destroyed the Great Xia dynasty was the Chen family, one of the 9 most relied upon families in the past. After the fall of the Great Xia dynasty, the head of the Chen family opened up a new Chen family in Qin's house city. In the Jiutian city of the Great Xia dynasty, there are 36 overlord-level forces. If the Chen family were to be ranked, it would be no problem for the Chen family to be in the top 3. The Chen family's practice method has the power of the sun to turn the world upside down. The Great Sun Universe Heart method is rumored to be a unique skill of the ancient Great Xia dynasty, with infinite power. Those who practice it will be born with the Great Sun Universe power, have the ability to burn the sky and boil the sea, and have the blood of the sun. When the method blooms, those who get close will die. It is conceivable how fierce and overbearing this method is, and it is difficult for the Great Xia dynasty to find a few methods that can compete with it. Danwang Palace and Chen family have some history. After arriving in Qin's house city, Chen family personally welcomed Danwang Palace and Hui family to stay at Chen family. When Chen Ran saw Mo Qingcheng, he was shocked. In addition, there were many rumors about Luo He's disciple Mo Qingcheng in the major overlord-level forces, which made Chen Ran eager to pursue her. However, he also knew that there were many competitors, and the strongest competitors were Hua Taixu and Zon Chen. However, he heard that Mo Qingcheng had no interest in Hua Taixu and Zon Chen, so he became more active. So he found Luo He's disciple Jingyu and wanted to get acquainted with him. Otherwise, with Chen Ran's identity, he would not be willing to walk with Jingyu. After all, among Luo He's disciples, Jingyu's talent was mediocre and was not valued by Luo He. Chen Ran had a raging fire in his heart, but Jingyu was full of worries. He was now stagnant in alchemy practice, and his master was extremely disappointed in him. He also understood the reason, because of Mo Qingcheng. He was in love with Mo Qingcheng, but he could only look up to her secretly, and he didn't even dare to confess. Now, there were many talented people around Mo Qingcheng, who coveted Mo Qingcheng and even asked him to be a matchmaker, but he couldn't say anything. It's conceivable how bad Jingyu's mood was. In the past few days, he arrived in Qin's house city and got drunk every night. Yesterday, when he was drunk, he met his brother Jingfang from the clan. When he walked to the wine table, Jingfang greeted him, and he just nodded casually. Jingyu, this is Ruohuan and Yangsha. They all want to enter the Danwang Palace. Do you think there is any way? Jingfeng, Jingyu's brother from the clan, gave Jingyu a look. Jingyu sneered in his heart. This Jingfeng was really a playboy. He didn't practice well, and knew how to flirt with women all day long. Now he wanted to use himself to help him play with women, which was ridiculous. Jingyu glanced casually, and ignored the woman next to Yangsha. Yangsha was quite pretty, and flirted with him. She was wearing revealing clothes and had a sexy figure. In his opinion, such a woman was a bit vulgar, and only Jingfeng could be interested in her. Because he often secretly looked at Mo Qingcheng, there were few people who could catch Jingyu's eye now. But when Jingyu looked at Ruohan, his eyes lit up. Ruohan seemed to be born with a charming figure, giving people a strong attraction. Her sexy posture and hot body showed her feminine aura. Although her clothes were not very particular, and not as revealing as Yang Xia, Ruohan was more exciting than Yang Xia. If such a beauty could have a night of romance, wouldn't it be a happy thing? Jingyu looked at the stunning face, and the fire in his heart was burning. Chen Ran was a very capable person. He immediately understood the situation by looking at the looks of these people. He sneered in his heart. He also knew that Jingyu had a crush on Mo Qingchen, which was why he was so sad all day long. When he received him, he was only perfunctory. This woman is pretty. If I hadn't seen Mo Qingchen, I would have been willing to play with her. However, since Jingyu liked her, I will fulfill his wish and let him give up his love for Mo Qingchen as soon as possible so that he can help me. Chen Ran had an idea in his mind, so he smiled and said, Brother Jingyu is a disciple of Senior Luohe of Danwang Palace. It will take some effort to bring people into Danwang Palace, but it won't be too difficult. However, why should he help someone he doesn't know? Jingyu took a sip of wine. Chen Ran's words were just what he wanted. I have some treasures on me. I am willing to give them all. Yang Xia was a little skeptical about Jing Fang's words, but after seeing Chen Ran and Jingyu's temperament, her doubts were relieved. This was a great opportunity. Brother Jingyu is a disciple of Danwang Palace. What's the use of your things? Chen Ran glanced at Yang Xia's body. Yang Xia immediately understood Chen Ran's intention. She looked at Jingyu. These people were all extraordinary. If she could enter Danwang Palace, it would not be a loss even if she followed one of them. As long as I can give, it's fine. Yang Xia said shyly, lowering her head slightly. His intention was very obvious. However, at this moment, Chen Ran turned his eyes and looked at Ruohan. Obviously, his intention was not on Yang Xia. This scene made Yang Xia's smile stiff, which was very ugly. Ruohan knew the situation at the moment and was depressed. She originally thought that Jing Fang would only find a liar, but she didn't expect that the other party seemed to be a really extraordinary person. Chen Ran's eyes gave her a lot of pressure. These people are powerful people, but they are no different from ordinary people. They are not good at doing such dirty things. However, Ruohan has seen it all in the past 2 years. Human nature does not distinguish between high and low. These people are of noble status, so their vision is higher. They have no interest in sexy beauties like Yang Xia, but they are interested in her. I think I am not talented enough to enter the Danwang Palace. Ruohan responded with a smile. Although she was disgusted in her heart, she would not turn her face easily. She was much more cautious when she was out. It doesn't matter. As long as you are willing to pay a little, I dare to guarantee that you can enter a hegemonic force. Chen Ran lowered his voice. After all, such a thing is not so glorious. If someone discovers his identity, it will have a bad impact on him. As for his hint, it is already very obvious, and anyone can hear it. Qin Wentian has been paying attention to the situation over there. When he saw Jingyu and Chen Ran appear, he knew that it was impossible for his senior sister to tease the other party. At this moment, he sneered in his heart when he heard Chen Ran's words. Sorry, I have something to do. I have to excuse myself for a moment. Ruohan stood up, still smiling lightly, quite politely. Chen Ran's eyes narrowed slightly, and a fiery light seemed to flash in his eyes. When he saw Ruohan turned around, he said coldly, You'd better sit down. Ruohan, sit down. Jing Fang also spoke, his face changed. This Chen Ran was obviously not an easy person to deal with, and Jingyu seemed to have some interest in Ruohan. Ruohan's expression changed slightly, but she saw Qin Wentian standing up in front of her and looking at her with a smile. Ruohan also smiled, raised her feet and walked towards Qin Wentian. Tried to take a step. Jingyu was in a bad mood. Mo Qingchen could only secretly love him. Now, a woman without background dared to give him a cold look. This seemed to poke his sore spot, and he couldn't help but say coldly, Sister, ignore that loser. Qin Wentian walked towards Ruohan with a smile. Hearing Qin Wentian's words, Ruohan smiled even sweeter. She knew in Chu that Qin Wentian acted cautiously. At this moment, he dared to speak like this. Obviously he was not afraid of Jingyu at all. Moreover, she also noticed that the people at Qin Wentian's table, except Qin Wentian and Fan Li, there were Yang Kuangshen, Zhang Ting and others, all of them had extraordinary temperament. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Great Sun Universe Power. As Qin Wentian finished speaking, a terrifying cold light flashed in Jingayu's eyes. Waste? He has been extremely decadent recently, and often asks himself whether his so-called talent has been lost. Not only his master doubts him, but his fellow apprentices also doubt him. These two words are like a needle piercing his heart. Bitch, roll over and sit down, otherwise, I will make you a plaything. Jingayu did not turn around, but said coldly. With his back to Qin Wentian, his handsome face was a little distorted. If it were normal, Jingayu would not be so out of control, but he was in a bad mood recently, and was continuously provoked by words, so the dark side of his heart was exposed. When the people in the restaurant heard this, they immediately looked at Jingayu, and couldn't help showing a hint of interest. This person seemed to have some temperament, but to say such words was a loss of identity. Ruahun's face froze, and a cold light flashed in her charming eyes. Although she lived cautiously and humbly in the past few years, she also maintained her dignity and was not insulted by others. This time, Jingayu's words were extremely filthy. If Luo he knew that he had handed over a disciple like you, I wonder what he would think. Qin Wentian exuded a trace of coldness. Jingayu put down the wine glass and turned around. Then, he saw Qin Wentian's face, and his eyes suddenly froze there. He and Qin Wentian were not very familiar with each other, and they had only met twice. The first time, he and his fellow disciple Yan Qi looked down at the young Qin Wentian and told him not to expect to be with Mo Qingchen, he was just a jackdaw, not worthy. The second time was outside the Danwang Palace. He was a little amused that Qin Wentian actually found the Danwang Palace. However, next, he saw Qin Wentian and Zhang Chen confronting each other. After that, there were constant rumors about Qin Wentian. The youngest 4th-level divine pattern master in Wangzhou City was angry for his beloved and killed Hu Xiaoyan. In a violent battle, all the puppets were buried and he was seriously injured, but he still held Shu Ruanayu hostage and retreated. In that battle, 3 killers died, and Zhang Chen's reputation was questioned. Some people suspected that the killer was really Zhang Chen and had killed his lover. This was the 3rd time that Qin Wentian stood there and looked at him as if he was looking at a humble ant. This was the way he looked at Qin Wentian before, and this look made his heart hurt even more. It's you. Jingayu's eyes were cold, but he saw Qin Wentian's cold eyes sweeping towards him. The sharp eyes seemed to pierce into his mind. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended on him, making him feel terrified, as if a terrifying ancient demon appeared in front of him and wanted to tear him apart. Bang! Qin Wentian took a step forward, Jingayu's heart was beating, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. He moved his body backwards, and with a plop, the stool he was sitting on fell directly, and he himself fell under the table. If you say dirty words again, I will make you get out. Qin Wentian said coldly. Jingayu, who had climbed up, looked pale. Looking at those eyes falling on him, pointing and gesturing, Jingayu felt a breath stuck in his chest, and was extremely uncomfortable. Danwang Palace, Luo, actually has such a disciple. It is rumored that Luo's little disciple Mo Qingchen has a 7-orifice exquisite heart, as beautiful as a fairy in the sky. This person is actually his senior brother. I can't believe it. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Qin Wentian ignored these voices. He walked in front of Ruahun, looked at the still sexy and beautiful senior sister, stretched out his hand, and gently stroked Ruahun's cheek. Sister, you have lost weight. Stinky boy, dare to take advantage of your senior sister. Ruahun had a warm smile on her face. This guy has really grown up. Now he can protect her. He is no longer the boy who needed her protection in the past. Who made my senior sister so beautiful? It's a waste not to take advantage of her. Qin Wentian said with a smile, and then gave Ruahun a tight hug. It had nothing to do with men and women, but pure family affection. He had already regarded Ruahun as Qin Yao, as his sister. Hey, your sister is out of breath. Ruahun felt Qin Wentian's great strength and was speechless. When they separated, they saw Fatty Fanel coming over, opening his arms to Ruahun and saying, Senior sister. Fatty, your figure is even better than before. Ruahun looked at the fat man with a smile, and the fat man immediately shrugged and said, Senior sister, you can't be so partial. When you have a figure like Wentian, Maybe I'll give you a chance. Ruahun chuckled, and the fat man immediately despaired. Sister, let's go over and sit. Qin Wentian pulled Ruahun and prepared to leave, but saw Chen Ran, who had been silent all the time, spoke at this time. Wait? Chen Ran had been watching all this coldly. Qin Wentian and his group all had some extraordinary temperament, especially Yang Kuangsheng and Jiang Ting who were sitting there. They should be from a powerful force. As for Qin Wentian, he had some grassroots spirit and acted on impulse, but his strength should not be weak. However, no matter who they are, when they arrive in Qin's house city, in front of his Chen family, even if you are a dragon, you have to lie down. This is undoubtedly the best opportunity for Jingaiyu to be grateful to him. No matter who you are, come here and bow and apologize in front of my brother Jingaiyu. Chen Ran knocked on the wine table with his palm, with a bit of coldness in his tone. Yang Xia and others beside him had always thought that Jingaiyu's identity as a disciple of the Danwang Palace was useful at first, but at this moment she saw that Chen Ran's identity was probably more amazing than Jingaiyu's, otherwise he would never dare to stand up after Jingaiyu was humiliated by Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked at Chen Ran. He also saw Chen Ran's impoliteness just now, but this is Qin's house city after all. He just arrived and didn't want to cause trouble, so he taught Jingaiyu a lesson and planned to let it go at this time. But he didn't expect that Chen Ran didn't intend to let him go. Sister, let's go. Qin Wentian just glanced at Chen Ran, then pulled Ruahun to his table, ignoring Chen Ran's words. Chen Ran was still knocking on the table, his expression seemed to have a scorching sun, making the surroundings somewhat hot. Those who practiced the Great Sun Universe Heart Method were all absolute core figures of the Chen family. From Chen Ran's eyes, it can be seen that he had practiced the Great Sun Universe Heart Method. If he didn't have some confidence, he wouldn't want to pursue a person like Mo Qingchen. The great sun flame in Chen Ran's eyes was clearly captured by Yang Kuangsheng. When he was talking, Yang Kuangsheng noticed him. When he came under Qin Wentian's table, Yang Kuangsheng said to him, he is from the great sun Chen family in Qin's house city. Chen family. Qin Wentian's eyes condensed. He now had a general understanding of the major overlord-level forces in Jin's house city of the Great Xia dynasty. On the way to Qin's house city, Yang Kuangsheng also introduced them to him. The Great Sun Chen family is an extremely ancient family that has existed since the Great Xia dynasty. It is also one of the 9 great clans, the strongest family of the 9 ministers under the Great Xia dynasty, and practices the extremely domineering Great Sun Qianqin heart method. When Qin Wentian heard about the Great Sun Chen family, the first thing he thought of was the scene he saw in the Heavenly Steel in the past. The 9 people plotted to seize the world and divided the Jiutian divine steel into 9 parts, with one person enjoying a unique skill. The lineage of the Chen family is probably the descendant of one of the 9 people back then. Now, it has become an extremely terrifying behemoth. Chen Ran's eyes flashed, and he looked at Yang Kuangsheng. He could tell at a glance that he was from the Chen family, and he had some vision. Who are you, sir? Chen Ran asked indifferently. Yang family. Yang Kuangsheng. Yang Kuangsheng did not hide his identity and spoke directly. The people in the restaurant sighed. Today, the Zuxianzhou restaurant was very lively. People from the Dai Chen family, the Ouyang family, and the Danwang Palace appeared here at the same time, and it seemed that some friction had occurred. However, such things are what everyone likes to hear and see. It is best to have a good collision to see which family is stronger. Yang Kuangsheng. Chen Ran's eyes flickered. He had naturally heard of this name. Among the major overlord-level forces, Yang Kuangsheng of the Ouyang family was included in the list of key concerns. What about him? Chen Ran glanced at Qin Wentian. He is my brother Qin Wentian. Today, I am drinking here with my fiancée Jiang Ting and other brothers. I hope that my interest will not be disturbed. Yang Kuangsheng said lightly. Chen Ran's mouth curled up into a cold smile, and said, but, my interest has been disturbed, and he suddenly attacked my friend. I just asked him to apologize, isn't that too much? Yang Kuangsheng understood that it seemed that the other party didn't give him face. In this case, there was no need to say anything. He turned his eyes and ignored Chen Ran. Chen Ran put his palm on the table. In an instant, a terrifying hot air filled the air. The wine table was instantly burned into nothingness. Even the wine glasses on the table turned into liquid and were burned by the terrifying high temperature. Everyone on the table retreated. The sun in Chen Ran's eyes was even more terrifying. A terrifying intention filled his body. If I take the initiative to attack, I will not only apologize, but I will also take that woman. Chen Ran's voice was a bit cold. As a member of the Chen family, why should he give Yan Kuangshen face? Moreover, he would not take the initiative to offend Yan Kuangshen. Since Qin Wentian and the woman were not from the Yang family, then he could move. Sister, wait for me for a moment. Qin Wentian looked at Ruohu's stiff expression, then he put down his wineglass, stood up, and walked towards Chen Ran. In an instant, a terrifying aura emanated from him, and his expression became extremely charming, and his eyes were frightening. You have some strength, but the 7th level of Yuanfu is not enough. Chen Ran stood up slowly, and the people around him avoided him. All the wine tables and chairs that approached him were directly turned into ashes. The Great Sun Kyankan Heart Method. The practitioner has the Great Sun Kyankan power, which has the ability to burn the sky and boil the sea. When the power is blooming, those who approach will die. Although Chen Ran does not have that kind of power, people who approach him still feel a sense of fear. As for the aura on his body, the 8th level of Yuanfu. Boom. Chen Ran took a step forward, and a footprint was directly branded under his feet. His palm seemed to be branded red, and the terrifying hot power rushed out and rushed towards Qin Wentian. For the sake of the Yang family, I will give you one last chance. There was a terrifying light of the sun in Chen Ran's eyes, like a round sun. Chapter 339 Goodbye, Yiren. The people in the restaurant retreated further, and even poured out of the restaurant. The Great Sun Chen family's skills are extremely domineering. If you are not strong enough, you will be caught in the crossfire and be eroded by the Great Sun Kyankan power. It can easily burn people to death. This skill is ranked in the top 10 in the Great Xia dynasty, which is very scary. Go out and fight. Qin Wentian said indifferently. Chen Ran's mouth drew a cold smile. This person dared to fight with the 7th level of Yuanfu. Chen Ran hadn't seen such an interesting person for a long time. The core members of his Chen family all practiced the Great Sun Kyankan mental method and had the ability to fight across levels, not to mention fighting with a lower level. I will help you. Chen Ran grabbed the void with his palm, and in an instant, a sun-like hole appeared, the restaurant was shattered, and Chen Ran's body soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant. Buzz! Qin Wentian, carrying demonic energy, also disappeared. The people in the restaurant flashed and headed outside, not wanting to miss this battle. Yan Kuangshen, Ruohu and others naturally rushed out of the window and ran straight outside. In the void, Qin Wentian's demonic energy soared to the sky. It seemed that there was a scorching sun behind Chen Ran, and the sun's light in the void was all falling down, as if to be used by him. People in the distance looked up at the sky, showing shock. The Great Sun Kyankan Heart Method is a disciple of the Chen family. Chen Ran of the Chen family is also a very outstanding one among the many disciples of the Chen family. Who is so bold, the 7th level of Yuanfu, dares to provoke Chen Ran? It's going to be a good show. Chen Ran smiled and swept over Qin Wentian. The terrifying power roamed around his body. His palm was filled with a terrible hot breath. There was a bit of sarcasm in his smile. Not to mention that Qin Wentian was not from the Yang family. Even if he was, the Great Sun Chen family, would not be afraid of the Yang family. Buzz! The hot wind swept through the void. Chen Ran rushed towards Qin Wentian with a terrifying hot aura. His speed was so fast that he seemed to be carrying a scorching sun. With this blow, he would let Qin Wentian understand what kind of power the Great Sun Universe power was. Qin Wentian clenched his palms and stepped out. The demonic aura covered his arms, and the terrifying palm print suddenly slapped out. Neither of them dodged or used any evasive techniques. They collided completely with strength. Obviously, they were both very confident in their own strength. The two figures in the void collided instantly, and the terrifying palms of the two met together. With a loud bang, the demonic aura and the hot aura turned into a terrifying storm, sweeping in all directions, as if there were rounds of smoke and fog. Chen Ran only felt a terrifying force coming, shaking his internal organs and making his arms seem to burst. His expression suddenly changed, and with a muffled groan, his body retreated 10 feet away in an instant. Qin Wentian's palm was covered with a layer of dark energy. A terrifying hot force rushed into his arm and turned into an extremely hot sun flame, as if it was going to destroy his arm. The Great Sun Universe Force. Qin Wentian's eyes also showed a trace of surprise. There were not many people in the 8th level of Yuanfu who could cause him harm. This Great Sun Universe Force could actually bring him a hint of threat, which showed the domineering nature of this skill. However, in this confrontation, Qin Wentian did not retreat a single step. Obviously, he had the upper hand. He looked at Chen Ran, who had an ugly face. A cold look flashed in Yao Jun's eyes. He said sarcastically, "The 8th level of Yuanfu, is this all the strength?" Everyone was shocked. Chen Ran was actually defeated in one defeat. He was a realm higher than Qin Wentian, and he was a member of the Great Sun Chen family. He practiced the Great Sun Universe Heart method. Jin Gaiyu's expression became extremely wonderful. The young man he once looked down upon had such terrible strength. It was easy for him to trample on him. The power is good, but if it's just this, it's still not enough. Seeing Qin Wentian's sarcasm, Chen Ran was unwilling to admit defeat. He saw a round of star souls bursting out, and the light of the sun shone. It seemed that a round of scorching sun appeared behind him. The scorching sun star soul was extremely violent. Chen Ran's body was shrouded in the sun's halo, but the light was so painful that it hurt people's eyes. Awesome, this is the Great Sun shining in the Great Sun Qianqian Heart method. Combined with his scorching sun star soul blooming, the power is so terrifying. I don't know how much stronger his power is. The people of the Chen family are too scary. It was rare for everyone to see the children of the Chen family fighting outside, and they all showed excitement. The light of the Great Sun shining, the Great Sun Qianqian power, with Chen Ran's strength, could easily burn and kill people of the same realm. I'm afraid Qin Wentian would find it difficult to get close to him, otherwise he would be burned to death. Take another palm from me. Chen Ran sneered, and the light of the Great Sun on his body became more and more dazzling. The defeated general, Qin Wentian, was covered in demon armor, transformed into a demon body. The power of the sun on Chen Ran was too strong. If not, his clothes and body might not be able to withstand the terrifying hot air. Chen Ran snorted coldly, strolled in the void, and the two approached again. Chen Ran slapped his palms, and in an instant, a round of solar light curtain shot out wildly, like a scorching sun, trying to burn Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's arms were full of demonic energy, and the dual martial arts will burst out. At this moment, his power was unknown. Break the void. Qin Wentian slapped his palms, majestic and magnificent. The moment the two palms collided, the demon armor on Qin Wentian's arm seemed to be burned, and his demon body seemed to have the terrifying light of the sun, and the violent force rushed into his body madly. However, at the same time, Chen Ran's body was blown away again. This time, he groaned, his face turned pale instantly, and he covered his chest with his palm. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt that his internal organs were in turmoil and were almost shattered. Qin Wentian's monstrous force seemed to hit his arm, but it directly pierced into his body. The incomparable force ignored all the terrifying defenses. Boom! The terrifying demonic energy rushed to the sky, and the hot flame energy on Qin Wentian's body was driven out. He was seen as a figure like the wind. This time, he was no longer passive, but directly attacked Chen Ran. Chen Ran's expression was stiff, and he fought hard. The light of the sun burst out again, and every ray of light seemed to be able to penetrate people. Qin Wentian directly blasted out the ancient seal, and the dragon roar shook the sky. This time, Qin Wentian's attack was like a violent storm. Everyone saw the domineering energy in the void sweeping the world, and the rumbling sound shook the eardrums, which was extremely terrifying. Chen Ran kept spitting out blood, but Qin Wentian didn't give him a chance to shake him off. He stuck to him and attacked him crazily. Finally, with a loud bang, Chen Ran's body was crushed down by the violent force and crashed into a building. His whole body was sunken in, and his body was covered with blood. It was extremely tragic. Ahem. A mouthful of blood came out of Chen Ran's mouth, and his breath became weaker. The light on his body was no longer so dazzling. Qin Wentian stood in the void, overlooking him, and uttered two words, "Really weak." After the voice fell, Qin Wentian flicked his sleeves and turned away, leaving Chen Ran, who had lost all face, with a pale face. He was Chen Ran of the Great Sun Chen family. He used the Great Sun Qianqian Heart method, but was violently crushed by someone with a lower realm than himself, and was hit without any power to fight back. The two words "really weak" still echoed in the void. Looking at the countless eyes falling on him, Chen Ran felt his heart bleeding. With a roar, Chen Ran's body soared into the sky and left here. Staying here would only be embarrassing. At this time, everyone was speculating about who Qin Wentian was. He had such a violent attack power. Perhaps he was qualified to compete for the destiny ranking. Jin Gaiyu's expression was even more complicated. and his friends, Yang Xia and others, were all afraid to breathe. They were trembling with fear. Such a person was actually Ruohun's junior brother. Fortunately, they did not make a big mistake, otherwise this person would definitely not forgive them. Qin Wentian did not even look at Jingyu and the others, and returned to Ruohun and the others. Ruohun looked at him with a smile, and there was a strange light in her charming eyes. This guy is already so powerful. If we meet again in Chu State, I'm afraid no one can compete with you. It seems that you are not yet 20. Ruohun sighed in his heart. If you don't work hard to practice, how can you protect your senior sister? Qin Wentian said jokingly. You are getting more and more slick. Ruohun smiled lightly, still hugging Qin Wentian's arm as before, making Fatty Fannel jealous and envious. At this time, Qin Wentian raised his eyebrows, and then said to Yang Kuongshen, Yang, take them back first, I have something to do. You want to follow him? Yang Kuongshen whispered. He knew that Qin Wentian's girlfriend Mo Qingcheng was in the Danyuan Palace. Now that Jingyu appeared, how could he not understand Qin Wentian's thoughts? Well, I'll go and take a look. Don't worry, I won't be impulsive, just take a look. Qin Wentian nodded gently. Xiaolu, take them back. I'll go with you. Even if they are seen by the people of Danyuan Palace, they won't dare to do anything to me. Yang Kuongshen said. Qin Wentian pondered for a moment and then nodded. Jingyu was in an extremely depressed mood at the moment. He didn't want to stay here. He went directly to the place where the people of Danyuan Palace were temporarily staying. The Chen family mansion in Qin's House City was vast, like a palace. In the Chen family mansion in Dai, there was an independent villa manor with an elegant and comfortable environment. Jingyu returned here. With his strength, it was naturally impossible for him to find that Qin Wentian was tracking him. Outside the Chen family mansion, Qin Wentian sat with his eyes closed and his head down. There was a glow between his eyebrows, as if he had a third eye. A terrifying perception attached to Jingyu. Qin Wentian could easily track Jingyu wherever he went. When he arrived at the villa manor, he saw Jingyu looking at an attic. There was a bit of expectation and confusion in his eyes. Qin Wentian's powerful perception went to the attic, and then slowly penetrated in. Not long after, his perception entered an elegant house. In the elegant room, a woman in white with a stunning face was sitting cross-legged, with sweat on her face. In front of her, a hot alchemy furnace was suspended in the air, and 7 color flames were shining under the alchemy furnace. A wonderful aura permeated from it. Qin Wentian's heart trembled violently, and his perception fluctuated. After several years of separation, he finally saw her again. At the same time, Mo Qingcheng's expression changed slightly, and a strange color suddenly flashed in her beautiful eyes. She looked into the distance and said coldly, Who? Chapter 340 The Man in Black Robe. Mo Qingcheng seemed to be surrounded by an invisible halo, with a holy aura. With a heart full of 7 orifices, her perception was extremely terrifying, otherwise she would never have discovered Qin Wentian's perception. Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng, they both used their hearts to perceive. When Mo Qingcheng turned around, Qin Wentian felt that she was looking at him, and a warm current flowed through his heart. She was still the same as before, even more beautiful. There seemed to be a holy light on her body, so dazzling, and she was more mature. That Qingcheng face added a bit of persistence and toughness. Mo Qingcheng seemed to feel something, and her heart couldn't help but tremble violently. She seemed to be able to feel the warmth, and couldn't help but murmured, Wentian, is it you? This soft voice seemed to express endless thoughts. Qin Wentian wanted to roar to the sky. It was him. He was outside the Chen family. Qingcheng, what's wrong? A figure flashed and stepped into Mo Qingcheng's house. It was Mo Qingcheng's master Luohi. She frowned slightly, as if she also felt someone was watching her. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian had withdrawn all his perceptions, and everything returned to normal. Luohi had a flash of doubt in her mind, but then she was relieved. She thought that the Chen family's strongman's perception had inadvertently passed by here. It was no big deal. Master. Mo Qingcheng felt that the perception had disappeared, and she seemed to have a sense of loss in her heart, as if something was missing. You are thinking nonsense again. With his ability, how could he penetrate his perception here? Whether he will come to Qin's House City is still unknown. Luohi said lightly. The he she mentioned was naturally Qin Wentian. He will come. I can feel it. Mo Qingcheng said seriously, besides, he won't be too far away from me. I don't know what's on your mind. It's been several years, and you still can't let go of a love affair from your youth. What excellent man do you want? Luo He said helplessly. Irreplaceable. Mo Qingcheng shook her head. Every time she discussed with her master, there would be no result. Master, do you still remember the agreement between you and me? Mo Qingcheng looked at Luo He with a serious look in her beautiful eyes, as if this matter was very important to her. Of course I remember. In the past, you had to go out to find him. I didn't allow it, and even wanted him to disappear. At that time, you and I made a promise. I promised you that I would not deal with him, and you also promised me that you would not go to find him and practice with peace of mind. Luo He said calmly. She didn't want anyone to disturb Mo Qingcheng's practice. What I promised you is that I will never see him before the end of this year. Even if I see him, we will be strangers. Mo Qingcheng shook her head. Are you so confident in him? Luo He said calmly, there is not much time left. Zhan Chen's strength is enough to compete for the top 3 on the destiny ranking. If he can defeat Zhan Chen in this battle on the destiny ranking, I will agree not to restrict you. If he fails, you continue to practice honestly. Master, just remember it. Mo Qingcheng smiled. He will definitely be able to do it. Luo He put too much pressure on her. She could only make this agreement with Luo He. First, to protect the people of Dianwang Palace from dealing with Qin Wentian, and second, she was full of hope for Qin Wentian. If Qin Wentian really lost, she would be willing to continue waiting until Qin Wentian could surpass Dianwang Palace. At that time, who could stop him from picking her up? Her only wish now was, first of all, Qin Wentian's safety. Luo He glanced at the floating alchemy furnace in the house, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. He said, are you still thinking about refining that kind of elixir? Master, you don't have to worry about this. Mo Qingcheng shook her head gently. However, at this moment, there seemed to be some movement outside. Luo He's figure flashed, and then he looked down and asked, Jingyu, what happened? Jingyu responded, Master, it seems that someone outside has been spying on the Chen family. Huh? Luo He frowned slightly, and then her figure floated in the air, her eyes penetrated a very long distance and fell outside the Chen family. In an instant, her eyes were fixed there. Outside the Chen mansion, there were only 2 people on the opposite side, 2 young men, one of whom she could naturally tell who it was. The young man of the past has indeed changed a lot, and was the perception just now really his perception? Behind Luo He, Mo Qingcheng's figure appeared there, her eyes also looking into the distance. Her heart trembled violently, and she felt as if time had stopped. There, a ray of eyes penetrated everything and fell on her. At this moment, it seemed that space could no longer prevent the collision of their hearts. He smiled, and his smile was particularly bright and sunny. She smiled, her smile was particularly sweet and gentle. He came to see her. This smile, it was as if everything had returned to the past, back to the simple and innocent youth. Time could not block the purest feelings. Mo Qingcheng wanted to take a step forward, but Luo He said, you forgot our agreement. As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Qingcheng's expression changed slightly, and her steps stopped abruptly. Qin Wentian saw the change in Mo Qingcheng's expression, and couldn't help showing a touch of strange color, thinking in his heart, what's wrong with her? Why, she was still smiling just now, but in the blink of an eye, she showed a sad face. Then, Qin Wentian found that Luo He and Mo Qingcheng disappeared from his sight. They went down and didn't walk towards him. Qin Wentian's heart was lost for a moment, but then he smiled again, murmured, if you're well, it will be a sunny day. Seeing that Mo Qingcheng was still so beautiful and her smile was still sweet, Qin Wentian's heart was also relieved. Junior Yang Kuangshen, meet the seniors of the Chen family. At this time, Yang Kuangshen looked at the people of the Chen family in front of him and spoke cheerfully. Although he was discovered, he was neither humble nor arrogant. The leader on the opposite side looked serious, and then smiled and said, it turned out to be nephew Yang. But, what is nephew Yang doing outside my Chen family? If you want to visit, why don't you inform me? I was just about to visit, but I didn't expect my friend to meet an old friend, so I was delayed for a moment. Yang Kuangshen smiled. Oh, your friend's old friend is in my Chen family. The middle-aged man looked at Qin Wentian next to Yang Kuangshen. To be honest with you seniors, my friend's former girlfriend, named Mo Qingcheng, is now in the Chen family. Yang Kuangshen said with a smile, leaving Qin Wentian speechless. This guy is really not afraid of trouble. Sure enough, The expressions of the people from the Chen family changed slightly, and then the middle-aged man said casually, "If that's the case, why hasn't Mo Qingcheng come out? Nephew Yang, please stop joking. It's up to you whether you believe it or not, senior. There is another thing. The reason why I came to visit you today is because of my second uncle's order. I want to bring a message. My Yang family has always admired the power of the Chen family's great Sun Qianqian mentality. If there's a chance, we must exchange experiences. I wonder if there will be a chance this time for the young people of both sides to have a contact." Yang Kuangsheng passed over what happened just now and changed the subject in an instant. This was not what his second uncle meant. It was clearly his own idea. However, since he was discovered spying today, he naturally had to give a reason. Although his words were polite, they already contained the meaning of wanting to challenge. Presumably, the other party would immediately reveal what happened just now, and it was even more impossible for them to be embarrassed because of what happened just now. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, and then he sneered, "Since Brother Wu Yang wants to see it, please trouble Nephew Wu Yang to help me pass the message. I will arrange it and send someone to inform them. I hope that the Yang family will not break the appointment at that time. Of course, the message has been delivered, and the junior will take his leave first." Yang Kuangsheng bowed slightly, then gave Qin Wentian a look, and the two walked away. When the people of the Chen family saw Yang Kuangsheng and the others leave, they couldn't help but snort coldly. Want to see his Chen family's great Sun Qianqian heart method? Then let them do it. He also wanted to see what kind of people the young people from the Wu Yang family who came this time were. At this moment, in the Chen family, a figure walked out, as fast as lightning, like a golden light, chasing in the direction where Qin Wentian and Yang Kuangsheng left. Zhan Chen. The people of the Chen family showed a strange look. Why is Zhan Chen chasing? Qin Wentian and Yang Kuangsheng soon found that someone was chasing behind them, and they couldn't help but stop in the void. The moment Qin Wentian saw Zhan Chen, his expression froze. Zhan Chen's eyes now glowed with a terrible golden light, and his whole body seemed to have a faint golden glow, revealing a terrifying sharpness. "Zhan Chen, it seems that you have really practiced the Golden Punishment Ancient Scroll." Qin Wentian's eyes flickered. At this moment, Zhan Chen was somewhat similar to the Golden Armored Warrior at the beginning. "You can't protect me, so I will practice it naturally." Zhan Chen's eyes seemed to have a terrible light, piercing through and piercing Qin Wentian. "You insulted my reputation in the past, and you actually called a deer a horse, saying that the killer was me, slandering others. If I don't kill you, where's my reputation?" After the voice fell, Zhan Chen walked forward step by step. With each step, there was a terrifying sharp aura in the void that oppressed Qin Wentian and Yang Kuangsheng. The first realm of the will of gold is perfect, and the first realm of the will of sword is perfect. Yang Kuangsheng's expression froze slightly. A long time ago, Zhan Chen was the 11th on the fate list. Now, his strength is getting stronger and stronger, and he seems to have practiced other powerful skills. I'm afraid he's even more terrifying. Let's go. Yang Kuangsheng said to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's eyes flickered, and then he nodded. The two figures broke through the air and left quickly. Zhan Chen, who practiced the Xianzhen skills, gave people a terrifying and strange feeling, as well as a strong sense of threat. How could Zhan Chen let Qin Wentian go? His figure was like the wind, flying on his sword like golden lightning. Three figures passed through the void quickly. Just as they passed the top of a moving building, suddenly, a black-robed figure landed in the void, and with a loud bang, the whole building seemed to be shaking. Huh? Zhan Chen, Qin Wentian and others all looked condensed. Qin Wentian looked back and saw that the black-robed figure was extremely mysterious. He was shrouded in a black robe and his figure was slightly thin, but he gave people a strong sense of crisis and jealousy. He seemed to be filled with a terrifying demonic power. With him as the center, the air around him seemed to have turned into darkness. Zhan Chen stopped and looked forward. A pair of cold eyes stared at him. Those eyes were demon pupils, as if they came from the Nine Nether Purgatory. They were extremely terrifying. Just one glance made people feel cold all over. Demon power. Zhan Chen's expression froze. This was a forbidden skill. There seemed to be no demon cultivation forces in Daxia. Who practiced a demon power? Chapter 341 Chaos Demonic Power. Mo Qingcheng returned to her room. Luohi's persuasion was fruitless. After leaving, Mo Qingcheng began to refine the elixir again. The alchemy furnace was suspended in the air. The blazing flames were under the furnace, but they did not spill out at all. Alchemy is different from refining tools. Refining elixirs does not require too high-intensity flames. It only requires perfect control of the temperature. There can be no mistakes. Refining tools requires extremely powerful flames because it is necessary to melt the materials for refining tools. Especially for refining high-level magic weapons, the stronger the materials are, the harder they are to melt. The most important thing for refining magic weapons is the divine pattern. The most important thing for refining elixirs is the sensitivity of perception. It seems simple, but it is extremely difficult. Moreover, part of the perception talent is innate. Some people are born with extremely sensitive perception and are good at refining elixirs, such as Mo King Chang's 7-aperture exquisite heart. To refine an elixir, too many medicinal materials need to be matched, and the dosage must be extremely accurate. Every time the combination, fusion, order and ingredients must be guaranteed to be flawless, otherwise the elixir will be of poor quality. Sometimes, if the combination is wrong, the elixir that saves lives can become a deadly poison. Mo King Chang's perception has been in the alchemy furnace, waiting quietly. She has failed many times in order to refine the elixir this time. Now, she is already a 4th-level alchemist, which means that she can refine a 4th-level elixir, and the success rate is 20%. However, in order to refine this 3rd-level top-grade elixir, she has failed 27 times. It's just because the elixir she wants to refine is a taboo for alchemists, the realm-breaking elixir. As the name suggests, the realm-breaking elixir is an elixir made to break through the realm. Martial arts practice, step by step, cannot be skipped. This is the truth. Refining pills is also a kind of balance. You can refine pills, can be used to strengthen the body, can be used to improve the meridians, or powerful pills can change the physical condition of the practitioner, or bring back to life. But the realm-breaking pill violates the truth of practice and breaks the balance. It is known as the taboo of alchemists to force martial artists to improve their realms. It must be refined by alchemists with special physiques. Even if the person who refines it succeeds, it will be greatly damaged. Moreover, the failure rate is extremely high. Therefore, although this kind of pill has a great effect, few people try to refine it. If Mo King Chang had not prepared many pills to restore vitality, I am afraid that he would have lost his vitality long ago. After sensing for a long time and feeling the changes in the alchemy furnace, a ray of red light flashed across Mo King Chang's face. This time, the smelting of medicinal materials was surprisingly perfect. This time, I must succeed. A determined look flashed in her beautiful eyes. Mo King Chang's palm passed by, and in an instant, a shallow blood mark appeared on her wrist. Her right hand touched the heart position in her chest. In an instant, the blood in her heart was squeezed out by her. In an instant, her face turned pale, and drops of blood containing powerful spiritual energy dripped from her wrist and fell into the alchemy furnace. Drops of blood with abundant spiritual energy fell one by one. Mo King Chang's face was as pale as paper. She took out a few pills and swallowed them directly into her mouth. There was a hint of persistence in her beautiful eyes. She will succeed, definitely. She knew very well how strong Zhan Chen was. Although she believed in Qin Wentian, how big the gap between the two was. He worked so hard and kept making up for it. How could she remain indifferent? Zhan Chen, Qin Wentian, and Yuyan Kuangshen, the three of them looked at the black-robed figure, their eyes flashing with sharpness. This person's cultivation is now too strong, only the 8th level of Yuanfu, but the demonic power is rolling, giving people a sense of terror. Who are you? Zhan Chen looked at the black-robed figure and asked indifferently. The magic skills are rare, and they are taboo skills, which are extremely terrifying. As long as they appear, they must be very scary. However, very few people dare to practice magic skills. The magic skills are overbearing and can easily backfire on their masters. They are the skills that are most likely to fail in practice. Once there is a slight mistake, it is very likely to go astray. The power of the magic will backfire on the body, and at the least, it will lose its nature and become a killing machine, and at the worst, it will explode and die directly, which is horrible. Moreover, even if the practice is successful, it will also experience horrible pain, which is unbearable for ordinary people. To obtain the power of the magic, it is necessary to endure its overbearing. Therefore, people who do not have great determination and perseverance will never practice magic skills. Even if the magic skills are placed in front of them, they will hesitate. There is an old saying in the Great Xia dynasty that once you enter the magic way, you will never regret it in your life. This means that for those who practice magic, there is no turning back. They must practice magic for the rest of their lives and must not regret it, otherwise, they will die without a burial place. The road to becoming stronger for magic practitioners will be 10 times or 100 times the pain of ordinary people, which will accompany them throughout their lives. But the power obtained by magic practitioners will also be beyond ordinary people. Therefore, even though Zhan Chen has reached the peak of the 9th level of Yuanfu, there is a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes at this moment. No one dares to ignore the fighting power of forbidden magic practitioners. Now that this person has appeared in Qin's house city, there is no doubt that he will compete for the destiny list. It seems that this battle for the destiny list will be extremely tragic. Get lost. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse, and it was even impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. His eyes were still fixed on Zhan Chen, and that cold light penetrated people's hearts and made people feel terrible. It's a rare opportunity to meet a demon cultivator, how can I not fight him? Zhan Chen's body was full of golden light, and his eyes were filled with a terrifying sharpness. Although the opponent was a demon cultivator, he was in the 9th level of Yuanfu, and had achieved a golden punishment ancient scroll. His defense was as tough as metal. Why should he be afraid of a fight? He wanted to see how powerful this demon cultivator was. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhan Chen took a step forward and walked towards the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure was even more powerful. A terrifying cold light flashed in her pupils, and an extreme coldness permeated and enveloped Zhan Chen's body, causing Zhan Chen's expression to freeze. The demon power is domineering, extremely strong and powerful. Now, this person's demon power also contains the most yin and cold energy. What kind of skill is it? Zhan Chen slashed a sword in the air, and the sword light cut through the air, sharp and boundless. The black-robed man waved his palm, and in an instant a terrifying and domineering demon seal rolled out. With a loud bang, the sharp sword was annihilated along with the terrifying demon palm. Zhan Chen put his finger in front of him. In an instant, swords roared in the air, golden light shone thousands of feet, and terrifying golden ancient swords condensed and emerged. Zhan Chen pointed his finger forward, and 9 sword beams slashed out at the same time, with terrifying power. At this moment, he was also testing how strong the black-robed man was. The black-robed man continued to wave his palm power, and a dark and terrifying big demon palm was swung out, as if the world was rioting. After destroying the 9 swords, the black-robed man stepped out and went towards Zhan Chen. How could the demon cultivator be so domineering and passively bear the attack? This black-robed man seemed to be thin, but at this moment, his magic power bloomed, and he had a terrifying majesty, like the Devil King. Another palm slapped out crazily, and a force of extinction swept down, heading straight for Zhan Chen. The cold and gloomy power of the cold underworld eroded at the same time, extremely hard and yin, destroying life, and the void around Zhan Chen seemed to be completely shrouded in it. The magic technique is really powerful. Yang Kuangsheng praised. Being able to fight Zhan Chen with the 8th level of Yuanfu realm, the black-robed man was very powerful. Qin Wentian nodded slightly. At this moment, he was confused and said, "This person appeared, it seems to help us intercept Zhan Chen. Do you recognize this person?" Yang Kuangsheng shook his head slightly. "I don't know the magic cultivator, do you?" Qin Wentian thought for a moment, then shook his head. It was impossible for him to know the magic cultivator. Zhan Chen's eyes seemed to turn golden, and his aura became more terrifying. Qin Wentian and Yang Kuangsheng saw that the other party was wearing a layer of golden armor. He condensed ancient seals with his hands. In an instant, the sword roared to the heaven and earth. Above the void, it seemed that golden light fell down and enveloped his body. A dazzling golden sword was suspended around him, as if to punish the heaven and earth. Each sword was full of terrifying power. Qin Wentian's eyes were shocked. Is this the power of the golden punishment scroll? Boom. It seemed that a monstrous demonic cloud was born between heaven and earth, and the surrounding space seemed to turn into darkness. The crowd in the distance gradually gathered and looked towards this side, with horror in their hearts. Who practiced the forbidden magic skills and was so powerful? In the hands of the black-robed man, a terrifying demon king's spear appeared. The terrifying demon cloud gathered on the spear, and the might of the most powerful and domineering demon was permeated. At the same time, the black-robed man seemed to be covered with a layer of terrifying demon king armor, flowing with terrible demon light. Chaotic demon art. At this moment, a voice floated over, and a figure appeared in the void, dressed in white like snow, cold as ice. She stared at the black-robed man with shock in her eyes, and said, "Where did you get this skill?" The black-robed man glanced at the person who came, and his eyes seemed to fluctuate. The other party actually recognized this magic skill. This is indeed Chaos Demon Art, one of the 9 unique skills of the ancient Great Xia dynasty, and the only magic skill among the 9 unique skills. He practiced it by chance and made some progress. Yun Mengai. Qin Wentian looked at the figure who came. She actually recognized this magic skill. Yun Mengai, who is she? Deal with him first. Yun Mengai's eyes fell on Zhan Chen, with a terrifying cold light in her eyes. She clenched her palms forward, and the world seemed to be covered with frost. In an instant, a bone-chilling breath enveloped Zhan Chen, making his body seem to be frozen. The black-robed figure did not speak, and he also killed Zhan Chen. The magic spear burst out, and the terrifying power made the void vibrate. The devil's will was annihilated, and a terrifying devil's power swept towards Zhan Chen. If this attack hit, no one under Xiangang could escape unscathed. Yun Mengai's figure was like the wind, fast as lightning. She was a great perfection of the first realm of the will of the wind martial arts. In terms of speed, few people in Yuanfu could compete with her. The terrifying crisis came, and a terrifying golden light flashed in Zhan Chen's eyes. A dazzling light burst out from his body, and a destructive power of the heavenly punishment burst out. Endless golden swords rotated around him, turning into a dazzling light curtain. Bang! The domineering magic spear came rolling over, and Yun Mengai's terrifying fist light also broke out. With a loud bang, the golden swords were about to break. Zhan Chen's body was shaken away. He groaned and swept his eyes over the two people. The killing intent in his eyes was extremely strong. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation. These two people were very strong. The people in the distance were also amazed. Someone recognized Zhan Chen, which made them even more shocked. They were all the top combat power of the Yuanfu level. After seeing this confrontation, they seemed to be able to feel how terrible the storm would be in this battle for the destiny list. P.S. Guess who the black-robed man is? In addition, Wuhan asks for recommendation votes. Chapter 342, Heart-Piercing Ancient Bell. Zhan Chen's golden eyes swept over Yun Mengai and the black-robed man, knowing that it was impossible to kill Qin Wentian today. Both of them were extremely powerful, especially the black-robed strongman who practiced the Chaos Heaven Demon Art, which made him particularly afraid. Zhan Chen had naturally heard of the reputation of the Chaos Heaven Demon Art, the only magic art among the 9 unique arts of the Great Xia ancient dynasty. It was extremely difficult to practice this magic art successfully, and it was too dangerous. 9 out of 10 people would die tragically from the backlash of the magic art. Only one person could practice it. If the magic art was perfected, he would become a terrifying demon king. Unexpectedly, he would see it today. Zhan Chen has taken note of what you two did. The destiny list is coming soon, and Zhan Chen will learn from your strength. After the voice fell, Zhan Chen stepped on the sword light and flew away. The black-robed man and Yun Mengai and others did not pursue him. Zhan Chen's strength was already strong, not inferior to them at all. Even if he could defeat Zhan Chen, he would not be able to keep him alive. Defeating and killing are completely different concepts. Unless they have an overwhelming advantage in strength, they can kill on the spot. They are obviously not strong enough to kill Zhan Chen here. The battle stopped. Yun Mengai's eyes fell on the black-robed man, and she asked coldly, "Who are you, and how did you get the Chaos Heaven Demon Art?" The black-robed man's expression flickered, and his voice was still hoarse, and he said coldly, "It has nothing to do with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and wanted to leave, but Yun Mengai took a step, flashing like the wind, and the ice and snow fell when his palm trembled, and the world was covered with terrible frost. The black-robed man turned around suddenly, and the magic spear blasted out domineeringly. The void shook, and the ice and snow shattered. Yun Mengai's palm trembled slightly, and in an instant, the sword chanted between heaven and earth, as if there was a symphony of sword music, and endless sword power gathered. The moment Yun Mengai stretched out her hand, it seemed that a sword light fell from the sky. Buzz! A sword fell, the world was shocked, and the moment of beauty made the world lose its color. Qin Wentian has seen many extraordinary swordsmanship, but when Yun Mengai's swordsmanship was used, he still felt amazing. This swordsmanship is amazing. The black-robed man looked indifferent. Without any hesitation, the magic spear burst out again, piercing the opponent's heart. The black-robed man's eyes were still so cold, ignoring the sword attack. Yun Mengai's expression changed slightly. She didn't expect how cruel this black-robed man was. If she continued to attack, it would be a double death situation. The figure flew in the air, and Yun Mengai slashed down from the sky, borrowing the light of heaven and earth, coming from outside the 9 heavens. This is Yishan swordsmanship. Yang Kuangsheng was shocked. As a quasi-prodigy of the Ouyang family, he was talented and knowledgeable, but in this short instant of time, everything that happened in front of him made his mood fluctuate constantly. Zhan Chen's strong strength was expected. After all, he was ranked 11th on the destiny list, and before he practiced the Xianzhen technique. After that, a mysterious black-robed man appeared, practicing the Chaos Heaven magic art. After that, Yun Mengai appeared, and the sword technique she used was the Heavenly Sword Technique. This sword technique is also one of the 9 unique skills of the Great Xia Ancient Dynasty, and, like the Chaos Heaven magic art, it is a lost unique skill, and now it has appeared one after another. Even Yang Kuangsheng has sensed that this trip to the Ancient Dynasty and the battle for the Destiny List may be unprecedented. Enough. Qin Wentian saw that the two people were fighting more and more fiercely, and he couldn't help but scolded them. Suddenly, the figure of the black-robed man retreated in an instant. Yun Mengai pondered for a moment, and then sheathed her sword. This situation made Yang Kuangsheng stunned for a moment, and he looked at Qin Wentian in silence. The two people in front of him, one practiced a Chaos Heaven magic art, and the other practiced a Heavenly Sword technique. Qin Wentian scolded them, and the two of them actually stopped? Such a scene has to be said to be a bit weird. Even Qin Wentian himself was stunned by the might of this shout, and there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. He still couldn't guess Yun Mengai's identity, but this black-robed man appeared out of nowhere and intercepted Zhan Chen. Could it be that he really wanted to help him? Do you recognize me? Qin Wentian looked at the black-robed man and asked. The black-robed man glanced at Qin Wentian with his deep eyes, and the devilish aura was permeated. He suddenly turned around and walked away. He left just like that. Yun Mengai wanted to chase him, but Qin Wentian said, "Stop." Yun Mengai stopped and looked at Qin Wentian, but Qin Wentian asked, "Who are you and why are you following me?" She glanced at Qin Wentian with a cold look, and then Yun Mengai stepped away, leaving Qin Wentian standing there awkwardly, spreading his hands to Yang Kuangsheng. These two people are completely unpredictable. Let's go back, Yang Kuangsheng said, and the two left the place together. Soon, the news of the battle just now spread, but the protagonist Qin Wentian was marginalized. No one paid attention to him. The news of the appearance of Chaos Heaven Demon Art caused a great shock. In addition, there are rumors that the swordsmanship used by a woman as cold as ice is very likely to be the Yishan swordsmanship. Qin Wentian returned to his residence and naturally discussed the affairs of the state of Chu with Ruohuan. He didn't know what was happening with the Emperor Star Academy of the state of Chu now, and there were relatives he missed in Xianyang City. However, Ruohuan didn't know much. She just knew that Chu Wuwei was vigorously reviving the Emperor Star Academy and wanted to make the state of Chu strong. After chatting, Qin Wentian returned to his courtyard. The night was as dark as ink. In the courtyard, Qin Wentian sat cross-legged. What happened today had a great impact on him. Mo Qingchang was safe and sound, which naturally made him feel a little relieved. Seeing that she was safe, Qin Wentian was also relieved. However, Zhan Chen's strength now made her feel quite threatened, and in today's battle, Zhan Chen certainly did not use all his trump cards. Yun Mengai and the mysterious black-robed man were both extremely powerful. Yang Fan from Zhaixing Mansion and Hua Feng from the Hua family were probably even more terrifying, and his goal this time was to be the top 3 on the destiny list, which was not easy. Many meteorites appeared under Qin Wentian's palm, ready to be used for cultivation. The competition on the destiny list is not as good as before. In the past, it was easy for him to fight across 2 levels, but now facing those best people, all of whom practiced extremely powerful skills and magical powers, he was not absolutely sure. Therefore, he must first practice some powerful methods. The sky-breaking finger left by Jinxing Xianzhen has a powerful attack, but it consumes a lot of meteorites and cannot be used frequently. In addition to the 81 magic methods, he also needs some powerful magical trump cards. Now, in his memory, there is a very powerful magical power. The little star man was left to him by the dead ghost father. It has always been Qin Wentian's biggest secret. In the past 2 years, he has consumed a lot of meteorites and stimulated many memories in the fragments of stars. In addition to seeing some memory fragments of the dead ghost father, he also obtained a powerful magical skill. This skill is the ancient bell of killing the heart. As the name suggests, killing the heart. This skill must be activated by the ancient bell divine essence condensed by the divine pattern. It is extremely difficult to practice. This ancient bell is originally a 3rd level divine pattern. Qin Wentian has actually been practicing this magical power. Now he has finally completed a very important step. In an instant, he can condense the ancient bell divine pattern, ensuring that this skill can bloom at will. The difficulty of this skill is also second, it requires the rhythm of the heart, which is extremely mysterious. Fortunately, now Qin Wentian has the candlelight of the heart. He guessed that perhaps it was because of this that the dead ghost father practiced this powerful and mysterious magical skill. Qin Wentian closed his eyes tightly, but the candlelight in his body was still burning quietly. Qin Wentian communicated with the divine essence, as if he had completed the harmony in his body. This process was also extremely difficult. In the blink of an eye, it was already late at night. In the courtyard, there was a rustling sound, which made Qin Wentian frown slightly. Suddenly, Qin Wentian shouted coldly and slapped his palm. In an instant, the divine essence burst out, and an illusory ancient bell appeared in the void. Yun Mengai was walking lightly, and suddenly she felt a palpitation in her heart, and it actually beat up. Her beautiful eyes froze instantly, and then she saw an ancient bell coming in front of her, and she grabbed it with her palm. Boom! A ray of bell sound echoed in the air. Yun Mengai groaned, her heart beat violently, as if she was stabbed with a sword. Her beautiful eyes opened, and her expression suddenly stared at Qin Wentian. What kind of magical power is this? It is so unsolvable. What are you doing here? Qin Wentian opened his eyes and looked at Yun Mengai and asked. Yun Mengai looked at Qin Wentian with a cold expression and asked, what kind of magical power is this? Ancient heart-killing bell. Qin Wentian said calmly. Killing, very powerful. Yun Mengai said, if you enter the 8th level of Yuanfu, and practice this magical power more powerfully, I am afraid I can't bear the continuous vibration of the ancient bell. Qin Wentian didn't say much, just staring at Yun Mengai. It was night at this moment. What did Yun Mengai want to do by running to his residence? Although I am not a beauty that can topple a country, I am still a beauty after all. Why do you dislike me so much? Yun Mengai asked when she saw Qin Wentian's indifferent expression. Qin Wentian was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yun Mengai to say such a thing. This is not like the you I knew before. Qin Wentian was still cold. I was just pretending to be indifferent before. If you like me, I'm willing to give you everything. Yun Mengai's face suddenly flashed a gentle smile. She slowly walked towards Qin Wentian, put her hands on her shoulders, and took off her white coat. Suddenly, her shoulders were exposed, and her sexy collarbone was in full view. Qin Wentian frowned slightly. Yun Mengai seemed to be getting more and more abnormal. What do you want to do? Qin Wentian asked coldly. Yun Mengai let her white coat fall to the ground. With her sexy body, she actually sat beside Qin Wentian, leaning softly on Qin Wentian's shoulder, and said, you are not attracted to me at all. Qin Wentian turned around and put his hands on the soft and boneless shoulders. He could feel the coolness on Yun Mengai's skin. He looked down and looked at the tempting place. Yun Mengai's eyes changed slightly. HMPH. Qin Wentian waved his hand, and the white robe flew over. He draped it over Yun Mengai's shoulders and said coldly, if you have nothing to do, don't disturb my practice. Yun Mengai's expression changed slightly, and then she stood up, waved her sleeves and left. I don't know if she blamed Qin Wentian for being unromantic. Chapter 343 The 7 Clans of Daksha. Qin Wentian saw Yun Mengai leave, and his heart was a little confused. Yun Mengai was as beautiful as an iceberg snow lotus, and she seduced him with such a posture. It was impossible for Qin Wentian not to be moved. After all, he was a young man with blood and had not yet tried the pleasure of men and women. However, his strong character was rare, and he could naturally control himself. This Yun Mengai seemed to be more and more like a mystery, blocking his sight. After thinking for a moment, Qin Wentian closed his eyes and continued to practice with peace of mind. He needed to try to have more trump cards before the battle for the destiny list began, and compete with the evil people of Daksha. In the early morning of the second day, Many forces that descended on Qin's Hao City received an invitation from the Dai Chen family, inviting the younger generation of them to go to the Chen mansion for a chat. And this matter seemed to be caused by Ouyang Guangxiao, the young master of the Ouyang family. It was rumored that Ouyang Guangxiao was extremely bold and went to the Dai Chen family in person to invite a battle and to have a competition with the young generation of the Dai Chen family. Therefore, the Chen family of Dari invited many forces to come. Among them, in addition to the Yang family, there are also the Shi family of Qin's Hao City, the Den Wang Palace, and the Hua family of Wang's Hao City, the Wang family of Bing's Hao City, and the swordsmen of Yan's Hao. This surprised many people, because the forces invited by the Chen family this time were very meaningful. There are 36 overlord-level forces in Jia's Hao City of the Great Xia dynasty, but there is also a consensus on the strongest 9 overlord-level forces. These 9 forces are Qin's Hao City, Qinshan Pavilion, Chen family, Shi family, Wang's Hao City, Dan Wang Palace, Hua family, Bing's Hao City, Wang family, Kang's Hao City, Yang family, Yao's Hao City, Xianai Ao sect, Yan's Hao City, Yan's Hao swordsman. Among them, Qin's Hao City has the most and strongest forces, followed by Wang's Hao City. The forces invited by the Chen family this time are all in it, except for Qinshan Pavilion and Xianai Ao sect. Qinshan Pavilion has a special status and customizes many rankings of the Great Xia dynasty. In the past, the founder of Qinshan Pavilion was a minister in charge of the Qinshan Observatory of the Great Xia dynasty. He was able to peek into the fortune of Great Xia. It is rumored that if the rebellion had not been supported by him, it would never have succeeded, because he could peek into the fortune of the image and naturally predict many things. Therefore, later generations believe that the founder of Qinshan Pavilion was the most important person among the 9 rebels. Moreover, the forces invited by the Chen family this time, except for the Ouyang family, the other 5 forces were all opened up by the 9 rebels of the Great Xia dynasty. In a sense, this can even be called a gathering of the 9 noble families of the Great Xia dynasty. The Ouyang family is on the way to the Chen family for a meeting. Qin Wentian and Ouyang Guangxiang were talking about this topic, and he was also a little upset. He had witnessed the leaders of the 9 noble families attacking Princess Xianai in the Jiutian God Monument. He didn't know which force the person who walked in front of Princess Xianai was the founder of. There are only 7 of the 9 noble families in the ancient Great Xia dynasty. These 7 forces occupy 7 of the 9 strongest overlord-level forces today. How powerful the ancient Great Xia dynasty was in the past. Qin Wentian sighed. Among the 9 strongest overlord-level forces today, except for the Ouyang family and the Xianai Ao sect, the other 7 forces were all opened up by the 9 noble families of the ancient Great Xia dynasty. Of course it's powerful. If it weren't for the destruction of the other 2 major forces, the current Daxia structure would probably still be ruled by the 9 noble clans of the ancient dynasty. Ouyang Guangxiang nodded and said, "You know, although the Ouyang family and the Xianai Ao sect have replaced them and entered the 9 strongest forces, if they are ranked, they are still ranked relatively low. Not only that, the 9 noble clans of the ancient Daxia dynasty, each of which occupied one of the 9 states and governed a state, but later there was turmoil, and the strongest noble clan stationed in Qin's Hao City was destroyed. The Qinshan Pavilion, the Chen family, and the Shi family returned to the ancient capital of Qin's Hao City. The Hua family moved to Wang's Hao City in the central area. With the passage of time, other forces gradually rose, and the current Daxia was formed." Ouyang Guangxiang recalled the past and sighed. The current Daxia dynasty can no longer be called a dynasty. It is too scattered, and the kings are fighting for hegemony. No force can unify Daxia anymore. The ancient Great Xia dynasty was too powerful. The alchemy clan became the Dan Wang Palace. The weapon refining clan became the Wang family of Bing's Hao City today. The Imperial Observatory became the Imperial Observatory. The fighting clan became the Chen family, the Shi family, and the Yan's Hao swordsman. If these clans had not weakened a lot over the past few thousand years, they would have been even more terrifying, and there would have been no chance for other overlord-level forces to rise. Awesome, but aren't martial arts cultivators becoming stronger and stronger through practice? Why is the strength of the Great Xia dynasty gradually weakening? Fan Li was also listening carefully, and couldn't help but interrupt at this moment. I heard that there may be the shadow of forces outside the Great Xia dynasty. Perhaps, because of the weakness of the Great Xia dynasty, those amazing people, after reaching a limit, knew that they could not move forward in the Great Xia dynasty, so they left. If the overall strength of the Great Xia dynasty was strong, they would not have to leave. Yang Kuangsheng didn't know much about this, and guessed casually. Qin Wentian and the others nodded slightly, and it seemed to make some sense. Is this just like Jiazhou City and Chu State? If Chu State is as strong as Jiazhou City, then we don't need to come to Jiazhou City from Chu State. So, the world outside is more terrifying than the Great Xia dynasty. Chu Mang seemed to be talking to himself, but it moved Qin Wentian quite a lot. Where is the limit of martial arts practice? How vast is the land of the continent? Can the peerless strong really break the world and pick the stars as rumored? When he was talking, everyone had already landed outside the Chen family, and their figures immediately landed to show their respect for the Chen family. Outside the Chen mansion, someone greeted them and led them into the Chen mansion. I'm excited to think about meeting my little lover. Ruahun saw Qin Wentian looking around and couldn't help but smile. She already knew the news about Mo Qingchen. She had said it in a joke in the past, but she didn't expect that they would really become a couple today. Both of them were so outstanding, but there seemed to be a lot of difficulties between them. Sister, please stop laughing at me, Qin Wentian said in a low voice. The group came to the Chen Mansion's banquet venue, which turned out to be an island in the middle of a lake. They walked along the pavilion corridor. There were beautiful women playing dance music in the lake. The music was beautiful and really enjoyable. The island in the middle of the lake was very large, and there was even a martial arts stage in the middle, which was quite unique. At this time, many people had arrived. Seeing the arrival of the Ouyang family, a middle-aged man immediately walked over and laughed loudly. The Ouyang family is here in person, and our humble home is honored. Brother Chen, you're welcome. The head of the Ouyang family was Ouyang Long, the second uncle of Ouyang Kuangshen. He bowed to the middle-aged man with a smile on his face. There are many guests today. If we are not well received, please do not be offended, Brother Ouyang. There is a seat over there. Please take a seat. The Chen family pointed to a certain direction. Ouyang Long nodded slightly and said with a smile, Brother Chen, please feel free. After that, the Chen family left with a smile. Ouyang Long and others found a seat and sat down. Many people looked over here. They saw that people from all forces were accompanied by people from the Chen family, except for the Ouyang family. Such a scene naturally made the Ouyang family aware of it. There was a flash of displeasure in their expressions. The Chen family seemed to do this deliberately to intimidate them. Although the words were polite, they were no longer respectful to them. Qin Wentian saw a sharp cold light shooting down on him. He turned his eyes and looked in a certain direction. There, Wang Xiao's eyes were like a sharp blade. Beside him, Qiao Zhuan from the Zhuan Palace also came with him to see the various forces left over from the ancient Great Xia dynasty. Today, of the 7 major forces of the ancient dynasty, except for Qinzhou City, the other 6 forces will all descend. The people of Bingzhou City are indeed very sharp. Qin Wentian glanced at the crowd in Wang Xiao's direction and said to himself. Then, he slowly turned his eyes and saw a line of figures all wearing white clothes and carrying ancient swords. They must be the swordsmen of Yanzhou, named after the sword. Others from the Hui family and the Danyuan Palace have also arrived. His eyes instantly fell on Luo He, who was chatting with the head of the Hui family. The Hui family has always wanted to get close to the Danyuan Palace, so they are also interested in marriage. Luo He seemed to have noticed something, and her eyes turned and fell on Qin Wentian in an instant. Her eyes suddenly became sharp. Qin Wentian only felt a huge pressure coming. Luo He looked at him with a slightly cold expression. It was because of this child that her disciple Mo Qingchen always missed him and could not let it go. Even her status as a master was not as important as Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian. Not far from Luo He, Zhan Chen was there. He saw a ray of golden light in his eyes, bright and sharp, staring at Qin Wentian, with murderous intent undisguised. The people of the Hui family immediately turned their eyes and fell on Qin Wentian. Was it this child who killed Hu Xiaoyan? They looked at Qin Wentian with cold eyes, as if they regarded Qin Wentian as a dead man. The Hui family didn't care about Hu Xiaoyan's death, because Hu Xiaoyan was a playboy and often got into trouble. His death, except for his closest relatives, would not be pitied by other family members. However, they didn't care about Hu Xiaoyan's death, but Qin Wentian's killing of Hu Xiaoyan undoubtedly brought shame to the Hui family. Of course, they still didn't care, because someone would make Qin Wentian die. Hu Taixu, who always doted on Hu Xiaoyan, would never let Qin Wentian live too long. If he was there, Qin Wentian would die. In addition to Zhang Chen, Chen Ran was in the crowd of Chen family members, looking at Qin Wentian with particularly cold eyes, but he didn't dare to show anything. After all, he lost to Qin Wentian, and he didn't have the face to mention this matter in front of everyone. He didn't have the face to seek revenge on Qin Wentian, because it was a defeat. How could he dare to say the shame of defeat in public? Qin Wentian's expression was normal, not changing at all. Just based on what Hu Xiaoyan did to Mo Qingcheng, if he had another chance, he would still kill him without hesitation. This matter would not affect his state of mind. Zhang Chen was a ruthless person who would do anything to achieve his goal. He killed the person who loved him. He wanted to kill himself. Qin Wentian, why didn't he want to kill Zhang Chen? In the corridor, another group of figures walked over. They were the last force to arrive, the people of the Shi family. The people of the Shi family all had slightly strange eyes, and their long hair was as black as ink, extremely black, and casually scattered, revealing a cold and powerful meaning. It is rumored that the people of the Shi family have the blood of the ancient giant beasts, and they are born warriors. They once pursued the ancient dynasty of Daxia to fight the world and unify Daxia. Yang Kuangsheng said in a low voice, which made Qin Wentian a little surprised. The people of the Shi family actually had the blood of the ancient monster flowing in their bodies. Chapter 344, Fighting for the Strongest. The situation of the Shi family reminded Qin Wentian of himself. There seemed to be two bloodlines in his body, one of which was like the bloodline of the ancient demon king. Even though he had reached the 7th level of Yuanfu, he still had not discovered the secret of the bloodline. The two bloodlines in his body seemed to have endless potential, waiting for him to discover it bit by bit. The people of the Shi family sat down, and the crowd gradually sat down in the arranged seats. Maids kept bringing the prepared banquets and placing them in front of the crowd. The atmosphere was relaxed, like a banquet, without any anger. The various forces seemed to get along well, but who knew that they had been fighting secretly for many years? It is an honor for all of you to come to my Chen family. The new generation replaces the old. Now, seeing the rising stars of various forces, I am also relieved. In the direction of the Chen family, the leader was wearing a gorgeous dress with a dazzling sun pattern carved on it, which looked quite dazzling. Brother Hui, why didn't nephew Taixu come? The middle-aged man of the Chen family looked in the direction of the Hui family and asked. When it comes to rising stars, Hui Taixu is the first. He has dominated the destiny list for several years. Taixu is making progress in his realm and will soon break through to the 2nd level of Xiangang. A person from the Hui family responded with a smile, with a hint of pride on his face, which made everyone's expression stagnate slightly. Hui Taixu is worthy of being the first on the destiny list. Now, he has begun to make progress in the 2nd level of Xiangang. He is undoubtedly gradually widening the gap with the people behind him on the destiny list. Haha, it seems that nephew Taixu will become a great leader of the Hui family in the future. The people of the Chen family laughed. With Hui Taixu's outstandingness, he has surpassed all his peers and even elders in the Hui family. If he continues in this manner, the position of leader of the Hui family will definitely belong to Hui Taixu in the future. Nephew Chen Wang is no exception. The people of the Hui family said politely. Chen Wang of the Dari Chen family does not refer to a certain king on the Tiangang list, but the 2nd person on the Tianming list. His name is Chen Wang. It is rumored that Chen Wang was renamed later. The family changed his name to show their high hopes for him, hoping that he would become the king of the Dari Chen family. He can't do it. He is still trapped in the peak of Yuanfu. The Chen family smiled and waved his hands, but it seemed a bit insincere. Nephew Chen Wang stayed in Yuanfu realm. He has his own plans. The Hui family man smiled casually. He heard that Chen Wang could have hit the Tiangang realm a long time ago, but he was still in Yuanfu. How is nephew Shi Potion? The Chen family man ignored this topic and looked in the direction of the Shi family. Shi Potion, ranked 3rd on the Tianming list. Same as always, the people behind him have broken through, but he is still in the 9th level of Yuanfu. The Shi family man responded lightly. The person behind him was the 4th person on the destiny list, Qinshan Pavilion, Jingwu, who had already broken through to the Xiangang realm. The Chen family member smiled indifferently. I wonder how strong the 5th-ranked junior Wang Kang is. This boy has always been very mysterious. We can't control much of the junior's affairs. We can just be spectators in this battle on the destiny list. Luo He spoke calmly at this moment. As soon as she spoke, Many people looked towards the direction of the Danyuan Palace. Yes, the strongest juniors on the destiny list are all among the forces present today. We just need to watch the excitement. The middle-aged man of the Qin family smiled indifferently, but every time there was a battle on the destiny list, the forces were very concerned. In the Great Xia dynasty, there has always been a rumor that the competition for the destiny list is related to the fortune of Great Xia. The younger generation of the power that performs best in the destiny list will compete for higher and more seats, and the fortune of this power will be stronger. The younger generations of the strongest powers in the Great Xia dynasty have always had a monopoly on the destiny list. The forces opened up by the 7 ancient dynasties of the Great Xia dynasty have monopolized the top 3 seats for countless years, without exception. This monopoly is especially strong for several forces in Qin's house city. Luohi, I heard that your female disciple Mo Qingcheng has a 7-orifice exquisite heart and a beauty that can overwhelm a country. I haven't seen her yet. What's the future today? Someone asked Luohi. This girl is practicing hard and doesn't like crowds. Luohi said casually, but after she finished speaking, her expression froze, and she smiled and said, but today, I will still come to pay my respects to the elders. After she finished speaking, she saw several figures floating not far away. The woman in front of her was dressed in white, pure and elegant, with a flawless face, and there was nothing to criticize. This made many people look froze, even those elders couldn't help but feel a little surprised. No wonder even Hua Taixu was interested in her. Such a woman, with the talent of the 7 apertures and the delicate heart, how could she not be liked? As for the younger generations of the major forces, their eyes froze, looking at the fury-like face, they couldn't help but be moved. Everyone loves beauty, whether they are talented or mediocre. Ruahong touched Qin Wentian's arm, causing Qin Wentian to look at her with a wry smile and whispered, Sister, stop making trouble. She seems to be more beautiful than before. Could it be that practicing really has the effect of beautifying a woman's face? It seems that I have to work hard too. Ruahong said with a faint smile. Now Mo Qingcheng seemed to have a wonderful glow on her body. Mo Qingcheng came to the direction of the Danyuan Palace, bowed slightly to Luohi, and shouted, Master. Well, Qingcheng, come and meet the elders. Luohi nodded slightly, and Mo Qingcheng bowed slightly to the crowd. Every move was elegant and touching. Even many young people stared at them, as if they had found their dream lover. Qingcheng greets all the elders. Mo Qingcheng said in a low voice, then she slowly moved and sat behind Luohi. She looked up and looked in the direction of the Ouyang family. Seeing Qin Wentian looking at her, there was a flash of playfulness in her beautiful eyes, which made Qin Wentian stun for a moment, and a warm current flowed through his heart. Such an expression seemed to bring him back to the past. Many young people wiped their eyes. What happened just now? Did they see it wrong? Luohi, congratulations on accepting a good disciple, but I don't know if you have a crush on him. If not, can you take a look at my Chen family's children? The middle-aged man of the Chen family said with a smile. Luohi was about to speak, but he heard Mo Qingcheng smile and said, Senior, I have a crush on you. Oh. The middle-aged man of the Chen family was stunned, and the eyes of the people present were also stagnant. Could it be that Mo Qingcheng really fell in love with Hua Taixu? However, with Hua Taixu's talent, the two of them are indeed more suitable. Of course, it could also be Zhan Shen. After all, as disciples of the Danyuan Palace, the two can be regarded as senior brothers and sisters. It's not surprising that love grows over time. I wonder which outstanding person is so lucky. The middle-aged Chen family said with a smile. You will know him after the battle of the destiny ranking. Mo Qingcheng responded with a smile. Her words surprised many people. So, it's not Hua Taixu? It's even possible that it's not Zhan Shen. Let's not talk about this for now. Luohi seemed a little unhappy and said lightly. Yes. The middle-aged Chen family nodded, and his eyes finally looked in the direction of the Ouyang family. The day before yesterday, the nephew Ouyang Kuangsheng wanted to let the young people of the Ouyang family and the young people of my Chen family have a discussion, so there was this banquet. I invited you all to come here. In addition to talking about feelings, there is this meeting, to see how our other young people are practicing, except for the most outstanding people on the destiny ranking. Chen Wang, Shi Potion and others did not come. They obviously did not intend to let those people collide in advance. The battle of the destiny ranking was their stage. Yang Kuangsheng is only at the 7th level of Yuan Mansion's strength. If he wants to have a competition, The Chen family will naturally satisfy him. Are you interested in trying it? The middle-aged man of the Chen family looked at the crowd and asked with a smile. How do we compete? The Wang family asked. Since Ouyang's nephew has reached the 7th level of Yuanfu, then let's set the realm at the 7th level of Yuanfu. Each party will select one person to fight, and another person of the same realm will assist in the battle. Let's see which younger generation is the strongest. How about that? The Chen family said with a smile. This competition is just to liven up the banquet, so don't take it too seriously. Okay, do you want to add some prizes? Someone said with a smile. Okay, the winner can propose a condition to any other force. As long as it is not excessive and that force has no objection, then agree to it. How about that? The middle-aged man of the Chen family continued, and everyone nodded. The competition between the younger generations was just for fun. The main purpose of the Chen family today was probably to make the Ouyang family look bad. They knew that in addition to King Chen, the Chen family also had a demon who is not much inferior to King Chen in the 7th level of Yuanfu. Since everyone agrees, let's select the people to go on the martial arts stage. As the middle-aged man of the Chen family finished speaking, 2 people walked out from the direction of the Chen family. It's Chen Zan indeed. When everyone saw one of them, their eyes were sharp. Chen Zan was a very talented person. He could fight against people of the 9th level of Yuan Mansion. He had a strong ability to comprehend the Great Sun Kaiankan mental method. Will you accompany me? Yang Kuangsheng looked at Qin Wentian. If Qin Wentian accompanied him in this battle, there would be no suspense. Yes. Qin Wentian nodded slightly. After hearing what the middle-aged man of the Chen family said, he immediately decided that he would fight in this battle. The conditions he would propose were also very simple, but for him, they were very important. The 2 smiled at each other, and stepped onto the martial arts stage one after another. People from the other 6 major forces also walked out one after another. Wang Xiao was also among them. He did not look at Chen Zan of the Chen family, but stared at Qin Wentian. He knew that this person was likely to be more terrifying than Chen Zan. Before Qin Wentian experienced the heavenly steel stairs, he had fought Situpo without losing. Later, he made great progress on the heavenly steel stairs. Now, Wang Xiao felt that his fighting power was hard to guess, but it was certain that he was extremely strong. The Chen family's plan was probably going to fail. Qin Wentian, you killed someone from my Hui family. Today, I want to teach you a lesson. A young man from the Hui family said indifferently. Qin Wentian looked straight ahead and didn't even look at him. The people from all sides were all very powerful. The middle-aged man from the Chen family smiled and was about to explain the rules of the battle in detail. Yang, I don't want to waste time. Qin Wentian said in a low voice, which made Yang Kuangsheng stunned. What did this guy want to do? Then Qin Wentian took Yang Kuangsheng one step forward and said, people of our generation, if we want to fight, we should fight to be the strongest. Everyone was stunned and looked at Qin Wentian, wondering what this boy meant. Then, they saw Qin Wentian continue to say, there is no need for any rules, you all, come together. Yang Kuangsheng's heart trembled, this guy. But for Qin Wentian, sparring with people of the same realm is indeed meaningless. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345 Qin Wentian's Request. Qin Wentian's calm voice made the space suddenly quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. Yang Kuangsheng threatened to learn martial arts from the young man of the Dai Chen family. Today, the Chen family wanted to take this opportunity to humiliate Yang Kuangsheng. However, at this moment, the man next to Yang Kuangsheng said arrogantly, you, come together. Although the people who stepped onto the martial arts stage were all at the 7th level of the Yuanfu realm, if it came to fighting power, any one of them could kill an ordinary Yuanfu 8th level person. The 6 major forces, 6 of the 9 strongest forces in the current Daxia dynasty, and the 12 outstanding young people were all ready to show their talents. They would miss the battle for the destiny list this time. Even if they participated, they would not be able to become the most dazzling existence, but being able to show their talents here would also bring some glory to their family heads. But now, someone was ignoring them like this. Who are you? Chen Zan of the Dai Chen family asked. He didn't even know this person. Among the crowd present, Except for the Hua family of Wangzhou City and the Dangwon Palace, most people did not know who Qin Wentian was. Perhaps, this was the first time he appeared in the eyes of the strongest forces in Daxia. Of course, this would never be the best time. The people here did not realize at this moment what kind of storm the young man who showed his brilliance in front of them would bring about in Daxia from today. Qin Wentian. A calm voice came out of Qin Wentian's mouth, and a bright sunlight flashed in Chen Zhan's face, like a ball of fire. Chen Zhan took a step forward, and there was a loud bang, and the earth shook. Chen Zhan was bathed in the sun's light, which pierced people's eyes. He said arrogantly, "You are so arrogant, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. The two of us from the Chen family will fight you two first." No one else moved. For them, a group of people besieging Qin Wentian was by no means a glorious thing. Chen Zhan was powerful, so they let Chen Zhan try how strong Qin Wentian was. Qin Wentian clenched his fist, took a step forward, and stood in the middle of the martial arts arena with Yang Kuangshen. "You, do as you please." The terrifying power gathered in Qin Wentian's palm, and a wisp of demonic energy spread out. Boom! Chen Zhan stepped forward, staring at Qin Wentian, and the great Sun Qianqin power on his body bloomed. A terrifying power swept out wildly, and everyone could clearly feel a hot breath. Suddenly, Chen Zhan's figure soared into the air and stood in the void. The sun in the sky seemed to have light falling down, covering him with a layer of solar armor. Suddenly, 9 great Sun Qianqin swords were suspended in the void, and flames swept the void. Kill! The great Sun Qianqin sword fell from the sky, leaving 9 rays of light in the void, as if 9 scorching suns were slashing towards Qin Wentian. He wanted to let everyone know that he was Chen Zhan, the great Sun Chen family, and Chen Zhan. Qin Wentian looked up and looked at Chen Zhan. His body, holding the great Sun Universe sword, soared into the sky. His palm trembled and he slapped it directly. A brilliant light burst out in the void, and the great Sun Universe sword was directly annihilated. Chen Zhan's expression changed slightly, but it was only for a moment. Qin Wentian was not strong, but not challenging. However, at this moment, a terrifying look penetrated his flaming eyes. Chen Zhan only felt a violent shock in his mind, but everyone saw Qin Wentian strolling out and landing in front of Chen Zhan in an instant. He punched out, and Chen Zhan roared, and the great Sun Universe Force storm broke out. Bang! With a crisp punch, Chen Zhan's body was directly shaken out. With a light sound of pudong, the lake water splashed. Chen Zhan fell into the lake. Power crushes. The people below had such vicious eyes that they instantly understood that Qin Wentian used his absolute power advantage to crush Chen Zhan. In the face of absolute power advantage, any means and magical powers are illusory. One force can defeat 10 skills, and one force can break all methods. Below, Yang Kuangsheng was fighting with another young man from the Chen family. He also had an absolute advantage. He crushed the opponent violently and finally punched him back to the Chen family's battle stage, spitting blood. The Yang family won the battle against the Dai Chen family. At this moment, everyone understood that if they really took turns to fight, no one would be the opponent of the Yang family. Qin Wentian took a step forward, swooped down, stared at Wang Xiao, and said coldly, "Get out." As soon as the voice fell, Wang Xiao felt the terrifying pressure coming, his expression changed drastically, and the endless sharp energy on his body burst out. The 2 Wang family members walked in the void at the same time, but saw Qin Wentian slapped out again, and the extremely huge ape palm print burst out. With a loud bang, the 2 Wang family members were blown away at the same time. Buzz! The wind swept, and 5 or 6 figures soared into the sky at the same time. The star souls burst out and rushed straight to Qin Wentian. Rounds of terrifying storms swept past, covering Qin Wentian, and the terrible oppression seemed to crush him. At the same time, 2 people walked towards Yang Kuangshen. Seeing that Qin Wentian was so strong, they knew that if they waited any longer, they would be swept out and there would be no chance at all. In the void, looking at the people who came to encircle and suppress him, Qin Wentian waved his sleeves, his long hair was like ink, and he stood there motionless despite the violent storm. In an instant, everyone descended on Qin Wentian's side at the same time, and all kinds of terrifying attacks came upon him. Qin Wentian slapped out with one palm. Boom! A bell sounded, shaking between heaven and earth. The bell sound pulled the heart, and the people around Qin Wentian all felt their hearts tremble violently, groaned, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Boom! Another bell rang, and Qin Wentian's figure flashed. Everyone saw the demonic energy in the void was surging, and the black-haired young man launched a violent attack. Bang, bang, bang. A series of crushing attacks broke out, and the young men of the major families were all shocked back to their respective families, all spitting blood and looking pale. The young man in the void stood proudly, standing there casually, but gave people an illusion of being invincible. At this moment, the crowd couldn't help but think of a sentence, in the same realm, invincible. Such combat power can indeed be called invincible in the same realm. The people of various forces had flickering expressions, and their eyes were not very good. Only the people of the Yang family had a smile on their faces. It seems that Yang Kuangsheng was right at the beginning. This person who dared to beat Yang Ting on the spot on the Yang family was indeed a character. Even at this moment, he did not hide his elegance. Only Duan Qingshan and Yang Ting looked not very optimistic. How could he become so powerful so quickly? In the direction of Dangwon Palace, Luo He's eyes flashed with a sharp look. This boy is extraordinary. No wonder King Chang can't forget him. Qin Wentian already has the demeanor of Hua Take-su. He crushed anyone of the same realm all the way, and was invincible among those of the same realm in Daxia. When he entered the 9th level of Yuanfu, there was no suspense about his first place on the destiny list. Mo Qingchang's beautiful eyes were shining with a strange light. In this way, she had more confidence in Qin Wentian, and he would definitely defeat Zhang Chen. The battle below was also over. Yang Kuangsheng defeated the two besiegers, but his edge was overshadowed by Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian landed on the ground and stood side by side with Yang Kuangsheng. Yang Kuangsheng smiled and said, "Seniors, that request was made by my brother Qin Wentian. I hope you can meet it. If it's not excessive, I'm sure no one will refuse it." The middle-aged man of the Chen family looked a little cold. He couldn't laugh in such a battle situation. Qin Wentian's eyes slowly turned, and then he looked in the direction of Dangwon Palace. His eyes fell on Luo He, and he said, "My condition is that I hope Senior Luo He can agree that I can chat with my senior disciple Mo Qingchang alone for half an hour. This request should not be too much." Luo He and Zhang Chen both looked dignified, and Zhang Chen said, "Uncle Master, junior sister is a proud girl, how can she meet others alone?" The people from various forces also showed a strange look. This boy is outstanding, but it turns out that he can't resist a beauty. Seeing a person like Mo Qingchang, he also admires her and wants to date Mo Qingchang. This is very interesting. However, even if Qin Wentian is very outstanding, it is still impossible for him to pursue Mo Qingchang. "Half an hour, Master, I have no problem." Mo Qingchang said obediently, as if she was afraid that Master Luo He would be embarrassed, but Luo He was as clear as a mirror. How could she have any objection to this girl? "Senior Luo He, since this is a promise made by all the seniors, and Mo Qingchang has agreed to it, I believe that the senior will not break his promise." Yang Kuangsheng said, and Luo He said, "It's nearby. Disciple understands." Mo Qingchang nodded slightly, and then moved lightly. Qin Wentian smiled slightly and said, "Miss Qingchang, please follow me." After that, he turned and walked out, and Mo Qingchang followed him. The two left the lake island. Seeing such a scene, many young people showed jealousy. This man fought for a beauty, and he was quite good at pursuing women. It turns out that you are also a lustful person, coveting the beauty of others. Yang Ting cursed in a low voice. When she saw Mo Qingchang's face, she felt a little jealous. "It's rare to get together with you, let's continue the banquet," the middle-aged man of the Chen family said in order to avoid a dull moment. But Qin Wentian and Mo Qingchang left far away, the farther the better. Soon, they came to the palace where the people of Dangwon Palace lived. When they walked to a pavilion by the river, Mo Qingchang stopped and turned to look at Qin Wentian. She couldn't help but laugh, as beautiful as 100 flowers blooming. "Fool, you thought of that." Mo Qingchang took off her disguise at this moment. She was so beautiful and sacred, but now she showed a little woman's attitude, with a bit of playfulness. If others saw her indifferent in front of others, they would probably be shocked. Qin Wentian didn't say anything, just looked at Mo Qingchang. It seemed that Mo Qingchang's heart was beating. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "What are you looking at? I haven't seen it for a long time, of course I have to see enough." Qin Wentian walked up to Mo Qingchang and looked into Qin Wentian's eyes. Mo Qingchang leaned forward slightly, leaned on his arms, and said softly, "You have worked hard all these years." "I'm fine, but how are you doing in Dangwon Palace?" Qin Wentian asked. "It's okay. Master is very good to me." Mo Qingcheng took Qin Wentian to the riverside, took out a small porcelain bottle from her arms, handed it to Qin Wentian and said, "This is a third-level realm-breaking pill. I accidentally succeeded in refining it after I saw you last time. However, only 5 pills were produced in one furnace, but they are enough. This kind of pill will only produce great medicinal effects when the first pill is taken, and taking it a second time would be a waste. Take it." Although she said it casually, Qin Wentian could not imagine how much cost and effort she had spent in refining this furnace of pills. Chapter 346 Love Obsession. Breakthrough Pill. Qin Wentian took the porcelain bottle from Mo Qingcheng and was a little surprised. Does this name mean it can break through the realm? Well, as long as your realm is stable, it shouldn't be a problem to break through the realm at the Yuanfu level. I kept one for myself. In this way, we can meet in the battle for the destiny ranking. Mo Qingcheng winked playfully, and Qin Wentian's eyes also lit up. Then he leaned towards Mo Qingcheng, making Mo Qingcheng smile slightly. It must be very difficult to refine such a heaven-defying pill. Your alchemy skills in cultivation realm have improved so much? How did you get through these years? Qin Wentian looked at the stunning face close at hand, and his gentle voice made people feel warm. He seemed to be able to imagine that Mo Qingcheng must have been extremely hard-working in the past few years. You are already a 4th-level divine rune master, how could I fall behind? So I am a 4th-level alchemist. As for the realm of cultivation, it is actually very simple. Master said that I have a 7-aperture exquisite heart. Since I awakened, I don't know what happened, it seems that I have opened my mind, and my comprehension has become powerful. Mo Qingcheng shook her calves, as if it was very relaxed. 4th-level divine rune master, 4th-level alchemist, isn't it a good match? While smiling and saying this, Mo Qingcheng seemed to feel something was wrong. Qin Wentian's eyes were staring at her, and his body seemed to be slowly leaning forward. What are you doing? Mo Qingcheng felt that the 7-aperture exquisite heart beat faster, and a faint blush swept across her face. How can you stare at someone like this? Qin Wentian's head was getting closer and closer, almost touching Mo Qingcheng's head. The two could even feel each other's breathing. Mo Qingcheng's heart beat faster, and her body seemed to be stiff, and her shaking calves would not move. Why is it so nervous? What does this damn fool want to do? Then, Mo Qingcheng felt her whole body tighten, and someone hugged her. Her heart trembled violently. Before she could scream, her lips were blocked. The poor first kiss of the most beautiful woman in Chu state was taken away by the evil person. With a light sound, the lips parted. Under Mo Qingcheng's stunned gaze, the person licked his lips as if he was still unsatisfied. Then he turned his head and looked at the river in front of him, whispering, "The scenery here is really beautiful." Mo Qingcheng looked at him fiercely. He actually praised the beautiful scenery? It was to the abominable. Qin Wentian turned his head weakly, looked at Mo Qingcheng's charming eyes, and smiled. "Qingcheng, what's wrong?" Mo Qingcheng stretched out her hand, pinched Qin Wentian's waist, and twisted it fiercely. "HMPH. Qingcheng, I just don't want to be called an idiot by you again." Qin Wentian defended himself, and Mo Qingcheng let him go, saying, "Then what are you going to do?" "Don't worry, I will be responsible for you," Qin Wentian said righteously, making Mo Qingcheng curl her lips. "No, I want you to return it to me now." Oh. Qin Wentian's face was dark, and he said, "How to return it? Idiot." Mo Qingcheng chuckled, and then stroked the long hair on her forehead. The subtle movement was so beautiful that it was breathtaking. What shocked Qin Wentian was that he saw Mo Qingcheng hooked his neck with both hands, pressed her lips against it, and took the initiative to offer her claws. Qin Wentian looked straight, and the eyelashes that were almost in front of his eyes flashed. The closed eyes seemed to still speak, full of endless affection. Qin Wentian's heart seemed to melt, and he hugged the woman in front of him tightly. The two used awkward movements to feel each other's breath and exchanged the feelings deep in their hearts. The heartbeats of both of them were clearly audible, as if they were composing a song called Love. After a long time, Mo Qingcheng's lips parted. Her face had already turned red. She glanced at Qin Wentian shyly, and then her body leaned softly in Qin Wentian's arms, looking at the flowing river, silently feeling Qin Wentian's heartbeat. Qin Wentian showed a bright smile on his face, with endless tenderness and warmth in his heart. All this perseverance was so worthwhile. Holding the beauty in his arms tightly, they didn't speak again. Any word seemed pale and powerless. They communicated with their hearts. Half an hour seemed as short as a moment, as if it would pass in an instant. Mo Qingqiang was still reluctant to leave Qin Wentian's warm arms. Her eyes were red, as if a crystal tear had slipped down, but her beautiful eyes were still smiling. If time stopped and never passed, how wonderful it would be. Mo Qingqiang murmured. Hearing that intoxicating voice, Qin Wentian felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, and whispered, "It's all my fault that I'm incompetent and don't have the ability to keep you by my side." Mo Qingqiang stood up after hearing Qin Wentian's words, blocked Qin Wentian's lips with her fingers, and whispered, "I don't allow you to say such things." "Well, I won't say it, but I will try my best to redeem everything." Qin Wentian looked at the tears hanging in the corners of Mo Qingqiang's eyes, and an extremely strong obsession emerged in his heart. That obsession took root deep in his heart. "I believe, and I will always believe." Mo Qingqiang smiled brilliantly, and during this smile, the surrounding scenery seemed to be more beautiful. "In the battle for the destiny ranking, you must defeat Zhang Chen. Master promised me that as long as you defeat him, he will not interfere with my search for you." "Okay." Qin Wentian nodded. Looking at the figure in front of him, Qin Wentian smiled and said, "Let alone Zhang Chen, even if the entire Dangwang Palace is overthrown, I will keep you by my side forever." "Well, then I'll wait for you." Mo Qingqiang slowly got up, took Qin Wentian's hand, and said with a smile, "I'm going back to the house first, and I won't go back to the banquet. You can stay for a while, so that I can see you in the attic. Even if Master knows, he won't say anything." "Okay, I'll be here." Qin Wentian nodded. Mo Qingqiang reluctantly let go of her hand, and then turned around and walked away. Qin Wentian looked at the graceful figure slowly leaving, and he didn't know what he felt in his heart. When he was a teenager, he first experienced the taste of love, which was the figure of King Chen. In the snow, that fool made a seed sprout in his heart. And now, this seed is gradually taking root and growing. He knew that from then on, the figure of King Cheng had been deeply imprinted in his heart and could never be erased. Love is something that makes people feel wonderful and warm, but it is also heartbreaking and entangled. Huh? Taking a deep breath, Qin Wentian slowly turned around and continued to sit there. The obsession in his heart became stronger and stronger. He seemed to see the trace of tears in the corner of Mo Qingqiang's eyes again. It was his incompetence that made the beauty cry, and it was his incompetence that made the beauty uncomfortable. If he could overlook this world, who could stop him from being with the one he loved? Closing his eyes, a strong sense of perception permeated, covering this world and spreading towards the distance. He saw King Cheng return to the attic, lying on the eaves of the attic, looking at his figure with a charming smile. Seeing that charming face and the gentle smile on her face, his obsession became stronger and stronger. His perception seemed to have become stronger and was spreading wildly. This world seemed transparent to him without any obstacles. He saw many servants in the Chen mansion busying themselves, enduring the scolding of their master. He saw a training ground, where a young lady from the Chen family was standing, overlooking the servants kneeling on the ground, insulting her with unpleasant words, saying that she had not raised her demon beast mount well. Weak in strength, inferior to the mount. He saw the direct descendants of the Chen mansion sitting in their attic, flipping through the magical secrets. His perception even drifted back to the island in the middle of the lake, where the banquet was held, and the people there were pretending to be friendly with each other. This time, no one noticed that Qin Wentian's perception was spying on them. The candlelight in Qin Wentian's body was still swaying, like the flame of the heart, able to see through everything in the world. Qin Wentian felt that his perception seemed to be connected to this world. Under the influence of that obsession, he seemed to have entered a wonderful realm again without realizing it. Such a state of enlightenment is extremely difficult to find. There are countless people who can hardly enter it once in their entire lives. Mo Qingqiang's peerless beauty, the expressions of the people at the banquet, the various lives of the Chen family, the sound of flowing water, and the rhythm of the wind are all clear to Qin Wentian's ears. He feels as if he can touch their existence. What is realm? Qin Wentian asked himself in his heart. Being able to see everything and the rhythm of the world can be clearly heard as realm. What is will? Qin Wentian asked himself again. With a thought, it seems that he can get rid of his own constraints and establish a connection with the outside world. Will is will. Then, the second realm of martial arts will seems not so elusive. There was a sound of splashing, and the water in the river moved, as if there was a force acting on it. In the river, water gushed out and turned into water columns. Qin Wentian's body slowly stood up, and those water columns became higher and higher, gushing out into the void. Power is everywhere. Qin Wentian murmured, and with a loud bang, a column of water shot up into the sky. The moment Qin Wentian opened his eyes, it fell again and fell into the river, continuing to turn into flowing water and flowing away into the distance. Turning around, Qin Wentian looked into the distance, his eyes penetrated the space, looking at the charming smile. Mo Qingcheng's beautiful eyes flashed, as if she was surprised, and with a smile, she turned into the whole world. Chapter 347 Difficulties. Qin Wentian's power of thought could make the water column impact. Mo Qingcheng certainly understood that he had broken through. There was a kind of power of martial arts will, which entered the second level of will. The breakthrough of will was too important for Qin Wentian. He knew very well that the competition for the destiny list was fierce this time. Those who ranked at the top would never be simple. Moreover, after immersing himself in the peak realm of Yuanfu for several years, although he had never entered the Xiangang realm, would the strongest few people not have comprehended the second level of martial arts will? The second level of martial arts will is one of the necessary conditions for entering the Xiangang realm. Many people who cannot comprehend the second level of martial arts will always be stuck in the peak realm of Yuanfu. The significance of this breakthrough to Qin Wentian can be imagined, and it also adds a bit of confidence to his competition for the destiny list. "I'm leaving," Qin Wentian said in a low voice, and Mo Qingcheng smiled and nodded. "In the competition for the destiny list, I will tell the world that you are my woman." Qin Wentian's calm voice was like his oath, which made Mo Qingcheng's heart tremble. Qin Wentian took a step and slowly left here. His heart was more determined than ever before. Back at the lake island, many people looked at Qin Wentian coldly. This guy had been there for more than half an hour. I don't know what he talked about during his date with Mo Qingcheng. However, even if Qin Wentian was talented, his cultivation level was slightly low, and his birth was not good. Without a background, it would be a foolish dream to pursue Mo Qingcheng. Of course, they would not understand the feelings between Qin Wentian and Mo Qingcheng. Perhaps only a few people in the Dangwon Palace knew. Bai Fei looked at Qin Wentian deeply. When she first met the young Qin Wentian in Chu State, she would never dream of this day. The banquet was over, and everyone left one after another. Qin Wentian and others walked in the Chen family mansion, and suddenly felt a dazzling light. The strong sunlight seemed to go back to a certain direction. Everyone turned their eyes and looked towards a certain direction. There, on the top of a building, there was a young man standing there, with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sun in the sky. Behind him, there seemed to be a sun floating there, shining brightly, making the space particularly bright. The Great Sun Universe Heart Method is borrowing the light of the Great Sun. Someone showed a look of surprise and whispered, "That is the most outstanding genius of the Great Sun Chen family of this generation, King Chen. The second on the destiny list, King Chen." Qin Wentian looked over there, and saw that at this moment, King Chen seemed to feel something. His eyes slowly turned and looked over here. In an instant, it seemed that a blazing feeling descended, like the light of the sun. In King Chen's eyes, there seemed to be rounds of scorching suns. What a high temperature! The crowd only felt that the air here seemed to heat up, and many Xiangang realm masters of the Ouyang family showed surprise. As expected of the great Sun Chen King, a look penetrated the space, and the martial arts will descended. This was the second realm of martial arts will. Because Hua Taixu would not participate in the competition for the destiny ranking, the great Sun Chen King was considered to be the most likely candidate to take the first place in the destiny ranking. He had been immersed in the peak of Yuanfu for several years, and must have been ready to impact the Xiangang realm. His martial arts will, I don't know how many martial arts wills have entered the second realm. This King Chen is so powerful. Yang Kuangsheng's eyes flashed with a sharp color. Every 3 years, the battle for the destiny ranking is held. At the last moment, those geniuses will reveal all their cards. Only then will you find that their usual fighting power may still be concealed. And I feel that this battle for the destiny ranking will be more tragic than ever before. I wonder if the major overlord level forces can still monopolize the seats at the top of the destiny ranking and seize the fate of Daxia again this time. Is there really such a thing as fate? Qin Wentian didn't believe it very much. He was afraid that it was a rumor. Although luck is very important for martial arts practitioners, because even if you are extremely powerful, there will always be people stronger than you. If you are unlucky and offend someone, a genius who dies is not called a genius. Moreover, many trials and secret realms on the continent require luck. But Qin Wentian didn't believe that taking the seats at the top of the destiny ranking would give the big forces a strong fate. Maybe it's something in the dark, invisible and intangible, but luck still exists. If Qinshan Pavilion hadn't seen that Daksha's luck had ended, how could they dare to rebel and destroy Daksha? Yang Kuangsheng smiled casually, and the two did not discuss this illusory thing too much. Back at the inn, Qin Wentian called Yang Kuangsheng, Fanel, Chu Meng, and Ruahun to his courtyard. "What's wrong?" Chu Meng asked Qin Wentian. "I have something good for you." Qin Wentian smiled, took out the porcelain bottle, and said, "This is the third-level realm-breaking pill refined by King Cheng. It can help people in Yuanfu break through the realm. Now, Brother Chu Meng, you have reached the 8th level of Yuanfu, and Fan Li and Yu Yang are at the 7th level of Yuanfu like me. We will all participate in the competition for the destiny list this time. If you take this realm-breaking pill, your realm will be improved, and you will be able to strive for a higher ranking. Let's see if the four of us can all step into the destiny list." Mo King Cheng can actually refine a realm-breaking pill. Yang Kuangsheng showed a look of surprise. Of course he knew what a realm-breaking pill was. This kind of pill was extremely precious and in short supply. You couldn't find a place to buy it at a sky-high price. There were very few alchemists who could refine such a pill. It takes the hard work of people with special physiques to refine it. It's real hard work, and it consumes a lot of vitality. Yang Kuangsheng looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Wentian, Mo King Cheng is really good to you, don't let others down." Qin Wentian was stunned, then took a deep breath. King Cheng said it so easily, it turned out that refining this furnace of elixirs cost such a price. "Do you think it's possible?" Qin Wentian calmed down and smiled again. Yang Kuangsheng nodded, "That's right, the proud daughter of the Danyuan Palace, and the beauty of the country, it's abnormal for you to be willing to spend it." "Sister, King Cheng only refined 4 pills." Qin Wentian looked at Ruahun, who rolled her eyes at him. "Who do you think your senior sister is? Work hard for me and fight for the first place on the destiny list. Then you can bring your senior sister to the glory." "First place, how difficult it is," Yang Kuangsheng said with a smile. Although he was optimistic about Qin Wentian, first place was really too difficult. Those people on the surface are already very scary. In addition, every 3 years, there will be some dark horses in the competition for the destiny list. They may be the rising talents hidden by the major overlord-level forces, or they may be the ones who have become famous through the teachings of a hermit strongman. The competition for the destiny list includes the people in the Yuanfu realm of the entire Great Xia dynasty. Only 360 seats are taken. It is already very dazzling to be able to enter it. If you can enter the top 36, you will be extremely glorious and be the Yuanfu realm Xianjiao of Jiuzhou City. The top 10 will surely soar to the sky in the future. The top 3, as long as they don't die, will sooner or later step into the Xiangang list and become an important figure in the Great Xia dynasty. The first, there is only one, the only one, focusing the attention of everyone in the Great Xia dynasty. There is only one person in the entire Great Xia, even if it is only the first in the Yuanfu realm, but the significance it represents is amazing. The first on the destiny list will surely be crowned king on the Xiangang list in the future. All the Xianjiao are eyeing that only quota, and it is as difficult as ascending to heaven to get it. It is precisely because of this that Hua Taixu is so dazzling. His name is the idol of countless young people. Even Yang Kuangsheng has always regarded Hua Taixu as his idol and goal. Qin Wentian distributed the realm-breaking pills to everyone and said, "Brother Chu Meng can attack the 9th level of the Yuanfu realm first. As for the 3 of us, we can wait. It will be better if we can break through to the 8th level of the Yuanfu realm before the battle for destiny and then take the pills." "Well, I can already feel that the 8th level of Yuanfu is not far away. We don't need the realm-breaking pill for the time being." Yang Kuangsheng nodded, "What's more, we have experienced the baptism of the heavenly monument before, and our martial arts will and state of mind have experienced a sublimation. It shouldn't be a big problem to bear the realm-breaking pill to break through the realm. Then I will go to practice." Chu Meng said. "He has the highest realm. As long as he enters the 9th level of Yuanfu and impacts the destiny ranking, there will be no great pressure." "Okay." Qin Wentian nodded, and everyone dispersed and returned to their own courtyards. The inn where they lived was fully booked by the Yu Yang family. The courtyards of this inn were all occupied by people from the Yu Yang family. For such a hegemonic force, this amount of financial resources is nothing. At this time, at the reception desk of the inn, a figure came to the outside of the inn, took a look at the plaque, confirmed that he was not mistaken, and then looked inside the inn. The people of the Yang family should live here. Qin Wentian, he should be here too. Excuse me, are you from the Yang family? At this time, 3 figures walked out of the inn. The leader was a beautiful woman in a fiery red dress, Yang Ting. Yang Ting glanced at the person who asked the question. He was middle-aged, even had a few strands of white hair, looked a little haggard, and his eyes were still sad. His breath was unstable and his cultivation was not very strong. He was a very ordinary person. Yang Ting looked down at him and asked, "What's the matter?" Mo Shuang saw that the other party's tone was arrogant, and he didn't have any temper. After all, he had heard about the existence of the Yang family. This woman was dressed in luxurious clothes and was beautiful and dazzling. She must be a lady, so she was naturally proud. "Miss Yang, may I ask if you know Qin Wentian? I heard that he lives here and I want to find him." Mo Shuang's tone was slightly humble, and Yang Ting's brows immediately frowned when she heard his words. Qin Wentian, it was Qin Wentian again. She was annoyed when she heard this name. This person had even stolen her limelight in the Yang family, and everyone in the Yang family treated him with courtesy. "Who are you to him?" Yang Ting asked coldly. "I'm his teacher." Mo Shuang still responded modestly, seeming a little cautious. "Teacher?" Yang Ting looked down at Mo Shuang. That arrogant guy would have such an old man as a teacher? This is the Yang family. How can a person like you be qualified to step in? Get out. Yang Ting said coldly, with a somewhat insulting tone. Mo Shuang's expression condensed, took a deep breath, and said, "Miss, I have important things to find him, please be flexible." "Well, then you beg me." Yang Ting sneered, "If you beg me, maybe I will be merciful and let you in." Chapter 348, Wrath. Yang Ting's resentment towards Qin Wentian has never disappeared. During this period, Qin Wentian's performance became more and more dazzling, but this hurt her heart more and more. As a direct descendant of the Yang family, she was humiliated by Qin Wentian, but she couldn't even find a chance to take revenge. At this moment, this old man claimed to be Qin Wentian's master and appeared in front of her. How could she not humiliate him? Of course, the reason why Yang Ting had such confidence was because of the person next to her, Duan Qingshan. No matter how outstanding Qin Wentian's performance is now, he is still surnamed Qin. Although he is very close to Yang Kuangshen, he has not joined the Yang family after all. No matter from which aspect, Duan Qingshan can completely suppress Qin Wentian. Duan Qingshan ranks 25th on the destiny list. At least now, he is definitely not comparable to Qin Wentian. So, what is there for her, Yang Ting, to worry about humiliating an old man? Mo Shuang's expression became a little ugly, but thinking of the importance of this matter, he could only be humble and bowed, saying, "Please Miss Yang, let me in." "How can you not feel any sincerity when you beg me like this?" Yang Ting said contemptuously, "Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to look at me as an equal?" Mo Shuang clenched his palms and looked ugly. He didn't expect Miss Yang to be so difficult to deal with. This was too unruly. "Miss Yang, I want to ask you for help. You are of noble status. Why do you have to make things difficult for me?" Mo Shuang said. Although he came to the Chu state and had a humble status in front of the Yang family, he could not withstand the humiliation of a young woman. "What, I'm making things difficult for you?" Yang Ting's voice turned cold, and a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. "Old man, for someone like you, how can I bother to make things difficult for you? Who do you think you are? Now it's not a question of whether you go in or not, apologize first." Duan Qingshan watched quietly from the side, sighing in his heart. It seems that the last time Yang Ting was humiliated by Qin Wentian, she was hit hard, and she had been suppressing it in her heart and couldn't let it go. So let her vent her suppressed mood, which might be good for her. "Miss Yang, how did I offend you to make things difficult for me?" Mo Shuang's eyes flashed with anger, but as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Duan Qingshan take a step forward, and a powerful force descended directly on Mo Shuang's body. Mo Shuang looked up at Duan Qingshan. In just a moment, Mo Shuang felt a stinging pain in his eyes, and the suppressed breath made his body tremble slightly. The strength of this young man was much stronger than him. "Kneel down and apologize." Duan Qingshan spoke calmly, with a tone that left no room for doubt. Mo Shuang was shocked and looked up at Duan Qingshan. This young man had an extraordinary temperament and terrifying strength. He must be an important figure in the Yang family. However, Mo Shuang never thought that Qin Wentian would be insulted by them before he even met him. "If I have offended you, please forgive me. I will take my leave. Mo Xiang clenched his fists, bowed slightly, and then wanted to leave. I asked you to kneel down and apologize. Duan Qingshan slapped him with his palm. Mo Xiang only felt a violent vibration in his chest. With a puff, he spit out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. At this moment, he was in a dilemma. He wanted to leave, but the other party would not let him go. You can be killed, but you cannot be humiliated. Mo Xiang looked up at Duan Qingshan and Yu Yangting, with anger in his eyes. He asked questions with good intentions, but was humiliated repeatedly. Although Chu State is a small place, Mo Xiang, as a teacher at the Emperor Star Academy, usually teaches the younger generation and treats students well. The students also respect him. How could he have suffered such humiliation? He was asked to kneel down and apologize after a disagreement. He even didn't know how he offended the person in front of him. At this moment, people from the Yu Yang family came out of the inn one after another. They heard the noise and came to see what happened. They saw that someone seemed to have bumped into Duan Qingshan and Yu Yangting and was forced to apologize. However, this person seemed to have some backbone and would rather die than surrender. I can kill you by raising my hand, but I disdain it. Yang Ting said coldly, but if you refuse to apologize, I don't mind doing it myself. I'm looking for my disciple Qin Wentian. Why are you humiliating me so much? Mo Xiang said angrily, scanning the people around him, and everyone was stunned. It turned out that this person came to find Qin Wentian. No wonder, now they can understand why Yu Yangting insisted that the other party kneel down and apologize. Because she was once forced by Qin Wentian to do this, and it seems that she wanted to avenge the kneeling. However, this person who claimed to be Qin Wentian's teacher was too weak. How could he teach a disciple like Qin Wentian? No one was interfering. This was the grudge between Yu Yangting and Qin Wentian. How could they interfere and ask for trouble? Mo Xiang glanced at the people in front of him and felt a chill on his body. Stop it. At this time, a cold shout came out, and then two beautiful figures stepped out of the inn. They were Ruahun and Jiang Ting. The two beautiful women were more likely to talk together. Jiang Ting was Zhu Yang Kuangsheng's fiancée, and Ruahun was Qin Wentian's senior sister. They got familiar with each other after hanging out with a group of people. They were going to make an appointment to go out for a walk, but they didn't expect to encounter such a thing. What made Ruahun even more angry was that the person who was coerced was actually teacher Mo Xiang. Go find Wentian. Ruahun whispered to the little bastard in her arms, and then let it go. The little guy's body immediately turned into a white shadow and ran towards the inn. Ruahun knew that the little guy was very smart and seemed to be able to understand what people said, so she did this. She walked up to Mo Xiang and shouted, "Teacher! Ruahun, why are you here too?" Mo Xiang looked at the person who appeared in surprise. Moreover, Jiang Ting beside Ruahun had an extraordinary temperament and was very beautiful. She seemed to be an extraordinary person. Could she not be from the Yu Yang family too? Jiang Ting's beautiful eyes flickered, and she seemed to realize what happened. Then she turned and left. It was useless for her to be here at this time. Going to find Yang Kuangsheng was the most important thing to do. Teacher, I am with junior brother Wentian. Ruahun pulled Mo Xiang's arm, looked at Duan Qingshan and Jiang Ting and others with cold eyes, and said, "Why are you doing this to my teacher? Is it really Master Qin Wentian?" Everyone got confirmation at this moment. They knew that Ruahun was Qin Wentian's senior sister. It seemed that Qin Wentian had practiced in a small sect before. You have no right to speak here. You are so proud of relying on my Yu Yang family. Get out of here. Yang Ting said sarcastically. Ruahun's beautiful eyes froze and she said coldly, "My junior brother Qin and I are guests here. We are guests after all. Do you represent the Yu Yang family with such words? What does it have to do with you? I ask you to get out of here." Jiang Ting said coldly, with a long whip in her hand. Seeing that the matter was getting bigger and bigger, she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. "If you want to spar, I can accompany you." Ruahun also had a long whip in her hand. She stood in front of Mo Xiang and stared at Jiang Ting. Duan Qingshan glanced at the increasing number of people around him and showed displeasure. At the same moment, Qin Wentian, who was practicing quietly in the other courtyard, heard a babbling sound in his mind, which seemed a little anxious. This is the voice of the little bastard, who wants to speak but can't. When Qin Wentian opened his eyes, he saw the little guy running towards him quickly and circling in front of him. Qin Wentian immediately understood that something must have happened. He closed his eyes, and a strong sense of perception instantly spread out, radiating in all directions. In an instant, his perception covered the inn. The inn was a little quiet at the moment, and nothing happened. Instead, Yang Kuangsheng and Jiang Ting were seen flashing outside eagerly, and the direction seemed to be outside the inn. Qin Wentian's perception continued to spread, and when he came to the outside of the inn, his eyebrows raised, and he saw Mo Shuang's figure. Teacher. Qin Wentian's heart was slightly shaken. Senior Sister Ruohun was standing beside the teacher, confronting Duan Qingshan and Jiang Ting. If you don't get out of the way, kneel down with this old man, and maybe I'll let it go. Yang Ting's voice entered Qin Wentian's ears. Don't count on Qin Wentian. This old dog bumped into me, and dared to say that I made things difficult for him. Even if he came, it would be useless. Boom. A terrifying coldness permeated from Qin Wentian's body. With just this sentence, Qin Wentian vaguely understood what happened. Since the teacher appeared here, he should be looking for him, and Yang Ting knew that Mo Shuang was her teacher, so how could she not make things difficult for him? Really? A cold voice seemed to fall from the sky and landed directly outside the inn. Qin Wentian's body in the inn soared into the sky, and everyone outside the inn raised their heads and froze. This was Qin Wentian's voice, but where was he? Yang Kuangsheng and Jiang Ting arrived first, but then the crowd felt a terrifying chill. Looking up, they saw a figure descending like the wind, with a terrible demonic aura all over his body, and a sense of anger permeated from Qin Wentian's body. Obviously, Qin Wentian was angry. His cold eyes swept over Yang Ting. In an instant, Yang Ting felt icy cold all over her body. A strong killing intent rushed directly into her body, causing her body to tremble slightly. Qin Wentian's eyes became more and more terrifying. Yang Ting's heart trembled secretly, and her face turned pale. How could she be so afraid of him? She was the daughter of the Yang family, and there was Duan Qingshan. What was there to be afraid of? Today, this old guy must be humiliated. The wind blew past, and Qin Wentian's figure descended beside Mo Shuang. The coldness on his body was restrained. Looking at the teacher's haggard figure, Qin Wentian's eyes were slightly guilty. Teacher, you have been wronged. Qin Wentian walked forward, and saw a smile in Mo Shuang's eyes. He felt Qin Wentian's strong aura, and he felt a tremor in his heart. Even when facing Ren Qiangxing and others, he would not have such a feeling. Obviously, the best disciple he had taught was growing at a terrifying speed in the past few years. I'm fine. Mo Shuang held Qin Wentian's hand, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart. He patted Qin Wentian's hand with his slightly wrinkled palm and said with relief, I feel relieved to see that you are all fine. Teacher, let me deal with the things here first. Qin Wentian stood beside Mo Shuang, turned around, looked at Duan Qingshan and Yang Ting, and a cold light burst out, and a strong coldness enveloped the void. Yang Ting, what you did today is unforgivable. Qin Wentian's voice fell, and the murderous intent swept over Yang Ting. With a loud bang, the crowd saw Yang Ting groaning, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and his face was pale. Chapter 349, Battle with Duan Qingshan. Everyone saw blood oozing from the corner of Yang Ting's mouth, and a sharp look flashed in her expression. Qin Wentian did not seem to launch an attack. Was his martial arts will strong enough to crush and injure Yang Ting? Duan Qingshan took a light step and walked in front of Yang Ting. A powerful aura burst out from his body and swept towards Qin Wentian. If you attack again, even if you are a guest of the Yang family, don't even think about leaving this place. You really think highly of yourself. Qin Wentian continued to take a step forward. The moment his step landed, a terrifying wave hit Yang Ting again. Yang Ting's face was pale, her body was bent, and she spit out a mouthful of blood. Her face was as pale as paper. Looking up, Yang Ting looked at Qin Wentian with a look that could no longer be described as anger. She wished that she could cut a person in front of her into pieces to wash away the humiliation she had suffered again and again. She just said that even if Qin Wentian came, it would be useless. At this moment, Qin Wentian directly crushed her and injured her. A gust of wind swept by, and Duan Qingshan's figure disappeared from the original place, rising from the ground, and his figure was suspended in the air. Qin Wentian strongly provoked him, and he finally made a move. Duan Qingshan bloomed 2 star souls, which were his 2nd star soul and 3rd star soul, respectively from the 4th heaven, and were very powerful. These 2 star souls are Storm Star Soul and Giant Leg Star Soul. Duan Qingshan is good at leg skills, and his power is very terrifying. The strength of a person's legs is already terrible, but it is not as flexible as hands. However, if you practice crazy, you can be extremely sensitive, and even more weird and tricky. Qin has practiced his leg skills to a high level. This time he came up and bloomed the star soul to fight. He must crush Qin Wentian strongly and let others know that his woman, Qin, is not someone Qin Wentian can humiliate. This is the second time. At this time, under Qin's feet, there are two more illusory giant legs. He stood in the void, as if he was standing directly on the earth. Qin raised his giant leg and then descended from the sky, sweeping fiercely towards Qin Wentian in the air below. A strong gravity pressed on Qin Wentian's body. At the same time, there was a howling wind. The seemingly clumsy giant leg was extremely fast. At this moment, the crowd seemed to feel irresistible pressure from the sky. Martial arts will. Qin Wentian instantly felt Qin's martial arts will, and it was three kinds of martial arts wills of great perfection. The first was the first level of the earth martial arts will, gravity. The second was the first level of the wind martial arts will, the speed of wind. The third was a kind of martial arts will power based on the comprehension of the giant leg star soul, a terrifying pressure. Therefore, the gravity and pressure Qin Wentian endured at this moment were extremely terrible. The ground under his feet made a crackling sound and broke directly, which showed how strong the force was under his feet. As for Mo Xiang and Ruo Huan, their bodies seemed to be directly crushed, and their faces were as pale as paper. Bang! The ground shook and shattered. Qin Wentian's body stared at the terrifying pressure and soared into the sky. He raised his hand and a terrifying dragon seal blasted out. The two terrifying forces in the void collided and shattered. Qin Wentian and Qin's bodies were suspended in the void at the same time. Fight. Qin Wentian, he actually wanted to fight with Qin, the pride of the Yang family. This scene made many people tremble slightly. Qin's strength is not to be underestimated. He is a strong man ranked 25th on the destiny list, ranked within the 36th. Qin Wentian, he is only at the 7th level of Yuanfu, and dared to fight Qin. The two of them are two realms apart. Today, pay the price for your actions. Qin said coldly. With your strength, can you stop me? Qin Wentian sneered, his eyes swept over. Yang Ting, who was looking up, screamed, and with a bang, her body fell directly, her face pale. You. Qin was burning with anger. Qin Wentian, humiliating his woman in front of him. His legs trembled, and two powerful light curtains rolled over Ruohun and Moshing in the air below. Qin Wentian sneered, and his fist broke through the air. With two loud bangs, the attack was shattered. Stubborn. There seemed to be a bright light between Qin Wentian's eyebrows, and it swept towards Yang Ting again. Yang Ting screamed again and again, as if she was in pain, and she knelt on the ground, sweating all over. Those people from the Yang family around him couldn't help her even if they wanted to. Qin Wentian's attack was too weird, as if his eyes could attack. Qin shouted angrily, and his body spun, and his legs rolled over Qin Wentian. In an instant, the sky was full of leg shadows, and the whole world was about to be submerged in an instant. Qin's leg skills are superb, fast or slow, and can be retracted and released freely, either as fast as the wind or as heavy as a mountain. Qin Wentian was full of demonic energy, and his body seemed to have turned into a terrifying demon body. He roared like an ancient ape, and the world trembled and the earth cracked. On him, there seemed to be a terrifying demonic light curtain, and the shadows of legs bombarded him, but they couldn't break his defense. Qin was so strong and powerful, but he couldn't hurt Qin Wentian. It can be seen how terrifying his demon body's defense is at this moment. However, Qin is not an ordinary person. His body was like a storm, and a giant leg stepped on the world and the void. It seemed that a huge footprint appeared in the sky. This giant leg stepped on Qin Wentian's head, as if to crush Qin Wentian into pieces. That kind of power suppression was too terrible. Qin Wentian clenched his fists, and a terrifying edge flashed in his expression. His heart was indifferent. Then, let Qin feel the power of the second realm of the will of the power of martial arts that he had comprehended. The fist blasted forward, hitting Qin's giant leg, just like a tiny ant trying to shake a giant elephant, seemingly so ignorant and foolish, like an ant trying to shake a tree. An ordinary fist, blasting Qin with such a terrible killing kick? Although that punch seemed to contain the powerful strength of Qin Wentian, it gave people the feeling that it could be easily trampled into pieces. The tiny fist collided with a terrifying giant star leg. Sure enough, when the crowd saw Qin Wentian's body being shaken away, they groaned and spit out a mouthful of blood. The power of this kick was unparalleled. Even Qin Wentian felt his internal organs shaking wildly, But he only wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Duan Qingshan opposite with an indifferent expression. Duan Qingshan stood there calmly. At that moment just now, he felt a terrifying force, as if it rushed into his body from nothingness, to destroy his vitality. The blood seemed to have reached his throat. Duan Qingshan was gloomy and motionless. He held back the blood and swallowed it back. His internal organs were still churning. He mobilized the power in his body to calm his blood and qi, making his slightly pale face rosy again. Therefore, no one knew the true meaning of this collision. Qin Wentian was not as good as Duan Qingshan after all. He was blasted to vomit blood, but he was still proud of being in the 7th level of Yuan Fu. He was very strong to have such fighting power. Qin Wentian saw Duan Qingshan's expression and sneered in his heart. His eyes swept down to Yang Ting again. There was a strange light flashing between his eyebrows. Yang Ting raised her head and stared at Qin Wentian with cold eyes, but she felt a terrifying murderous intent descending on her, causing Yang Ting's body to tremble slightly. Her body actually ran to the back and hid behind the people of the Yang family. She was afraid and terrified. Qin Wentian walked forward, but at this moment, a voice came, "Enough." Several Xiangang realm masters from the Yang family appeared and glanced around. They all knew what happened here. Yang Ting has been punished. That's enough. An old man looked at Qin Wentian and spoke calmly. She is no longer suitable to stay in the Yang family. Yang Kuangsheng stepped forward and said lightly, "I am already engaged to Yang Ting." Yang Kuangshen, what do you mean? Duan Qingshan retorted. The old man looked at everyone and continued, "We will discuss this matter later. Today, we will stop here." After that, he turned his eyes and glanced at Yang Ting, saying, "Go back." Yang Ting had lost her temper at this time, but she was extremely resentful in her heart. Duan Qingshan did not stop Qin Wentian from dealing with her, and let her suffer humiliation again. "See you on the destiny list." Duan Qingshan glanced at Qin Wentian, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "In the battle for the destiny ranking, you'd better pray that you don't meet me, otherwise, Duan Qingshan's name will no longer be on the destiny ranking. I mean what I say." Qin Wentian's voice was cold, making the people around him tremble in their hearts. This guy was really arrogant, daring to say that he wanted to kill Duan Qingshan. "Me too." Duan Qingshan responded and then entered the inn. The people around him dispersed one after another, and only Yang Kuangsheng and Jiang Ting were still here. "Yang, I'm leaving." Qin Wentian looked at Yang Kuangsheng and spoke calmly. He knew that Yang Ting was, after all, a member of the Yang family, and he, Qin Wentian, was an outsider after all. The Yang family would never tolerate him dealing with Yang Ting, even if he was Yang Kuangsheng's friend. "I understand." Yang Kuangsheng nodded, and then patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder. "You have always been my brother, Yang Kuangsheng, and this has nothing to do with the Yang family." "Yet," Qin Wentian nodded and said, "Yang, work together, become stronger as soon as possible, and control the Yang family. Then, when I come to visit the Yang family, I don't have to look at people's faces. When I control the Yang family, can I still invite you, a god?" Yang Kuangsheng said jokingly. The relationship between the two will naturally not be affected by the Yang family. The reason why Qin Wentian wanted to leave was that here, after all, he was dependent on others. After leaving, when he met Yang Ting and Duan Qingshan again, he would never be polite at all. In the battle for the destiny list, he would definitely fulfill his promise. If they met, he would kill Duan Qingshan. Yang Kuangsheng also knew this, and the two did not need to speak. "Hey!" At this time, a voice came from the distance. Qin Wentian's eyes slowly turned, and he saw two figures appearing in the distance, looking over here. Seeing the two, Qin Wentian's eyes showed a smile. "The top 3 on the destiny ranking, are you ready?" The woman among the two was still so pure and lovely, looking at this side with a smile. Chapter 350 The Threat from Jiutian Palace. Qin Wentian had a gentle smile on his face, knowing that the person he would fight for the top 3 on the destiny ranking was naturally someone from the White Deer Academy. Long time no see. Qin Wentian looked at a brother and sister Bai Lujing and Bai Luai. After a year, the two had not changed much, except that Bai Luai's strength was stronger than before. "It seems that you are doing well." Bai Lujing looked at the person next to Qin Wentian and said with a smile. Qin Wentian landed on the ground and came to Mo Shuang, saying, "Teacher, let me introduce you. This is Yang Kuangsheng from the Yang family and his fiancée Jiang Ting. These two are Bai Lujing and Bai Luai from the White Deer Academy in Wangzhou City. Mo Xiang's eyes flashed with relief. Seeing his friend appear, Qin Wentian's first thought was that he was afraid of neglecting his teacher, although Qin Wentian's strength had far surpassed him. Moreover, just by looking at the friends around Qin Wentian, you can imagine that he is no longer the young man from the Chu state. He has his own world and is moving towards a higher direction. Everyone also greeted Mo Xiang, making Mo Xiang nod his head. Although these people were all juniors, none of them was weaker than him. Even the lazy fat man Fan Li had stronger star energy fluctuations than him. A new generation replaces the old. Perhaps, this is the scene before our eyes. Mo Xiang sighed in his heart, but he was very happy. Are you the only two here? Qin Wentian looked at Bai Luai and asked. Of course not, we still have to watch someone's battle for the fate ranking. Besides, don't forget that my eldest brother will also participate. Bai Luai smiled and said, there are quite a few people in the academy. You can go with us first. Others didn't understand what Bai Luai meant, but Qin Wentian understood that his ranking this time was related to whether he could control Bai Lu Academy. Even if Bai Lujing was not there, the people of Bai Lu Academy would come to watch the battle for the fate ranking in person. Well, okay. Qin Wentian agreed very calmly. Bai Lu Academy was different from the Ouyang family. The Ouyang family was too complicated. He could not influence anyone except Ouyang Kuangshen. Bai Lu Academy was naturally closer to him. Moreover, there were people from Fairy King Yi coming. Even if he did not win the top 3 in the destiny list, Bai Lu Academy would still maintain a close relationship with him. Of course, in that case, he might not be able to completely control the power of Bai Lu Academy. After bidding farewell to Yang Kuangshen, Qin Wentian and others followed Bai Luai and left. What realm are you in now? Walking on the road, Bai Luai looked at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes, quite curious. I am in the 7th level of Yuan Fu. During the competition for the destiny list, I should be able to enter the 8th level of Yuan Fu. Qin Wentian responded. With a realm-breaking pill, even if he did not break through the realm, he could use the pill to raise his realm to the 8th level of Yuan Fu. In this way, he would have a chance to compete for the top 3 in the destiny list. Moreover, Qin Wentian felt that the competition for the fate list this time would be fiercer than he could imagine. He had to improve his strength as much as possible to have a better chance. You are still so powerful. Bai Luai blinked at him with surprise. Before she met Qin Wentian, she was also a celebrity in the family and always thought she was talented. However, since Qin Wentian entered her school, she felt more and more that she was too ordinary. Sometimes she thought, should she blame this guy for hitting her confidence? I remember that when Qin Wentian left Wangzhou City, he killed Hu Xiaoyan and captured Shiruanayu. If he entered the 8th level of Yuan Fu, how powerful would his combat power be? Brother, you are going to be surpassed. Bai Luai laughed. Bai Lujing looked at Bai Luai, patted her on the shoulder, and said, are you so happy that your elder brother is going to be surpassed? Seeing Bai Lujing's half-smile, Bai Luai punched him hard. Like the Ouyang family, the Bai Lu Academy also booked an in. Everyone in the Bai Lu Academy knew Qin Wentian, and they would nod when they saw him. After all, in name, Qin Wentian, who had the King order, was qualified to rule over them. Regardless of whether they were willing to be controlled by Qin Wentian, they would still give Qin Wentian due respect. Of course, this didn't mean anything to Qin Wentian. Bai Luai quickly arranged a place for Qin Wentian and his friends to stay. Qin Wentian and Mo Xiang came to courtyard alone. Qin Wentian knew that Mo Xiang seemed to have something to say to him, but Mo Xiang didn't say anything on the way, so he naturally didn't ask. Teacher, why did you come to Qin's house city? At this time, there were only Qin Wentian and Mo Xiang here. Qin Wentian asked. Mo Xiang's wish was to teach his disciples in the Emperor Star Academy. If it wasn't for a special reason, he would never come all the way to Qin's house city to watch the battle for the destiny list. Moreover, Mo Xiang, who had lived in Chu for a long time, didn't know about the battle for the destiny list at all. Jiutian Palace. Mo Xiang's expression darkened, and he said to Qin Wentian, Dean, something happened. Qin Wentian's expression instantly turned cold. In the past few years, there has been something that has been worrying him, and that is Senior Diyu who was captured by Jiutian Palace. To Qin Wentian, Diyu had done him a favor, and his capture was also related to him. He had always planned to capture a disciple of Jiutian Palace during this battle for the destiny list, and was ready to find out more about Diyu's situation, But he did not expect that Jiutian Palace would take action first. Jiutian Palace, Luo Xianaya came to Emperor Star Academy, found me, and asked me about your whereabouts. I didn't know, so he took me with him, and kept asking around, and finally found this Qin's house city. They were going to capture you directly, but because you were with the people of the Ouyang family, they didn't seem to want to alarm the Ouyang family, so they let me come to find you. They asked you to find them, otherwise, you know the consequences. Mo Shuang's expression was extremely ugly. Jiutian Palace wanted Qin Wentian to deliver himself to the door. If Qin Wentian didn't obey, Dai and Emperor Star Academy were still under the control of Jiutian Palace. If they were determined to destroy Emperor Star Academy, they could use some secret means. Qin Wentian was also very clear that although he had killed Luo Qianqiu before, it was still a grudge between him and Luo Xianaya. At that time, Yang Kuangsheng and Jin Mengai were there, and Jiutian Palace would not offend these two major forces because of the death of Luo Qianqiu, but now it was different. Jiutian Palace, I don't know what means they used, I'm afraid they have already asked Di about the secret of the Kang Wang order. Jiutian Palace has been looking for him, Qin Wentian, for the Kang Wang order. As long as they get the Kang Wang order, they can find someone to pretend to be the inheritor of Kang Wang. In addition, Jiutian Palace secretly cooperates to control the power inherited by Kang Wang. This temptation is too great. Senior Di has kept this secret for several years. I don't know how much abuse he has suffered. Qin Wentian sighed in his heart. No wonder Jiutian Palace did not dare to alarm the Ouyang family. Jiutian Palace certainly did not want any force to know this secret. They wanted to swallow the Kang Wang order. Teacher, I can't go and fall into the trap. Qin Wentian looked at Mo Xiang and said. Mo Xiang showed a painful look in his eyes. Of course, he also understood this. Now, he was extremely entangled in his heart and didn't know what to do. If I go to Jiutian Palace, I will definitely die. Then, Senior Di and teacher will also be killed by them. Qin Wentian knew very well that only Jiutian Palace could get the Kang Wang order. The first step to be done was to kill them. What should we do? Mo Xiang looked at Qin Wentian and asked. Qin Wentian frowned, revealing a thoughtful look. Now, there was only one force that could help him. Fairy King Mei, Xianqi Palace. Kinger. Qin Wentian murmured. He missed the fairy-like woman a little. She had been silently protecting him. However, since the incident in Wangzhou City, he had not seen Kinger again. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian's expression suddenly froze, and he said coldly, "Who?" As soon as the voice fell, a figure floated down in the void. The figure was still so beautiful, as if she did not belong to the mortal world. Her expression seemed to never fluctuate, and no one knew what she was thinking. "I'm here." Kinger's crisp voice rang out, awakening Qin Wentian, who was still in a daze. Looking at the fury-like figure, Qin Wentian showed a strange expression. How could this be possible? Kinger has been by his side. With his current perception, how could he not find it? Kinger, when did you come? Qin Wentian was extremely surprised. I've always been here, and you are not in danger of life? Kinger said crisply. She always remembered the words of Fairy King Mei. As long as Qin Wentian would not die, she would not have to appear. Even if he was in danger and would be injured, she would let him do it. Then why did you appear now? Qin Wentian asked with a smile. Seeing Kinger, the depressed mood just now seemed to be better. Didn't you call me? Kinger looked at Qin Wentian, which made Qin Wentian stun for a while, then smiled bitterly and asked, how did you hide? Why couldn't I find you? Qin Wentian saw Kinger and suddenly felt that he seemed to have no secrets in front of Kinger. Kinger looked at him quietly and didn't say anything, but seeing that face that didn't belong to the human world, Qin Wentian couldn't get angry and could only smile bitterly. Kinger, I need the help of Xianqi Palace for something, it's very important. Qin Wentian said. Tell me, I'll tell Xianqi Palace for you. Kinger said softly. Well, please tell Xianqi Palace for me that Jiutian Palace has learned about the incident with King Kang and wants to threaten me with the safety of Emperor Yi and the Chu State Emperor Star Academy. I need Xianqi Palace to make Jiutian Palace dare not act rashly for the time being. Qin Wentian believed that as long as Kinger relayed the message, Xianqi Palace would understand what he meant. This matter was not difficult. Xianqi Palace was in the dark, and it only needed to control some important figures in Jiutian Palace to temporarily check and balance them. Okay, I'll let them help you do this. Kinger nodded, and she used an affirmative tone. This made Qin Wentian a little surprised. He looked at Kinger and said, "Thank you, Kinger. You must have a good ranking in this destiny ranking." "This is what Master said." Kinger looked at Qin Wentian, her beautiful eyes flashed, and then she said crisply, "I also hope you have a good ranking." Qin Wentian smiled and nodded heavily. "Okay, I promise you, I will." Kinger nodded gently, and then her figure flashed and soon disappeared again, making Qin Wentian smile bitterly and shake his head. Kinger is always like this, like a real fairy. At this time, Mo Shuang was also stunned. How could this guy be surrounded by so many stunning women, by Lu Ai's pure and beautiful face, Mo Qingcheng, the most beautiful woman in Chu State, and now, the woman who just appeared, made him feel like looking at a beauty in a painting, as if it was unreal. "Master, I must practice hard and make final preparations for the battle for the destiny ranking." Qin Wentian smiled at Mo Shuang. With Kinger's words, he believed she would do it. As for the matter of Jiutian Palace, he would think of a way after the battle for the destiny ranking. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.